Chapter 1, The CEO is pregnant, and it's even mine. His name is Wang Dong. Wang is in next door. Dong is in moving up. On the day he received his diploma, his girlfriend ran off with an old man. I want to go to the Maldives, Paris, London, New York, can you take me there? I want to drive a Ferrari to the grocery store and drink coffee in a villa, can you give me that? I want to live a life of refinement and superiority, not work, but you can't even support me. Wang Dong, apart from your 1.87 frame and this face, what other advantages do you have? So take your deep affection and go, we are destined to be people from different worlds. Wang Dong silently put away his latest fruit phone, then turned his head and left without the slightest emotion. Unexpectedly, on the day of graduation, he was given a harsh lesson in reality. He had originally thought that this relationship would bear fruit. Unexpectedly, it bore such fruit. Wang Dong was not sad, just feeling bad. That night, in a small tavern, Wang Dong drank glass after glass, bidding farewell to his lost love with alcohol. The next day, Crown Plaza Hotel, luxury king-size bedroom. Wang Dong's head was spinning, his eyes unfocused. He rolled over and suddenly noticed a woman lying next to him. The woman had no makeup on, her skin was like ice and jade, her face was absolutely beautiful, and even the quilt couldn't hide her stunning appearance. The more he looked at her face, the more familiar it became. Wang Dong suddenly remembered who she was. Mu Ruoshi, a star senior who was a year above him. She started her own business while still at school and has become the company president. With her outstanding appearance and privileged family background, she is recognized as the goddess of the school. Ha! Why is Senior Mu sleeping with him? Wang Dong let out a cold breath. What on earth is going on? Can someone please tell him what happened? Just as he was trying to recall what happened last night, the woman next to him blinked her eyelashes. Then a pair of bright eyes and white teeth appeared before his eyes. Their eyes met. The next second, a woman's scream sounded. What a pair of moving eyes, even the scream was so beautiful. The sheet slid down, and Wang Dong's gaze couldn't help but move downwards. What a view! She was worthy of being recognized as a goddess at school, her skin was tender and translucent, and her figure was so good that it made one's blood boil. Perceiving Wang Dong's gaze, Mu Ruoshi's face was covered with a blush, and she covered her chest with her hands. Ah, you mustn't look. Wang Dong froze for a moment, let out a sigh of regret, and then quickly turned his head and pretended to close his eyes. He heard the sound of clothes rustling, and he didn't know how long it had been. Wang Dong moved his gaze back again, just in time to see Mu Ruoshi pull the quilt over to cover the redness. An inexplicable thought flashed through his mind. Mumu, I'm sorry, senior sister, I drank too much last night. But I will be responsible for you. Mu Ruoshi at the moment only felt a tearing pain in her body, very different from usual. Hearing Wang Dong's words, she was surprised for a moment. You don't need to be responsible for me. I also drank too much last night, and I am also responsible. Let's just leave it there, and neither of us should mention it in the future, as if nothing had happened. After saying that, she walked away with her torn legs, leaning against the wall. Looking at Mu Ruoshi's departing back, Wang Dong had a strange feeling in his heart. I wonder if I will have the chance to meet Mu Shueji again in the future. What Wang Dong could not have imagined was that fate is sometimes so strange. 2 months later, one day, he was delivering a package as usual. When he arrived at a maternity store, he walked in and saw a woman with a pregnancy guide in her hand selecting maternity clothes. The person in front of him was Mu Ruoshi. She was wearing a black slim-fit suit jacket, a white shirt underneath, a high-waisted pencil skirt, and a pair of high heels. Her hair was tied into a simple high ponytail, her exquisite features were not made up, her temperament was mature and elegant, and she exuded an irresistible charm. Mu Ruoshi glanced around, and suddenly noticed an extremely handsome man in the store. The man who had made the deepest impression on her was Wang Dong. At this moment, Mu Ruoshi's heart trembled fiercely. But soon she unobtrusively averted her gaze and then stepped back to the other side of the shelf. She tried to hide behind the shelves, hoping that Wang Dong would not notice her. However, just as she took a half step back, with a pop, something accidentally fell out of her bag. It was a pregnancy test. There were 2 lines on it. Wang Dong's gaze sharpened. In fact, he had noticed Mu Ruoshi long ago. Seeing the pregnancy test fall out of her bag, and the fact that she was looking at mother and child products here, He seemed to have thought of something. Senior Mu, are you pregnant? Muruwashi was shocked and her heart was pounding. Did he see her? A look of panic flashed in her eyes, and she answered non sequitur. Wangdong, why are you here? I've been delivering packages recently. Senior Mu, you dropped something. Wangdong walked back and picked up the pregnancy test on the ground. Muruwashi took it and quickly put it in her bag, blushing the whole time. When did you get pregnant and how long have you been pregnant? Wang Dong's voice rang out again, and Muruwashi's heart was in turmoil. She opened her mouth, but didn't know where to start. She never imagined that in such a big city as Yun City, she would run into Wang Dong again. At that moment, Muruwashi happened to see a pair of new parents pushing a baby stroller while shopping. Looking at their happy faces, Muruwashi flashed a moment of envy. But when she thought about herself, her eyes quickly became gloomy again. She didn't know how to face the man in front of her. The Muruwashi and Wang Dong met at the Mu Chao tea house, not far from the maternity store. They sat facing each other, both with a pensive expression on their faces. Wang Dong got straight to the point. He said, I didn't expect to run into you outside of school. Yes, what a coincidence. So, how long have you been pregnant? The baby won't be mine, will it? Thinking about that encounter, Muruwashi still felt confused for the first time, and Wang Dong subconsciously asked. Muruwashi was at a loss for words. Once again, she was faced with Wang Dong's soul-searching questions, and she fell silent. After a long while, she finally took a breath, as if she had made up her mind. She gave Wang Dong the answer he had been seeking. The baby is yours. Hearing Muruwashi's words, Wang Dong's heart, which had been filled with anxiety, finally relaxed, and joy welled up in his heart. The baby is his. For some reason, Wang Dong instinctively felt happy. Thinking about Muruwashi's actions in the maternity store, Wang Dong tentatively asked, You plan to give birth to the baby, right? Can I take care of the baby in the future? Don't worry, although I just graduated, I will do my best to let you and the baby have a good life. When I was in elementary school, I set up my own stall in the town. I also worked part-time during the summer and winter vacations in junior high and high school, and I worked part-time in college. I have saved all the money I have earned over the years, and now I have about 200,000 yuan in hand. And if I deliver more packages every day in the future, I will definitely be able to save more money. I know that this money may not be enough to raise a child, but I will try my best to give my baby the best. Wang Dong's gaze was firm and sincere, but beneath it was a hint of anxiety. He was afraid that Muruwashi would reject him and not give him the opportunity to take care of the baby. Chapter 2, Cohabitation, I'm the mother of the child. She felt Wang Dong's sincerity. After a while, Muruwashi thought of the happy family of 3 in the maternity store earlier, and she finally spoke. At this time, her face was full of love and tenderness. Her gaze fell on her own belly. Well, I plan to give birth to the baby. Since the baby has chosen me to be his mother, then I will raise him in the future. Then, she said with a pretense of being carefree, nowadays, raising a baby costs a lot of money. You have just graduated and are still struggling in every aspect. Are you sure you want to take on this responsibility? Ding dong, the baby in Muruwashi's belly and the host have been detected to be related by blood, with a DNA matching degree of 99.999%. The perfect daddy system is starting to bind. The system is binding 10%, 90%. System binding successful. Attempting to activate. Activating 1%, 2%, 3%. System activated successfully. Activation successful, host receives a novice gift pack. Muruwashi's voice had barely faded when a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Wang Dong's head. Novice gift pack has been opened, congratulations host on gaining the skill, discerning eye. During pregnancy, the mother needs to pay extra attention to what she eats, wears, lives, and travels. The discerning eye can better protect the expectant mother, so the expectant father needs to pay attention at all times. The better the expectant mother's constitution, the healthier the fetus will be, so the expectant mother needs to have adequate nutrition. Open the new parent gift pack. Congratulations, host, you have received 50,000 yuan in startup funds for nutrition. The source of funds is safe and legal, so please don't worry, host. Wang Dong was stunned by the voice he heard in his head. System, could it be the kind of system in a novel? Is this for real? Wang Dong frowned, full of doubts. Muruwashi noticed the change in his expression and thought that Wang Dong had been shocked by her words. Sure enough, it was just as she had thought. The other party was still a recent college graduate. Mu Ruoshi felt sad. Wang Dong was afraid that Mu Ruoshi would misunderstand him, so he quickly gathered his thoughts. I am determined to take responsibility for taking care of the baby. As his father, if I don't take care of him, who will? Besides, I have liked children since I was young, and I will definitely take good care of the baby in the future. Wang Dong's eyes sparkled when he talked about the baby. It was clear that he genuinely liked the baby. Seeing the young man's true feelings in front of her, Mu Ruoshi didn't know what to do for a moment. Wang Dong's appearance and his promise came as a surprise. She needed time to process it. She felt that it was normal to be surprised, and Wang Dong also needed time to adjust. After all, they suddenly had a baby. And she didn't know the mother to be that well. After a long silence, Mu Ruoshi came to terms with the situation. She hoped to give the baby a chance, and also give herself a chance to get to know Wang Dong and see if he could become a responsible father in the future. Mu Ruoshi is already 2 months pregnant, and her belly will start to show in the next 2 or 3 months. In order to prepare in advance, she went to the maternity store to buy maternity clothes. Unexpectedly, fate is such a wonderful thing. She met Wang Dong before she could buy everything. Wang Dong knew that pregnant women were prone to feeling sleepy and physically exhausted. Seeing that Mu Ruoshi did not reject him, he wanted to take things further and tentatively asked, "Can I move in with you? That way, I can take care of you and the baby in your belly at any time. I will pay the rent for you. It will make me feel more at ease if I can take care of you." Since he had decided to give himself and the baby in his belly a chance. Upon hearing Wang Dong's words, Mu Ruoshi did not act pretentiously. Just as the other person had said. Since she had become pregnant, her mental state had not been as good as before, often dozing off, and sometimes her body would start to feel tired before she had even finished doing something. If this was already the case with just 2, then in the future, as her belly gradually grew larger, her condition would only get worse. "Chang, I live in Yayuju, and there are 3 rooms that are still empty. You can move in whenever you have time. Moving in together should help improve the relationship between the two." "Great, I'll pack up and move in a little later." Wang Dong was overjoyed. He never thought Mu Ruoshi would agree. An hour later, Mu Ruoshi drove Wang Dong and his luggage to Yayuju. The buildings here are large, flat-floored apartments, and the residents are either rich or powerful. Wang Dong has delivered packages here before, and the security guard told him that the prices are shocking. The price of just the bathroom could set an ordinary person back 10 years of hard work. Opening the door, Wang Dong thought as expected, Mu Ruoshi's home is luxuriously decorated and very warm. "No need to change your shoes, I usually live here alone. This is my room, you can choose anyone to stay." After entering the door, Mu Ruoshi's voice like a yellow oriole sounded. "Okay." Wang Dong didn't be pretentious and chose the room next to hers. Perhaps she wasn't used to interacting with boys. After settling Wang Dong, Mu Ruoshi went back to her room to get busy with her work. However, when she walked out of the room again, she heard a beeping sound coming from the kitchen, and there was a busy figure inside. She walked over to take a look. She saw Wang Dong wearing an apron and chopping vegetables. Looking at the ingredients arranged on the stove, all of which were suitable for pregnant women to eat, Mu Ruoshi couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. This man said he would take care of himself, but I didn't expect him to take action so soon. "Ruoshi, why are you here?" Wang Dong, who had just finished chopping vegetables, glanced over and saw a figure standing in the kitchen doorway. Mu Ruoshi was stunned for a moment, then she came back to her senses and said, "I'm done with the cooking, so I came out to see what's going on." "I didn't realize you could cook." Wang Dong smiled and said, "I've been cooking since elementary school, but I don't know if it's to your liking." "Ruoshi, the kitchen is full of cooking fumes, and you're pregnant. Why don't you go wait in the living room for a while? I'll let you know when it's ready." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." In fact, Mu Ruoshi is not the type of person to be fussy. She can still tolerate the kitchen fumes. She just chose to do as Wang Dong said for the sake of the baby in her belly. 20 minutes later, the meal was ready. There was braised eggplant, stir-fried broccoli and shredded chicken, sweet soup with red dates and longan, and stewed lotus root with spare ribs. Mu Ruoshi was surprised by the aroma that filled the living room. She had no idea that Wang Dong was such a good cook. He served the rice and set the bowl and chopsticks down for Mu Ruoshi. Wang Dong smiled and asked, "Does it taste good?" Mu Ruoshi nodded slightly. She couldn't help but narrow her eyes when she tasted the stewed lotus root with pork ribs. It really was delicious. It's delicious, Wang Dong. I didn't realize you could cook. I'm glad you like it, Wang Dong said, quietly relieved. He had been worried that Mu Ruoshi wouldn't like the food he had cooked. After all, the other person is the company president, not short of money, and must normally eat big fish and big meat. What if you eat too much good food and can't get used to your own cooking? Fortunately, it was just a worry on my part. Mu Ruoshi likes it. Chapter 3 Massage. The focused man is so handsome. The two ate and chatted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Wang Dong, why don't you go work for my company? I'll arrange something easy for you. Mu Ruoshi suddenly spoke. She had selfish motives. Firstly, she wanted to see Wang Dong at any time. Secondly, she felt that Wang Dong was now delivering packages, which was hard work in the wind and sun, not to mention dangerous. It was not a long-term solution. If something happened to him in the middle of the day, what would she and the baby do? Okay, I'll think about it. Wang Dong did not rush to agree or refuse. Although going to Mu Ruoshi's company could help her and reduce her workload. As a man, he should have his own job. He should shoulder the responsibility of supporting the family. Now that he has the system, he believes he can start a business. He can give Mu Ruoshi and the child a better future. He doesn't want to be a man who relies on his wife. Seeing that Wang Dong said so, Mu Ruoshi didn't insist. After all, relationships require mutual understanding. At this time, the system's voice came to Wang Dong's mind. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task of cooking for the pregnant mother for the first time, and have obtained the kitchen master skill, as well as a bonus of 8,000 yuan. Wang Dong, who was eating, was taken aback, and hurriedly pulled out his phone. Sure enough, 8,000 yuan had been credited to his account. What is the kitchen master skill? Wang Dong thought to himself, and the next second he heard the voice of the system again. The system replied, obtaining the kitchen master skill can promote you to the status of kitchen god, and whatever you cook will be delicious. Wow! This system is really amazing. With this skill, he can cook delicious food for Mu Ruoshi every day in different ways. It's no problem to take care of the baby. After dinner, the two went to the mall and bought some groceries. Wang Dong pushed the cart, which was stuffed full. Mu Ruoshi took Wang Dong's arm, and the two stood together, looking like a perfect match, attracting the attention of passers-by. That boy is so handsome. The girl next to him is also very beautiful. They're so well matched. Oh. Which direction should I kneel to find a boyfriend like that? Mu Ruoshi couldn't help feeling shy as she listened to the comments of the crowd. On the way home, Wang Dong drove very slowly, and Mu Ruoshi, who was sitting in the back seat, was drowsy. It wasn't until the car had come to a stop that she slowly opened her eyes. Usually she would never fall asleep in the car. On the one hand, she was afraid of the bed, and on the other hand, her subconscious felt that the car was not safe. But today she actually fell asleep. Could it be because Wang Dong was by her side? Mu Ruoshi looked up at Wang Dong, and suddenly frowned, as if she was in great pain. Seeing this, Wang Dong got out of the driver's seat and opened the back door, asking with concern, Ruoshi, what's wrong? I have a leg cramp. Mu Ruoshi rubbed her calf lightly and took a deep breath, as if she had recovered. Don't worry, you're fine now. But how could Wang Dong not worry? This was the mother of his child. He saw his large hands cover Mu Ruoshi's slender hands, and he gently massaged her calf that had a cramp. The two were very close to each other, and they could even hear each other's heartbeat. Moreover, the warmth of his palms stroked her skin. And Mu Ruoshi blushed and hurriedly looked away. She had wanted to refuse. But after all, Wang Dong was the father of her child and her future husband, so she acquiesced. Wang Dong was not much better, his face flushing from ear to ear. After rubbing for a while, Mu Ruoshi stammered, "No, it doesn't hurt anymore." Wang Dong then let go of her hand, but before Mu Ruoshi could catch her breath, she was suddenly lifted up. Wang Dong, what are you doing? Although Mu Ruoshi looked very panicked, a look of joy could be seen in her eyes. She gave Wang Dong's chest a couple of symbolic slaps. I'm not at ease with you walking back by yourself. Wang Dong hugged her and walked straight to the elevator. I haven't picked up anything yet. I'll come back down to get it later. When they got home, Wang Dong put Mu Ruoshi on the sofa and got slippers from the shoe cabinet, squatting down to change them for her. Mu Ruoshi felt a little embarrassed and said, Wang Dong, thank you for your trouble. There's no need to mention trouble between us. Wang Dong shook his head and smiled, naturally putting Mu Ruoshi's legs on his own and continuing to gently rub the cramped area. Muruashi's legs were perfect, long and straight, with skin as smooth and white as condensed milk. His hand only had to touch her lightly to leave a red mark. He had also had cramps before and knew how uncomfortable they were, not to mention the fact that Muruashi was pregnant. Wang Dong's massage techniques and the right amount of pressure were spot on. The pain from the cramps and the numbness in her legs from sitting too close to someone else in the car were slowly disappearing. It was even better than a professional massage. They say that a serious man is the most handsome, and at this moment, Muruashi looked at Wang Dong's focused profile. Her heart was pounding. After massaging for nearly half an hour, Wang Dong asked Muruashi if she was feeling better. Muruashi nodded with a blush, saying that the pain had gone. Wang Dong massaged for a while longer before putting Muruashi's legs back on the sofa. Because of the sweating, Wang Dong told her to rest well or take a shower, and he went back to the garage to get something. He had bought too much, and Wang Dong had to carry it back and forth twice before he finished. He was exhausted and panting, and his body was covered in sweat. At this time, Muruashi happened to come out of the shower. Seeing Wang Dong sweating profusely, she quickly brought a towel over to wipe his sweat. Ruoshi, thank you. Wang Dong was both moved and happy, feeling that his relationship with Muruashi had become closer. We don't need to say thank you. Muruashi carefully wiped the sweat off Wang Dong, but her hair was still damp, and water droplets dripped from her collarbone to her chest, wetting her clothes and making them appear translucent, which made one think of many things. For a moment, Wang Dong was so mesmerized that he couldn't take his eyes off her. Muruashi couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth when she saw Wang Dong's expression. She had inherited her mother's fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs, and since she was young, she had received countless love letters. He fell in love with her at first sight. Therefore, she is very confident in her appearance. After wiping the sweat off, Muruashi withdrew her hand and urged him, "You should go take a shower too. I'm in no hurry, but if you don't blow dry your hair, you'll catch a cold easily." Wang Dong helped Muruashi sit back on the sofa, while he went to the bathroom to get the hairdryer. He thought, Muruashi's hair is very long, it's not easy to dry, and if she blows it dry herself, it will be very hard work. And I'm a man, living a rough life, it doesn't matter if I wash it early or late. Wang Dong took the hairdryer out of the bathroom, adjusted it, and began to help Muruashi blow dry her hair. It was the first time he had helped someone blow dry their hair, so he was very rusty and had to be very careful, for fear of burning Muruashi. But fortunately, he was naturally a fast learner, and he got the hang of it in just a few minutes. Chapter 4, This guy is so handsome, he can't be the CEO's boyfriend, can he? Muruashi had very long hair. Wang Dong patiently parted each damp strand of hair and blow-dried it strand by strand. The black, fine hair brushed against his cheeks, revealing Muruashi's delicate profile. The faint scent of shampoo lingered on Wang Dong's nose, and his heart pounded uncontrollably. Half an hour later, Muruashi's hair had gone from damp to light and airy. Her long hair reached her waist, and her waist was very thin, just the size of one hand. Go take a shower. Muruashi took the hairdryer from Wang Dong's hands. Okay. Wang Dong walked straight towards the bathroom. 10 minutes later, he came out of the bathroom shirtless. He was 187 centimeters tall, broad-shouldered, thick-backed, with strong muscles and 8-pack abs. His arms were covered with bulging muscles, exuding masculinity. Together with his handsome face and high nose, he was even more attractive than any movie star. He is literally walking hormones. Muruashi happened to be carrying milk from the kitchen at this time, and the two men's eyes met for some inexplicable reason. Her face immediately turned red. She knew that Wang Dong had a good figure, but she didn't expect it to be so good. Wang Dong glanced down at himself before remembering that this was not his home. He quickly apologized to Muruashi, saying, "I'm sorry, I'm used to doing this at home." "It's okay, I forgot to get you some pajamas." Muruashi swallowed, reluctantly averted her gaze, and went into the bedroom to get a set of pajamas for Wang Dong. "The newly bought pajamas haven't been washed yet, you can wear these first, they're new and haven't been worn." Wang Dong took the pajamas and originally wanted to say it didn't matter if they had been worn. But he was thin-skinned and couldn't bring himself to say it. A few minutes later, Wang Dong came out of the bathroom, the 187 muscle man wearing pink Hello Kitty pajamas. This immediately made Muruashi laugh. Seeing Muruashi laugh, Wang Dong inexplicably laughed along. Although he resisted wearing such cute pajamas, there was no way. Who let Muruashi just like pink? The guest room is right next to the master bedroom. In the evening, Wang Dong lay in bed, recalling the scenes of the day in his heart. Having Mu Ruoxi in his life seemed to be more fulfilling and happier. Now that they are already so happy, when their baby is born in the future, then he will be the happiest man in the world. He must work hard to earn money so that his wife does not have to work so hard. In the master bedroom, Mu Ruoxi was also reminiscing about what had happened today. She stroked her stomach and muttered to herself, "Baby, do you think your father will be a good father in the future?" Mu Ruoxi's eyes flashed with happiness as she looked forward to the future life of her family. Due to her pregnancy and increased drowsiness, Mu Ruoxi fell asleep as she thought. On the contrary, Wang Dong was so nervous about the sudden appearance of the baby that he couldn't sleep all night. The next day, when Wang Dong woke up, he could no longer see Mu Ruoxi in the house. No surprise. Mu Ruoxi is the president of the Mu Group and a workaholic. She would already be in a meeting at the company by now. Wang Dong wandered alone in the large house, and a light fragrance drifted from every corner of the house. He couldn't tell what the smell was, but it was very nice. Wang Dong remembered that Mu Ruoxi also had this smell. Smelling it was like Mu Ruoxi was right next to him. Wang Dong unpacked and arranged all the groceries he bought yesterday. Before he knew it, it was noon. Wang Dong hurriedly called Mu Ruoxi. He asked her what she wanted to eat and said he would deliver it to her. Mu Ruoxi seemed busy on the other end of the phone, but she still found time to gently tell Wang Dong, "You don't need to go to all this trouble. I'll just ask my secretary to order takeaway. You're pregnant and working so hard." Wang Dong felt very distressed. "It's no trouble. After I deliver your food, I'll go and deliver the courier. Besides, the food from outside is not very hygienic, so it's not good for you or the baby." Mu Ruoxi nodded after hearing this, thinking it made sense. "Thank you for your trouble. I want braised pork ribs and pan-fried eggplant slices." "Okay, I'll deliver it to you as soon as I've made it." Hang up the phone. Wang Dong goes out to buy groceries. Mu Ruoxi's home is in an upscale neighborhood, with all the amenities nearby. Wang Dong quickly buys all the ingredients he needs and enters the kitchen with the ingredients in a hurry, with the help of his kitchen master skills. In less than half an hour, 2 exquisite and aromatic dishes are perfectly cooked. Wang Dong takes out an insulated box from the cupboard, arranges the dishes, and then drives straight to Mu Ruoxi's company. His home was not far from the company, just a 10-minute drive. He arrived at the company building. Wang Dong called Mu Ruoxi. But she was still busy, this time in a meeting. As soon as she heard that Wang Dong was there, Mu Ruoxi hurriedly asked her secretary to come down and pick him up. Her gentle appearance took everyone by surprise. Normally, Mu Ruoxi was very serious at work, and a single glance from her eyes could scare people to death. Even her secretary, who had been with her for many years, had rarely seen her smile. Moreover, Mu Ruoxi had a habit of never answering the phone at work. But today, not only did she answer the phone, she also smiled so gently. Everyone couldn't help but be curious. Who was the person on the other end of the phone, and why was she so charming? Downstairs, as soon as Wang Dong stepped through the company gate, he was stopped by the receptionist, who wouldn't let him near the elevator. The employees in the company turned to look. It wasn't because Wang Dong was being stopped, but because he is handsome. Everyone speculated which male celebrity he was. But this idea was quickly disproved because the clothes Wang Dong was wearing looked very cheap, like they came from a street stall. The receptionist looked up and down at Wang Dong. Seeing that he was dressed in ordinary clothes and carrying takeaway food, she thought he was a delivery person. "Hello sir, the company rules state that takeaway food cannot be taken upstairs, it can only be left at the reception." Hearing the receptionist's words, Wang Dong was momentarily stunned. So this is what he thought, that I was a delivery person. I'm not here to deliver takeout. I'm here to deliver food to a friend. Someone will come down to meet me later. Hearing that he was delivering food to a friend, the receptionist was momentarily confused, thinking that he was delivering food to a colleague. She then apologized, saying, "Sir, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you." "It's fine." Wang Dong didn't pay any attention to what the receptionist said. His eyes kept scanning the interior, and he was thinking that the food should be eaten while it was still hot, because if it was a minute later, it would be less delicious. After a while, a woman in a uniform and dressed like a secretary hurried out of the elevator. "Hello, are you Mr. Wang Dong?" Wang Dong nodded. "Are you Ruoxi's secretary?" The secretary nodded repeatedly. My surname is Lee, sir, you can call me Secretary Lee. President Mu is still in a meeting. Mr. Wang, please follow me. The two entered the elevator reserved for the president, one in front of the other. The receptionist was stunned, and it was only in a daze that she came back to her senses. Could this handsome guy be President Mu's boyfriend? But she had never heard that the president had a boyfriend. She was inevitably very frightened, but fortunately she had just quickly apologized. This Mr. Wang looks gentle and refined, and he is very handsome. She shouldn't be blamed for this. Chapter 5, she cried and discovered a big secret. The elevator went straight up, and although the secretary didn't look at Wang Dong directly, she kept scanning him with the corner of her eye. She was very puzzled. She had been Mu Ruoshi's secretary for so many years, and she didn't even have a single friend of the opposite sex, let alone a boyfriend. It wasn't that she didn't have any interest, because those rich guys often sent flowers to the company to express their feelings for Mu Ruoshi. But Mu Ruoshi never accepted them, and she even flew into a rage, ordering the security guards to kick them out of the company. Because they all had ulterior motives. It was better to say that they liked the Mu group than Mu Ruoshi. This man in front of her was even more handsome than the stars on TV, and he even personally delivered Mu Ruoshi's meals. He was really different from those idle young men. And judging from the happy look on Mu Ruoshi's face when she just answered the phone, she must be very satisfied with Wang Dong. The secretary suddenly dared not underestimate Wang Dong, and looked at him with respect. Soon, the secretary led Wang Dong through various offices and conference rooms, and finally stopped in front of the door of the largest, very luxuriously decorated office. The secretary knocked on the door a few times. A familiar voice came from inside. Come in. Opening the office door, the secretary held it open and said to Mu Ruoshi, President Mu, Mr. Wang is here. Then Wang Dong, who was very respectful, said, Mr. Wang, please come in. Hearing that it was Wang Dong, Mu Ruoshi suddenly looked up from her computer desk with a very happy expression. Wang Dong, you're here. Well, aren't you done yet? Wang Dong placed the food on the small table next to the computer desk. Then he walked over to the computer desk and looked at Mu Ruoshi with gentle eyes. I'm done. Mu Ruoshi got up from her seat, and Wang Dong naturally lifted his hand to help her. The two got along very naturally, as if they had been married for many years. The secretary on the side had her eyes wide open, bigger than a copper bell. She couldn't believe that the scene before her was actually happening. She was even more convinced that Wang Dong was the future master of the Mu group. After Mu Ruoshi sat down on the sofa, Wang Dong opened the thermos, which contained exquisitely arranged meals. Suddenly, the office was filled with the enticing aroma of food. Seeing the food, Mu Ruoshi couldn't help but swallow. Wow, it looks so delicious. In the morning, because of morning sickness, she always felt nauseous when she looked at breakfast, so she only drank a few sips of water. She was really hungry now. Wang Dong picked up a piece of spare ribs for Mu Ruoshi and looked at her expectantly, tasting it and seeing if she liked it. Mu Ruoshi picked up the spare ribs and took a bite, the soft and tender texture melting in her mouth. It was delicious, the best spare ribs she had ever eaten. It was obvious that Mu Ruoshi wasn't lying, because she had already finished the first piece of spare ribs. She reached out again to pick up the second piece. I'm glad you like it. Wang Dong quickly picked up a few more pieces for Mu Ruoshi and served her a bowl of vegetable soup. Although Mu Ruoshi didn't mention wanting any soup, he still cooked an extra bowl of vegetable soup, thinking about a balanced diet. Li Shuimu witnessed the two getting along. She had joined the Mu group after graduating and was later cultivated by Mu Zong, becoming her full-time assistant. It can be said that her achievements today are all due to the promotion of General Mu. She hopes more than anyone else that General Mu will find her own happiness. Wang Dong is indeed different from other playboys. She can tell that Wang Dong likes General Mu for who she is, not for her money. She believes that Wang Dong will definitely be able to bring General Mu happiness. Seeing the two get along so well, Secretary Li consciously withdrew from the office so as not to spoil General Mu's good things. In the office, Mu Ruoshi said while eating, let's buy another apartment, the one we live in now is a bit small, I'm afraid it won't be enough when the baby is born. The reason for this suggestion is not that the house is really small. But Mu Ruoshi considered that men have a strong sense of pride. Although Wang Dong didn't say it, he would definitely feel uncomfortable living in the house she bought. The two of them pooling money together to buy a new house takes care of Wang Dong's pride, and in the future they can use this as an excuse to convince her parents. Wang Dong was taken aback, and knew that Mu Ruoshi was thinking of her. A warm feeling arose in his heart. There's no rush, we still have a long time before we have children. He is not yet able to buy a house, he has to wait. A man of 7 feet, he still has to pool money with his wife to buy a house. This makes people laugh. But on second thought, Wang Dong suddenly had a problem. How can he earn the money to buy a house? At that moment, the system suddenly spoke. Congratulations, host, for using the kitchen master skill to cook a meal that received high praise. You have been rewarded with a luxury home fragment. Collect all 5 fragments to unlock a luxury home worth 50 million. Wang Dong's heart leapt. The system is awesome. This luxury home fragment is just what he needs. Now he won't have to worry about being unable to afford a house. Mu Ruoshi thought for a moment. Her child was only a few months old. And it is not advisable to do strenuous exercise in the early stages of pregnancy. It is not too late to consider buying a house and moving after the fetus has stabilized in a few months. After lunch, Wang Dong was afraid of delaying Mu Ruoshi's work, so he told her not to overwork. He asked what she wanted for dinner and left the company to deliver the package. Mu Ruoshi didn't get home until 7 p.m. However, she returned home with Mu Ruoshi's secretary, Li Zi. She came to pick up some documents. Seeing Wang Dong in the house, Li Zi was stunned. She had thought that Mu Ruoshi and Wang Dong were just lovers. She never imagined that they had already moved in together. This was a big secret, and Mu Ruoshi trusted her so much that she had brought her back here. Li Zi vowed secretly that she would never tell a soul. They were back. Wang Dong naturally took Mu Ruoshi's slender, white hand, looked at secretary Li, and nodded at her as a greeting. Mu Ruoshi explained that Li Zi had come to pick up some documents. Li Zi took the documents and was about to leave. Wang Dong looked outside and saw that it had already become dark. He suggested that Secretary Li stay for dinner before leaving. Li Zi's heart skipped a beat and she quickly waved her hand to refuse. What was she, after all, that she could have dinner with the general manager and her boyfriend? Mu Ruoshi naturally knew Li Zi's concerns and said with a smile, Li Zi, stay and have dinner with us. This is good. Seeing Mu Ruoshi say so, Li Zi had no choice but to agree to stay for dinner. You guys chat, I'll go to the kitchen to cook. Wang Dong poured a glass of water for Li Zi and a glass of milk for Mu Ruoshi, and then went to the kitchen to get busy. After a while, the sound of chopping vegetables could be heard in the kitchen. Mu Ruoshi had always been curious about how Wang Dong made such delicious food, so she walked over. She was shocked when she saw him. Wang Dong was concentrating intently, his long fingers holding the knife handle tightly as he sliced the carrots quickly. The sound of the knife cutting the vegetables was rhythmic and melodious. The carrots were instantly transformed into even thick shreds. The whole process was like magic. Mu Ruoshi was dumbfounded. On the counter next to Wang Dong were the neatly arranged prepared ingredients. Chapter 6, Amazing Reward, I have a room. Wang Dong chopped the vegetables quickly, and in no time at all the ingredients he needed were ready. Then he set the pot on the stove and added oil to the vegetables. And the flames shot up into the air. But Wang Dong was not afraid at all. And while stirring the pot, he used a spatula to quickly stir-fry the vegetables. And then added salt, monosodium glutamate, soy sauce, and spices. The mixture of spices and meat seemed to be playing a wonderful symphony in the pot. The whole process was like flowing water. And it immediately captivated the attention of the 2 people watching. When a plate of steaming food came out of the wok, Wang Dong realized that someone was behind him. He turned around and saw the 4 pairs of eyes staring at him. Why did you come over here? Wang Dong put down the food in his hands and walked over to Mu Ruoshi. Mu Ruoshi swallowed hard and said, You turned the wok over like magic with such a big fire. How did you do it? You get used to it after doing it a lot. Wang Dong smiled slightly. He was already a very good cook, and now with the kitchen master skill. No matter how difficult the dish is, it's a piece of cake for him. The kitchen is full of cooking fumes, so you guys go sit in the living room for a while. Mu Ruoshi shook her head, thinking that it was more interesting to watch him cook in the kitchen. Wang Dong's radiant appearance while cooking made Mu Ruoshi's heart beat rapidly. Be good, listen to me. Wang Dong took Mu Ruoshi's hand and sent her back to the living room. The kitchen is full of cooking fumes, so it's not suitable for girls. Not to mention that Mu Ruoshi is pregnant. Li Zi couldn't help but smile as she saw the 2 of them being so sweet, and followed behind them in silence. Unable to persuade Wang Dong, Mu Ruoshi had no choice but to obediently wait in the living room. Wang Dong cooked quickly, and in less than half an hour, he had prepared 4 dishes and a soup. The 3 of them sat at the table, and Wang Dong served Mu Ruoshi's soup and picked up the meat for her, being extremely attentive. Mu Ruoshi tasted a bite of the chicken, and the soft, tender and smooth texture was irresistible. This chicken is even tastier than the last one. Mu Ruoshi's eyes sparkled, like those of a teenage girl. She was full of praise. She ate several pieces in a row, and kept on picking up more, she just couldn't stop. If it's delicious, eat more. Wang Dong was very happy, the skills rewarded by the system were amazing. Li Zi was just a subordinate, and no matter how delicious it was, she wouldn't comment too much. But time and time again, she kept on picking up more food, which betrayed her. In the end, she couldn't help but speak up and sincerely praise him, saying, "This is the first time I've tasted such delicious food. You are truly blessed, Mu Zong." The 3 of them were very full and satisfied after this dinner. Li Zi went home with her pants tightened and a round tummy. At this time, the voice of the system rang in Wang Dong's head again. "Congratulations, host, you have completely conquered Mu Ruoshi's stomach and earned a 4-bedroom villa in the quiet villa. Please select a time to collect it." Good grief! He was already shocked by the villa fragments he was awarded before, and now he's even been given a house. He's delivered packages at the quiet villa before. The houses there aren't as expensive as those here, but they're not cheap either, and the environment is very nice, with all the amenities nearby. It's no problem to stay there for a while. In the future, when he's able to exchange all the villa fragments, he can live in the big villa with Mu Ruoshi and the kids. He's afraid that there will be more problems if he waits any longer. Wang Dong chooses the next day as the time to collect his prize. The next day, Wang Dong was still asleep when a strange phone call suddenly came in. "Hello, is this Mr. Wang Dong?" Wang Dong yawned sleepily. "Yes, who is this?" "This is the property manager of Qingyu Villa, my surname is Xia, you can call me Manager Xia. The house you purchased in Qingyu Villa is ready for delivery today, so please let me know what time is convenient for you to come over and collect the keys." Wang Dong suddenly felt wide awake. He tossed and turned in bed, then got up and said, "I'll be there in a minute." After washing up, Wang Dong immediately drove to the Qingyu Villa. Following the directions, he quickly found the Qingyu Property Center. Before Wang Dong could say anything, the woman at the reception desk snorted. "The delivery man can't go upstairs, just put it on the shelf." Wang Dong was taken aback. In the past, when the delivery man came here, the receptionist knew him. But the woman in front of him was a stranger, so he guessed she must be new. So he explained, "I'm not here to deliver a package today." "If you're not delivering a package, are you here to buy a house?" The woman gave him a quick glance up and down. Although the man in front of her could make a knockoff look like a luxury item, the clothes were still knockoffs. No matter how good looking he was still a penniless loser. Having been through it all, she was no longer a young girl of 16 or 17. Her looks were useless to her here. Nowadays, she just wanted to find a rich man. Then she could live a carefree life for the rest of her life. The houses in Qingyu Villa are so expensive that he, a stinky delivery man, can't afford to buy one. Seeing the disdainful look from the receptionist, Wang Dong suddenly understood. She is looking down on him. Seeing that Wang Dong is not leaving, the woman became angry and hurriedly left, not wanting to keep the customer from buying a house. The boss of the People's Congress chooses a house based on the environment and whether the staff is complicated. Who wants to buy a house when they come in and see a poor guy just hanging around the lobby? At this time, a woman in a suit and glasses rushed out of the elevator. "You must be Mr. Wang, right? I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Xianan nodded to Wang Dong, bowing low, leaving the receptionist looking dumbfounded. Qingyu Villa is different from an ordinary residential area in that it is built near a 5A scenic spot. It has mid to high-end houses, and the managers in charge of the houses are also different. Manager Xia is the only manager in charge of high-end houses. How could a delivery person afford a high-end house in Qingyu Villa? Impossible. The day before, she interrupted Wang Dong's words. "Manager Xia, you may have the wrong person. He is just a delivery person." Manager Xia ignored the receptionist and greeted Wang Dong with a smile. "Mr. Wang, please come with me this way." At this time, she had the last high-end house in her hands. She had seen the buyer's information many times, and the photo on Wang Dong's ID card looked exactly like him. There was no way she could be mistaken. Besides, who said a delivery person couldn't afford a house? Sometimes the delivery person's salary was higher than hers in a day. Wang Dong ignored the receptionist and followed Xia Yinan. At this point, the receptionist had to accept it. Wang Dong was the buyer of the high-end community. She immediately regretted it. She felt like she had missed out on a second-generation master who liked to keep a low profile. And this second-generation master was also so handsome. He's good-looking and rich. Isn't this the perfect husband she's always dreamed of? The receptionist quickly took out a mirror to fix her appearance and try to salvage Wang Dong's impression of her. Wait, she must seize this opportunity. Win Wang Dong. Chapter 7, huh? The CEO's mother is here? This is sudden. The other side. Xia Yinan introduced the quiet villa along the way, praising it to the skies. Wang Dong was also very happy to hear it. Previously, when he delivered the parcel, he only went to mid-range houses. He didn't know that there were even high-end residences inside. And the system rewarded him with precisely a high-end residential community. The two quickly arrived at the unit building in the high-end residential area. 601, 6th floor. One elevator, one household. After taking a closer look, he noticed that the interior was decorated in the most popular modern minimalist style. It looked particularly luxurious and grand. There were 4 bedrooms and 1 living room, with a master bedroom, a study, and even a children's room ready to go. Overall, Wang Dong was particularly satisfied with the house. Seeing Wang Dong's satisfaction, Xia Yinan's taut heart relaxed. The two immediately returned to the office to sign the contract. The whole process only took 3 hours, and Xia Yinan beamed from the time she saw Wang Dong off downstairs. High-end housing has high profit margins, and Wang Dong's commission for this house was higher than her salary. Mr. Wang, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. Okay. Wang Dong was still in a daze as he held the house keys. Ordinary people struggle their whole lives and still can't own a home of their own. If you want to establish yourself in a big city, you can only rely on your parents' savings from most of their lives. But even if you empty your family's savings, you can only barely pay the down payment. The rest depends on you working hard year after year like an ox or a horse. And now he has just graduated and bought a home of his own with full payment. Although the area of this house is not as large as a villa, it is enough for him to live with Mu Ruoxi and the baby in the future. Wang Dong planned to wait until Mu Ruoxi came home from work to surprise her. However, as soon as Wang Dong got out of the elevator, a figure appeared in front of him. The receptionist had exquisite makeup on and was winking at him. "Young man, I was rude just now and misunderstood you. Can I make it up to you by treating you to dinner?" "No thanks, my wife is waiting for me at home." Wang Dong took a few steps back. He didn't like the strong perfume. It's so overpowering. As soon as he heard about the wife, the receptionist's face fell. She wanted to say something, but Wang Dong had already walked away. Next to her, Xia Yinan surveyed the receptionist. She shook her head. She thought to herself, with this kind of performance from the receptionist and the other person's character, I'm afraid it's not suitable to continue working at the company, even if she is a relative introduced by a leader. As she walked back to the elevator, she sent a message to the HR department. Because there was little company business, Mu Ruoxi went home early from work. She had just returned when Wang Dong also arrived home. Wang Dong found an opportunity to say to Mu Ruoxi, "Ruoxi, I want to tell you something." Seeing Wang Dong's serious expression, Mu Ruoxi's hands unconsciously clenched, not knowing what he was going to say. What would he say to her? Would it be good or bad news? Just as she was pondering, Wang Dong made a surprising announcement. "I bought a house, in the quiet villa." Mu Ruoxi was stunned for a while. She had recently looked at some houses and learned about the quiet villa. The environment and everything else was quite good. But the house price is not cheap. The down payment alone is hundreds of thousands of yuan. How can Wang Dong, a recent college graduate, have so much money? He can afford to buy a house in the quiet villa. Could it be that he asked his family for money? We still have a house to live in, so we don't need to ask our family for money to buy a house. Like I suggested before, let's buy a house together, and I'll chip in too, but you are talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is not a small sum for an ordinary family. I didn't ask my family for any money, this is my own money, I won the lottery, 5 million. Wang Dong held up 5 fingers, full of pride. Mu Ruoshi was surprised. During lunch, she had heard the staff talking about it. They said that a college student had won the lottery for 5 million. But she never imagined that this 1 in a billion probability would fall on Wang Dong. This man is so lucky. 5 million is no small sum. Ordinary people who get this kind of wealth would definitely hide it and spend it on themselves. But Wang Dong told her without a shred of hesitation. This means he trusts her. Mu Ruoshi's heart warmed at the thought. Ruoshi, are you free tomorrow? I'll show you the new house. Mu Ruoshi nodded and said she was free. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Mu Ruoshi had always lived alone, and normally no one would come looking for her. It was even less likely that someone would be looking for Wang Dong. Because no one who knew Wang Dong would know that he was living here. With doubts, Wang Dong got up and went to open the door. Outside the door stood an elegant, dignified woman dressed in fashionable clothes. The moment the woman saw Wang Dong, she froze. Oh my God! What a handsome man! This face is even better looking than my husband's when he was younger. The woman was so absorbed in Wang Dong's appearance that she forgot the purpose of her visit for a moment. Wang Dong was used to being handsome, and he was often the center of attention. He looked at the woman in front of him with a puzzled expression. Hello, who are you looking for? Hearing Wang Dong's voice, the woman came back to her senses. She coughed a few times and suddenly became serious. Who are you? Where is my daughter? Without waiting for Wang Dong to speak, the woman already entered the house. Mu Ruoshi immediately got up from her seat upon seeing the woman, looking terrified. Mom, why are you here? Wang Dong, who had followed her in, heard Mu Ruoshi call the woman mom. His heart suddenly sank. He had just felt that the woman's eyebrows and eyes looked a bit similar to Mu Ruoshi's. But he hadn't thought in that direction. He was totally unprepared for this sudden meeting with the parents. In the living room at the moment, the woman sat imperiously on the sofa, with Mu Ruoshi sitting beside her. Wang Dong sat alone on the sofa opposite. The atmosphere was low-key and serious. Mom, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Wang Dong. Wang Dong had been nervous just now, but now that they were sitting face to face, he miraculously relaxed. He greeted the woman calmly and politely. Hello, Auntie. My name is Wang Dong. Mu Ruoshi's mother, Shangwan Wanqing, came from a wealthy family. She was an only child and started her own company when she was 17. The company went public successfully in just 5 years, and she later took over the family business and put it in order. Nowadays, she is a rich wife with hundreds of millions of assets. Because she has been in high positions for many years, she always carries an invisible sense of oppression and majesty. Over the years of doing business, she has traveled all over the country and met many young talents and aristocratic children. When they meet her, they are more or less afraid of her. However, in the face of the questions asked by Shangwan Wanqing about her daughter, Wang Dong answered each question. Throughout the entire process, Wang Dong did not appear to be nervous or stammer, and the questions he answered were clearly well thought out. Although she did not say so, Shangwan Wanqing was quite satisfied with Wang Dong. Her daughter was so outstanding. Only a better man could match her. As for whether the family background was strong or not, that was not important. In her opinion, having a good character was the key. Judging from the current situation, Wang Dong was qualified. Chapter 8. Is my daughter pregnant? Tell me. It was evening. Wang Dong went to the kitchen to cook. Shangwan Wanqing was satisfied, but she didn't expect this man to be able to cook. Her daughter had told her that he had bought the house in Qingyu Villa with his own money, and that he was so young and had such financial strength. She thought that Wang Dong should be a rich second generation. Such rich young people, not to mention being able to cook, would not even be able to turn on the gas at home. Therefore, she didn't quite believe that Wang Dong could cook. But she was very happy that the young man was so filial. Seeing that her mother didn't believe him, Mu Ruoshi subconsciously defended Wang Dong and spoke up for him. Mom, Wang Dong cooks really well. Let's see for yourself, Mom, how delicious it is that it can make my daughter praise him so much. By the way, what does Wang Dong do for a living? Mu Ruoshi did not hide anything. He just graduated this year and is now delivering packages. Shangwan Wanqing frowned. She never imagined that Wang Dong was actually a package delivery person. How can a package delivery person afford to buy a house in Qingyu Villa? It's still a high-end residence. Mom, Wang Dong just graduated, and delivering packages is just a transitional period. We have to believe in him. Although Shangguan Wanqing did not refute, her expression became serious. How did you two meet? Upon hearing this, Mu Ruoxi's brows tightened. And told a half-true, half-false story about how she and Wang Dong had met. More than 2 months ago, there was an accident at my company, and it was quite annoying. I went to a bar and had a drink, but I got drunk and went to the wrong room. Wang Dong is a very nice person. Not only did he not do anything inappropriate, he even took care of me all night. After listening to Mu Ruoxi's words, Shangguan Wanqing was furious. Mom has told you many times not to go to the bar alone to drink. The bar is full of all kinds of people. Fortunately, you met Wang Dong. If you meet someone with bad intentions, your life will be ruined. Just think about it and you'll be scared. She is Mu Ruoxi's only daughter. If something happens to her... After learning this, Shangguan Wanqing's impression of Wang Dong improved a little. The two were not speaking loudly, but the living room was connected to the kitchen, and what they said was still clearly heard by Wang Dong, who was busy in the kitchen. Knowing that Mu Ruoxi was defending her, Wang Dong felt warm. He saw many people online saying that they went to their girlfriend's house to propose marriage. His girlfriend did not stand by his side, but instead helped her parents to scold him for his faults, just to get more bride price. Wang Dong felt lucky. From time to time, the sound of cooking could be heard in the kitchen, and the enticing aroma gradually filled the living room. Just the smell made people drool. Shangguan Wanqing was surprised that this man could actually cook. Soon, Wang Dong served a tempting dish after dish to the table. Auntie, Ruoxi is eating. Okay. Mu Ruoxi got up and invited her mother to go to the kitchen together. The three of them sat around the table. Wang Dong skillfully served Mu Ruoxi with food and soup, and reminded her to eat more vegetables so that she could have a balanced diet. Shangguan Wanqing saw all this with her own eyes. Mu Ruoxi had never liked vegetables since she was a child, but now Wang Dong could persuade her to eat them. That was really not easy. Watching the two interact, she suddenly felt that her daughter had grown up. In the blink of an eye, she was almost old enough to get married. Wang Dong used the serving chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat and offer it to Shangguan Wanqing, saying, "Auntie, try it. See if it's to your liking." "Thank you." Shangguan Wanqing collected her emotions, picked up the meat with the chopsticks and tasted it. The sweet and tender braised pork was not too fatty. A flash of amazement crossed her eyes. This was even tastier than food prepared by a 5-star chef. Over the years, she had traveled to many places at home and abroad and tasted a lot of food, but this was the first time she had eaten such delicious food. Shangguan Wanqing was secretly astonished, but kept her composure. "Wang Dong, you cook well. I'm glad you like it, Auntie. I was worried that it wasn't to your liking." Wang Dong was also very happy to receive Shangguan Wanqing's affirmation. He was measured and knew how to cook, and he was not intimidated by her imposing presence. The more Shangguan Wanqing looked at Wang Dong, the more satisfied she became. Suddenly, Mu Ruoxi retched a few times, covering her mouth and running to the toilet. Wang Dong immediately took out some paper towels and nervously followed her. In the bathroom, Mu Ruoxi vomited while holding onto the toilet bowl, spitting out all the dinner she had just eaten. There was nothing else he could do, so Wang Dong could only pat Mu Ruoxi's back to make her feel better. After vomiting for a while, Mu Ruoxi straightened up, her whole face pale. Wang Dong ignored the mess and used a tissue to wipe the drool from the corner of her mouth. He looked distressed. "Feeling better?" "Much." Mu Ruoxi's eyes were teary from vomiting, and she looked very cute. Once Mu Ruoxi stopped vomiting, Wang Dong helped her out of the toilet. Shangguan Wanqing followed behind, taking Mu Ruoxi from Wang Dong. Her eyes were filled with anxiety and confusion. She knew her daughter well. She is very healthy and rarely gets sick. Why did she suddenly vomit? And this symptom? "Ruoxi, are you feeling better?" Shangguan Wanqing helped Mu Ruoxi back to the dining table, but as soon as she saw the braised pork in the bowl, Mu Ruoxi retched a few more times. Not wanting to see any more meat, Mu Ruoxi left the kitchen and returned to sit on the sofa. "Drinking some warm water will make you feel better." Wang Dong brought a cup of warm water over to Mu Ruoxi. After drinking the water, she took a moment to recover. Mu Ruoxi's pale face finally looked a little better. "Mom, Wang Dong, you guys go eat, don't worry about me." Shang Wanqing suddenly sat down next to Mu Ruoshi, her gaze fixed on the two of them, her face a frightening dark color. Ruoshi, are you pregnant? The harmonious atmosphere in the living room disappeared in an instant, and Mu Ruoshi sat up from the sofa. Auntie, Ruoshi is indeed pregnant. At this point, Wang Dong could only confess. Shang Wanqing angrily stared at Wang Dong. She never imagined that after a few months apart, her daughter would become a mother. She still remembered how hard she had worked when she was pregnant with Mu Ruoshi. Pregnancy is not something you can decide on a whim, it requires careful consideration. It is not only a matter of responsibility towards the child, but also towards yourself. You're taking this too lightly. Mom, I've considered this for a long time before making a decision. Shang Wanqing ignored Mu Ruoshi and felt that she was hiding something when she spoke to her earlier. She turned her head and coldly questioned Wang Dong, what is going on here? That day. Wang Dong told her everything that had happened that day. It turned out that day, Mu Ruoshi was drinking in a bar and was targeted by a few small thugs. The thugs took advantage of her inattentiveness and put drugs in her drink. Mu Ruoshi, who had become aware of what was going on, endured the discomfort in her body and avoided the punks, but accidentally barged into Wang Dong's room. At this point, Shang Wanqing had nothing to say in rebuttal. After all, Wang Dong really did save Mu Ruoshi. Wang Dong said with a determined look on his face, Auntie, don't worry, I will definitely be responsible for Ruoshi. Mom, I am also responsible for this. Shang Wanqing looked at her daughter and sighed for a long time. She had finally given in. Chapter 9 Mom, you're going to be a grandmother soon. Are you excited? Are you happy? As a mother, how could she not understand her daughter? She knew just by looking at Mu Ruoshi's gaze. Mu Ruoshi really liked Wang Dong, and Wang Dong was also very good to her and patient. They were in love with each other, and they had a child together. How could she bear to separate her daughter's happiness? However, if a woman gets pregnant before marriage, she is always the one who suffers. Therefore, the two of them must get married as soon as possible. Since it has already happened, there is no point in blaming anyone. Shang Wanqing sighed again. Ruoshi, being pregnant is the hardest for a woman, so during this period of time, you should take good care of the baby. I will send someone to help with the company's affairs. Then, she looked at Wang Dong. Wang Dong, being responsible for Ruoshi is not just something you say. You should contact your parents, have a meal with both families, and discuss your marriage. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong promised again. Auntie, don't worry, I will ask my parents to come over as soon as possible to discuss the wedding, and I will definitely not let Ruoshi suffer. Mu Ruoshi finished a glass of water and then rested for a while. The symptoms of morning sickness completely disappeared. The three of them continued to sit down and eat. Wang Dong moved the braised pork to the side and picked up some light, non-greasy dishes for Mu Ruoshi. Seeing no greasy food, Mu Ruoshi no longer had any morning sickness. The three of them ate in silence, and the atmosphere was awkward for a while. Facing a whole table of delicious food, Shang Wanqing had no appetite at all. Her mind was always preoccupied with her daughter's pregnancy. As she thought about it, Shang Wanqing let out another heavy sigh. Seeing her mother like this, Mu Ruoshi felt very guilty. Mom, I didn't plan to hide it from you, I just wanted to find an opportunity to tell you in the future, but now that I'm telling you, I'm afraid you'll worry. You're my only daughter, if you don't tell me, I'll worry even more. I can't keep hiding things from you like this in the future, understand? Shang Wanqing said with concern. Mu Ruoshi nodded, I won't, Mom. Shang Wanqing then let out a sigh of relief. Have you picked a name for the baby yet? Mu Ruoshi stroked her still flat stomach, Mom, it's still early, there's no rush to pick a name. That's true, but the baby's name will follow him for the rest of his life, so it can't be sloppy. You have to think carefully when picking a name, and you can't pick any of those internet celebrity names. Hearing internet slang, Mu Ruoshi couldn't help but laugh out loud, Mom, you're quite fashionable. That's right, your mother surfs the internet. Shang Wanqing smiled with pride. As the owner of a listed company, most of the people in her company are young people. If she wants to manage them well and ensure the long-term development of the company, she must first understand the thinking of young people. She must think from the perspective of young people. But then, Shang Wanqing turned her attention to Wang Dong. You can take your time deciding on a name for the baby, but the parents of both sides must meet as soon as possible. Mom! Mu Ruoshi interrupted Shang Wanqing. Firstly, she believed in Wang Dong's character, and since he had said he would try to arrange it, he would definitely do so there was no need to keep pushing. Secondly, she was not yet ready to meet the in-laws. It was her first experience, and she was naturally a little anxious. Wang Dong cast a reassuring glance at Mu Ruoxi. Then, he looked at Shangguan Wanqing with sincere eyes. "Thank you, Aunt, for being willing to trust and support Ruoxi and me. Don't worry, Aunt, I will call my parents over as soon as possible." After dinner, Wang Dong immediately called his parents. As soon as the phone was answered, there was a cacophony of clucking. It was a while before a middle-aged woman's voice was heard. "Son, is work going well lately? Have you eaten yet?" Hearing the familiar greeting, Wang Dong's heart warmed. The woman was Wang Dong's mother, Mo Chuntao. His parents were far away and didn't know the latest news about their child. Over and over again, their thoughts and expectations melted away in the question, "Have you eaten yet?" "Mom, I have." "Have you eaten yet?" "Mom has eaten too. I'm watering the vegetables in the garden right now." "You're not working today, so why are you calling? Do you need money?" Wang Dong quickly denied, "Mom, I don't need money. I'm calling to tell you some news." Hearing Wang Dong's words, Mo Chuntao suddenly became nervous. Their child is far away in a foreign land, and as parents they worry about their safety. Hearing their child say that they have news to tell them, her instinctive worry is whether the news is good or bad. A mother knows her child better than anyone else, so how could her son not know what she is thinking? Wang Dong quickly said, "Mom, I'm going to tell you good news, not bad news." "Good news?" However, before Wang Dong could say anything, Mo Chuntao said directly, "The only good news you can tell us right now is to find a girlfriend and get married quickly. You're not young anymore. Look at Ergo, who grew up with you, he's already had a second child. Don't think you're so good looking that you can pick and choose. Find someone who'll take care of the family, it doesn't matter if they're pretty or not, you can't eat your face. Don't keep looking for women who just want money. Look at the one you were with before, after using up all your money, she complained about how poor our family was and ran off with someone else." Wang Dong listened patiently to his mother's rambling, waiting until she had finished. And then said leisurely, "Mom, now you not only have a daughter-in-law, but also a grandson." Mo Chuntao was stunned for a few seconds, but still chose not to believe it. "Son, it's not even dark yet, what are you talking about in your sleep?" She knows her son, who was conceived after 10 months of pregnancy, best. She would never do something so shocking. "Mom, I'm not joking. The baby has been conceived for more than 2 months, and the mother's name is Mu Ruoxi. We are living together now. Would it be convenient for you and Dad to come over tomorrow?" Then, there was complete silence at the end of the line, not even the chickens or ducks crowed. It seemed that everyone was stunned by what he had heard. Wang Lao. Mo Chuntao dropped the bucket and dipper and rushed straight into the house. "Our son said we are going to be grandparents." On hearing the news, Wang Dichan's first reaction was disbelief. After confirming that his son was not joking, he was so excited that he could hardly speak. The old couple were immersed in the joy of soon becoming grandparents. Wang Dekang and Mo Chuntao are most looking forward to Wang Dong being successful and establishing himself in the city as soon as possible. Marrying a wife, having children, and living in harmony as a family. Now that the woman is pregnant, it can be said that their son is ready to become a father. This is a very good start. Wang Dekang suddenly thought of something and scolded Wang Dong. It turned out that he minded the fact that his son got the woman pregnant before marriage. He felt that the Wang family had wronged Mu Ruoxi. Wang Dong half-truthfully explained what had happened, and Wang Dekang was appeased. Then he kept telling Wang Dong to be good to Mu Ruoxi and take care of the baby in her belly during this period of time. Finally, the family discussed how to meet Mu Ruoxi and her mother the next day. The first time the parents of both sides met, it was naturally necessary to make it a bit more grand. Thinking about the many things that needed to be prepared, they were in too much of a rush in the morning and were afraid that they would only arrive in the afternoon. Chapter 10, The Queen Mother visits, and the parents of both sides meet. The next morning. After breakfast, Wang Dong drove Mu Ruoxi and Shangguan Wanqing to Qingyu Villa. Qingyu Villa is built around a 5A-level tourist attraction and covers an area of 50 mu. It is a high-end residential area, and each house is surrounded by the river on 3 sides, with a view of the river. Mu Ruoxi looked ahead, but in the corner of her eye she was watching Wang Dong drive carefully. When she first found out she was pregnant, Mu Ruoxi had thought she would raise her child on her own. But she never expected Wang Dong to appear. Not only was he responsible for her and the baby, he also cooked for her 3 meals a day and took care of her. And now he had spent all his savings to buy a house for her. Wang Dong had really included her in his life plan. At that moment, Mu Ruoxi felt very happy. Shangguan Wanqing sat in the back seat and looked at the scenery along the way. Although it was not comparable to a villa or a mansion, she was still very satisfied with this neighborhood. After all, Wang Dong had just graduated and, through his own hard work, had managed to buy a house in this area. That was already better than many rich second generation. The car drove all the way through the mid-range residential area, but it did not look like it was going to stop, and it continued driving forward. Before long, it had already left the mid-range residential area. Shangguan Wanqing froze for a moment when she saw this, because Wang Dong's family background was not that good, so she had tacitly assumed that Wang Dong had bought a house in a mid-range residential area. But now, the car was heading towards an upscale residential area. This meant Wang Dong had bought a house in an upscale residential area. This thought popped into Shangguan Wanqing's mind, and she was secretly shocked. The difference in house prices between mid-range and upscale residential areas was not just a few tens of thousands, but millions. Wang Dong has used all his assets to buy this house? At this moment, Shangguan Wanqing truly believes that Wang Dong sincerely wants to marry her daughter Mu Ruoxi. At the same time, she is happy for her daughter to have met a good man who truly cherishes and loves her and is willing to sacrifice for her. Entering the house, Shangguan Wanqing and Mu Ruoxi both light up. The layout of this house is really good. Right, I also think the layout is good, and the decoration is very beautiful. Mu Ruoxi was particularly impressed by the house. Shangguan Wanqing also nodded frequently, as the house was indeed quite comfortable. Wang Dong showed the two of them around with a warm smile. Wow, this children's room is very nice. Saying this, Mu Ruoxi looked back at Wang Dong and said, when the baby is born, let's decorate it in the style of forest animals, which will go well with the mountain view outside the window. Sure, as long as you like it, you can decorate it any way you like. Wang Dong will satisfy Mu Ruoxi's every request. The view from the window is so beautiful, it's hard to imagine how happy they will be when their child is born and they move into the decorated children's room. This comfortable environment is great for Mu Ruoxi and the baby in her tummy. Dreaming about the happy life after the baby is born, Mu Ruoxi turns to look at Shangguan Wanqing and says excitedly, Mom, when the baby is born, you have to come visit often. Shangguan Wanqing smiled and responded, of course, you must come. I'm the baby's grandmother after all. Although I don't know if my daughter will give birth to a boy or a girl in the future. Whether it's a boy or a girl, she will love the baby 100%. The more they looked at the house, the more satisfied they became. Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon. The three hurried back to graceful residence. Wang Dong's parents had come a long way, so Shangguan Wanqing, as the woman's parent, naturally had to receive them. After Wang Dong told her last night, she immediately contacted the 5-star chef and asked them to come to the house at noon to cook a meal for the in-laws. However, Wang Dong refused, saying that he would do it. Mu Ruoxi was very nervous at this time. She had been trying on clothes in her room. This was the first time she had met Wang Dong's parents, and she had to make a good impression. However, after trying on so many outfits, she was not satisfied with any of them. At this time, she happened to see Wang Dong passing by the door. Mu Ruoxi dragged him straight into the room and asked, holding up the clothes, which one do you think looks better? Honey, you look good in anything. Mu Ruoxi blushed when she heard Wang Dong call her honey, and shyly lowered her head. This was the first time Wang Dong had called her honey. Mu Ruoxi looked especially cute when she was shy, and Wang Dong couldn't help but want to continue teasing her. He leaned closer to Mu Ruoxi and whispered in her ear, my wife is really pretty. The careless tone of his voice, coupled with his handsome face, made Mu Ruoxi forget to breathe. Hurry up and choose one. Mu Ruoxi gave Wang Dong a coy little tap. Wang Dong then put a stop to his bad grinning and took a closer look at the clothes in Mu Ruoxi's hands. Mu Ruoxi has a great figure, and she looks beautiful even when wearing a rag. But he still combined the characteristics of the clothes and chose a modest and elegant cheongsam. Okay, I'll wear this one. Mu Ruoxi hummed a song, happily holding the cheongsam and entering the bathroom. Soon, Mu Ruoxi walked out of the bathroom. She was wearing a well-tailored cheongsam, taking small steps, noble and elegant, like a bright pearl. This scene actually directly made Wang Dong stare in awe. He knew Muruashi was beautiful, but he never imagined she could wear a cheongsam so perfectly. Muruashi walked up to Wang Dong and shyly asked him, "Do you like it?" "My wife is really beautiful. Muruashi is a natural clothes horse, and everything looks good on her." At that moment, Wang Dong's parents called to say they were almost at the address Wang Dong had given them. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong went downstairs with Muruashi. Hand in hand, they waited quietly outside the door for Wang Dong's parents to arrive. Soon, a taxi came into view. Mo Chuntao kept looking out the window. She was admiring the beautiful houses while looking for her son. The taxi driver was also very impressed. Thanks to Wang Dong's parents, this was the first time he had been to an upscale residential area. According to Wang Dong's parents, their son and daughter-in-law lived here, which was why they had come. He also had a son, but someone else's son had moved into such a luxurious community on his own. His son just lazed at home all day, relying on his parents. It's so frustrating to compare people. On the other side, Wang Dekang didn't say a word from beginning to end. The more he looked at the scenery outside the window, the darker his face became. The houses here are simply astronomical for them. His son has just graduated, so how could he live here? Could it be that he is being supported by someone and is a son-in-law? He, Wang Dekang, only has one son, Wang Dong, so how could he be someone's son-in-law? Besides, is being a son-in-law an easy job? Old Wang, it's your son, your son. Mo Chuntao pointed at the figure in the distance and tugged at her husband Wang Dekang, her expression very agitated. Even though she was far away, she recognized him at once. Wang Dechang's face softened a little when he saw Wang Dong and the person next to him. The fact that the woman had come out to meet them with Wang Dong showed that she was sensible and also valued Wang Dong. But even so, he didn't want his son to be a son-in-law. Wang Dekang thought to himself. The taxi had stopped, and Wang Dong opened the door to see his parents, beaming with happiness. "Mom and Dad, you're here." "Dong." Mo Chuntao hurriedly got out of the car, her heart racing. After all, she hadn't seen her son for more than half a year. Wang Dekang followed closely behind and got out of the car as well. "Hello, Uncle and Auntie, you must be tired after the long journey." Muruashi took a deep breath and greeted the elderly couple. Before they even got out of the car, Wang Dekang and Mo Chuntao had noticed Muruashi. She was so pretty, prettier than the stars on TV. They had expected her to be cold and difficult to get along with. But Muruashi had not only greeted them, she had also shown such concern for them, and she was clearly a thoughtful girl. They were instantly taken with her. Chapter 11, Nervous, the ugly daughter-in-law meets the parents-in-law. Mo Chuntao had a very good first impression of Muruashi. She responded enthusiastically, "Hello Ruashi, I'm Wang Dong's mother, Mo Chuntao. He's Wang Dong's father, Wang Dekang." The more Mo Chuntao looked at her future daughter-in-law, the more she liked her. Not only was she pretty, she had a pleasant voice and was so polite. Muruashi at this time was completely devoid of the slightest bit of the airs of a high-handed female CEO, and was full of affinity, completely different from her usual self. The two walked and chatted together, the atmosphere harmonious. Seeing that Muruashi was getting along so well with her mother, Wang Dong did not interrupt them. Instead, he walked over to the trunk of the taxi to carry things. However, as soon as he walked up to his father, he was pulled aside and reprimanded in a low voice. "Although our family is not well off, we have not fallen to the point of becoming a son-in-law who lives off his wife's family and eats soft food." Hearing his father's words, Wang Dong knew that he had misunderstood, so he hurriedly explained, "Dad, I'm not a son-in-law, that's why I called you here to discuss the marriage. If she is going to marry into our family." Wang Dekang was stunned for a moment, with a half-believing expression. "Really, you're not lying to me?" Wang Dong patted his chest with a bang to show that he was so handsome, how could he lie? Hearing his son's repeated assurances, Wang Dekang finally let go of his worries. But then he became worried again. Their family is in such good condition, and our family. "Dad, your son is not bad either." Seeing that Wang Dong was so confident, Wang Dekang couldn't help rolling his eyes at his son. "You can only get away with that face." Knowing that Muruashi was pregnant and needed to supplement her nutrition, the old couple couldn't help but move their entire home. In the end, they really couldn't carry it, so they gave up on some of it. Wang Dong carried the bags of groceries into the house. At that moment, Shangguan Wanqing hurried downstairs to greet her in-laws. She had just finished applying her makeup and rushed out as soon as she was done in order to look her best for her in-laws. Although Shangguan Wanqing had never met Wang Dong's parents before, she was highly emotional and had worked in the business world for so many years that she could talk to just about anyone. As soon as Mo Chuntao and Shangguan Wanqing saw each other, they felt like they had been waiting a long time to meet. The conversation flowed more and more naturally, and before long they were talking as if they were sisters. The conversation went in a wide circle before returning to the two children. Oh, when Xiaodong told us last night that he had a girlfriend and a child, my head was spinning, and I couldn't get it together for a long time. Mo Chuntao was beaming with joy, lost in her thoughts about becoming a grandmother. But don't worry, Qingmei, our Dong is a good boy, he will definitely take good care of Ruoshi. If he dares to treat Ruoshi badly, I, as her mother, will be the first to not let him off. As she spoke, Mo Chuntao gave Wang Dong a glare. Seeing her mother's intimidating gaze, Wang Dong took Mu Ruoshi's hand and said to her parents, "Auntie, I promise you, I will take good care of Mu Ruoshi and never leave her for the rest of my life." Hearing this, Mu Ruoshi shyly lowered her head. Wang Dekang said, "Before coming here, I discussed it with Dong's mother. Although our family is not well off, we will never let Ruoshi suffer. We will go through all the procedures for engagement, wedding, and bride price. Many men on the internet will try to reduce the bride price or even cancel the wedding when they hear that the woman is pregnant. But Wang Dong's parents have promised that they will go through all the procedures." Shangguan Wanqing thinks that Wang Dekang and Mo Chuntao are quite nice people. With parents who have such a positive outlook on life, it's no wonder they've raised such an outstanding son. After a moment's thought, she spoke, "With you saying this, I feel at ease. However, since Ruoshi is pregnant, it's not safe or convenient to hold a wedding right now. I was thinking that maybe they could get a marriage license first, and then have a wedding after the baby is born. As for the bride price, it's just a token of our good intentions, so you can just give it to them as you see fit." After a while, Wang Dekang and Mo Chuntao both felt relieved. They had thought that a wealthy family like this would look down on them. They would not have agreed to Wang Dong and Mu Ruoshi getting together. Even if they had agreed, they would have listed a bunch of unacceptable demands. Unexpectedly, Shangguan Wanqing was surprisingly easygoing, and there was not a hint of looking down on them in her words. After chatting about the wedding, the couple moved on to the topic of children. The atmosphere gradually became pleasant. On the other side, Wang Dong looked at the time and realized it was almost time. So he got up and went to the kitchen to cook. He had already prepared the ingredients beforehand, so all he had to do was cook. So in less than an hour, Wang Dong had prepared 8 dishes and a soup. At that moment, Mo Chuntao was telling Mu Ruoshi about Wang Dong's embarrassing incident, which made Mu Ruoshi laugh out loud. "Mom!" Wang Dong blushed and wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Back then, he had just learned to crawl, and his mother was cooking, so she put him aside. Who knew that he would play with fire nearby and wet the bed at night? This incident has always been a source of laughter for his mother, and she tells everyone about it. Although he is already immune to it. But this time the object is different. It's Mu Ruoshi. Wang Dong doesn't want to embarrass himself in front of his child's mother. Therefore, he quickly changed the subject. "It's time to eat." Knowing that his son is shy, Mo Chuntao didn't continue talking, but got up to take care of everyone. "Dong has finished cooking, let's go eat." Kitchen. Several people sat around the table eating, occasionally passing food to each other and exchanging pleasantries, filling the living room with laughter. Shangguan Wanqing had wanted to maintain her figure and had recently stopped eating carbohydrates. But she couldn't resist the delicious smell of Dong's cooking. She had eaten 2 big bowls of rice without realizing it. Mu Ruoshi was also constantly refilling her plate, and she looked so satisfied. Seeing that both mother and daughter loved the food their son had cooked, Mo Chuntao and Wang Dechang were both very proud. At the same time, they couldn't help but sigh, their son's cooking was getting better and better. Seeing that Mu Ruoshi had almost finished eating, Wang Dong served her a bowl of chicken soup. "This chicken was brought by my mother from her hometown, try it and see if it's to your liking." Upon hearing that her son had used the chicken she had brought to make the soup, Mo Chuntao quickly put down her chopsticks and introduced it. "This is a chicken raised at home. It is not fed hormones or feed, and it only eats rice and corn. It grows up to be very fresh and delicious. My family and friends love it. Try it and see how it tastes." At this time, Mu Ruoshi had already finished eating, but as soon as she heard that the chicken was personally raised by her future mother-in-law, she lifted her bowl and took a taste. The chicken itself is fresh, and coupled with Wang Dong's good handling. This bowl of chicken soup is surprisingly delicious, and makes you want to drink more. "It really smells good, Auntie." This chicken soup is delicious. Muruwashi finished the bowl in one go, licked her lips in satisfaction, and asked for another bowl. If Ruwashi likes it, I'll ask my aunt to bring over a few more next time. Mu Chuntao was overjoyed to see that Muruwashi liked it. The couple had gotten up before dawn to kill the chicken, prepare it, and then bring it over. On the way here, she was worried that Muruwashi would not like it. Chapter 12, Did you bring any money? Should I pay for the things my daughter-in-law bought for me? After dinner, the group sat around the table chatting. The conversation always revolved around Muruwashi and Wang Dong, as well as their unborn child. When it came to their son, Mo Chuntao beamed with joy, praising him non-stop, just to make a good impression on her future daughter-in-law. Wan Qing, don't worry. Dong is a very sensible child, and he will definitely take good care of Ruwashi. Dong is a really good boy. I can see how much he loves Ruwashi. Shangguan Wanqing followed her in-law's lead, praising Wang Dong before she got to the heart of her matter. But you can't decide the future all at once. If your aunt finds out that you've let Ruwashi down, she won't let you off even if you're the father. All mothers want their children to be happy, and Shangguan Wanqing is no exception. Therefore, all she can do is eliminate the risks for her daughter in advance. It's also a way to put Wang Dong on his guard. Shangguan Wanqing doesn't have any plans for her daughter's future with Wang Dong. There's no point in saying more. She believes that time will speak for itself. Of course. Mo Chuntao gave Wang Dong a tap on the shoulder, and her tone was full of warnings. If you dare to let Ruwashi down, don't blame me for disowning you as a son. Mo Chuntao did not say this to please Shangguan Wanqing, but because she truly approved of Muruwashi as a prospective daughter-in-law. Her son has already grown up. Now it's the daughter-in-law and grandchildren that are precious. Wang Dong was about to speak when he was interrupted by Muruwashi. She blushed, her eyes full of love as she looked at Wang Dong. Mom, uncles, and aunts, I believe that Wang Dong will be good to me for the rest of his life. Wang Dong also looked at Muruwashi, his eyes sparkling with emotion. Muruwashi has always trusted him. What more could a husband ask for in a wife? Seeing the two of them so sweet, the parents of both families were overjoyed. After dinner, Shangguan Wanqing received a call from Muruwashi's father, who seemed to be in a hurry to find her. Her husband is very strict. The other party doesn't know that his daughter is pregnant yet. Muruwashi didn't dare to tell him either, for fear of making him angry. For the sake of her daughter, Shangguan Wanqing also planned to keep it a secret for the time being. Before leaving, she told Wang Dong to take good care of her daughter, and that she would come back when she had time after taking care of things at home. After her mother left, Muruwashi suggested going out for a stroll, thinking that there was nothing to do in the evening. It would also be a good way for the family to bond. It happened to be the weekend. The pedestrian street was bustling with activity. Wang Dong held Muruwashi's hand the whole way, for fear that she would get jostled by the crowds. He asked her if she was tired, and she shook her head happily, saying that she wasn't. Don't look at her as a cold female CEO and iceberg beauty. But deep down, she has always longed to be like ordinary people, going shopping hand in hand with her partner. Now, this dream has finally come true. Seeing the two so sweet, the old couple felt self-conscious and retreated to the side, afraid of disturbing them. When a handsome man and beautiful woman are seen together, passers-by keep turning back. The man envies Wang Dong for having such a good-looking girlfriend. The woman envies Muruwashi for having such a handsome boyfriend. Practice makes perfect. This time, Muruwashi was not shy, and she took Wang Dong's hand and walked side by side with him. The family walked past a clothing store. Muruwashi stopped and asked Wang Dong, I haven't prepared any gifts for my first meeting with your parents. Wang Dong thought for a moment. My parents have saved and scrimped for most of their lives for me, and they have never bought any clothes, always mending and wearing them again. Now that he has graduated and is earning money, it is time to repay them for raising him. Let them enjoy their retirement. Okay, but let's get one thing straight, I'll pay. As a man, you can't let a woman pay when you go shopping. Muruwashi knew that men all have pride, so she didn't argue. She thought about finding an excuse to give Wang Dong money later. And so, the family walked into the clothing store. The shop assistant saw that there was a customer. He immediately came forward to greet them. Welcome, may I help you? Let me take a look at that shirt. Muruwashi had an excellent eye for picking out clothes, and as soon as she entered the store, she set her eyes on a shirt hanging on the wall. This beautiful lady has excellent taste, this shirt is our store's new model. The shop assistant praised her while helping her take the shirt down. Behind them, Wang Dong's parents were in awe. The old couple had never been to a big city, let alone a pedestrian street. They had never seen such a luxurious clothing store. In the town, clothes were sold in a shed with clothes hung on a hemp rope or spread out on wooden boards. There were also better decorated shops selling clothes. But those were all very expensive. 100 yuan for a piece of clothing could buy half a month's pork at home. They couldn't bear to buy it. Seeing her daughter-in-law selecting clothes, Mo Chuntao nudged Wang Dechang with her elbow and whispered, "Old Wang, did you bring any money?" Wang Dechang nodded and took out a wad of cash from his pocket. As soon as he heard that they were going shopping, he brought all the money he had with him, not even sparing his bankbook. He was afraid that there wouldn't be enough money. Seeing the money, Mo Chuntao let out a sigh of relief. She had put all her money in her suitcase. At this point, the shop assistant handed Mu Ruoshi the clothes she had taken off the rack and said, "This is made of silk, which is not only comfortable but also breathable." Mu Ruoshi only wears high-end custom-made clothes, so she naturally knows the fabric of this shirt. But just to be sure, she felt the fabric of the shirt to make sure it was silk and that the shop assistant wasn't lying to her. She took the shirt back and handed it to Mo Chuntao, saying gently, "Auntie, try this on and see if it fits." Mo Chuntao was suddenly flattered. She never imagined that Mu Ruoshi would actually pick out clothes for her. She had just been thinking that once the prospective daughter-in-law had picked out the clothes, the two of them would pay for them. It was a small token of their appreciation. Mo Chuntao was moved to tears when she took the clothes. She was not sure whether she was moved by the fact that Mu Ruoshi had picked out clothes for her, or whether she was moved by the fact that Mu Ruoshi really treated her like a mother-in-law. "Auntie, go try it on quickly. You will look great in this dress." The salesperson was also very discerning and quickly led Mo Chuntao to the fitting room. "Okay, I'll try it on. The material is smooth and soft, and it feels like good material to the touch. Thanks to the daughter-in-law-to-be. She is the one who got me to wear such a nice dress." While Mo Chuntao was trying on the dress, Mu Ruoshi went on to pick out a set for Wang Dechang. The prospective daughter-in-law bought it for herself, and the couple couldn't stop smiling. Pregnant women need to take appropriate walks, but they shouldn't walk for too long at a time. After buying the clothes, they returned home. In the evening, Wang Dong's parents also stayed at home. With two more people in the house, it was even more lively than usual. Feeling the lively atmosphere, Mu Ruoshi couldn't help but think, after the baby is born, the house will definitely be even more lively. Not only was Mu Ruoshi thinking about it, but Mo Chuntao was also sighing. Before long, her son not only had a daughter-in-law, but she was pregnant with his grandchild. Thinking about the future, Mo Chuntao couldn't contain her excitement at the prospect of a little one calling her grandma. Chapter 13, You two aren't sleeping together? On the other side of the room, Wang Dong was helping his parents make the bed in the guest room. It was their first time here, and they didn't know how to use many things. After teaching Mo Chuntao and Wang Dechang how to use the appliances and the water heater, Wang Dong was about to leave. Mom suddenly stopped him. "Xiaodong, I'll give you something," she said, taking out a stack of money from her bag. The money was wrapped in yellowed newspaper, which made it look like it had been stored for a long time. "Mom, you keep the money, I have enough of my own." Wang Dong was moved, but he didn't take it. Mo Chuntao quickly said, "This money is not for you, it's for Ruoshi. Take it and buy Ruoshi a ring and a necklace. Don't let her down." The family income was single. It only relied on the harvest from the land, and in fact, they couldn't earn much money in a year. Tens of thousands of dollars was already the family's annual income. Therefore, no matter what, Wang Dong did not want to accept it. "Mom, I really don't need money. You keep the money." Wang Dechang walked over and said in a serious tone, "Ruoshi is a sensible and good child. You have found a good daughter-in-law for our Wang family. Your mother and I are very happy. Take the money. If it's not enough, there's more in the passbook. Your mother and I live in the village and don't spend much money, but you're different. The big city costs a lot of money, and now you have to take care of Ruoshi, so you need money for everything." Seeing that his parents were adamant, Wang Dong had no choice but to accept the money. Since childhood, he had sacrificed a lot for himself. Feeling their love, Wang Dong silently made up his mind that he would let them live a good life in the future. "Mom and Dad, when I make a lot of money in the future and buy a big house, I will bring you here to enjoy your retirement." Wang Dekang was gratified. It is enough that you have this heart. Your mother and I have been used to staying in the village all our lives, and we are not comfortable in the city. You, on the other hand, just take good care of Ruoshi and the baby in your belly. We are all waiting to hold a grandchild. Although his father said this, Wang Dong still wanted to bring them to the city to enjoy the good life in the future. But this is something to be discussed later. He nodded, saying, "Okay, then, Mom and Dad, you go rest first, I'm going to my room." With that, he headed to his room. "Hey, Dong." Mo Chuntao grabbed her son's arm. "Mu Ruwashi's room is on the east side, but why is my son heading west? You and Ruwashi aren't living together?" Faced with his mother's question, Wang Dong was at a loss for words. He really wasn't sharing a room with Mu Ruwashi. His mind was racing. "Mom, Ruwashi is pregnant. I was afraid it would be inconvenient if we slept together, so I slept in a separate room." Mo Chuntao frowned. "Ruwashi is already having a hard time being pregnant, and you're telling her to sleep alone, and there's no water to pour if she gets thirsty in the middle of the night. What kind of nonsense is that? Hurry up, go sleep with Ruwashi. You two sleep in the same room." "Mom." Wang Dong was at a loss. Except for that night, the two of them had never slept in the same bed. Rushing him to do so. How do I broach the subject with Mu Ruwashi? Seeing her mother's expression, he knew she was going to beat him to death if he didn't go. Wang Dong could only grit his teeth and walk towards Mu Ruwashi's room. Seeing her son enter Mu Ruwashi's room with her own eyes, Mo Chuntao finally felt relieved. Wang Dekang looked puzzled. His son had already said that it was inconvenient for Ruwashi to sleep in the same room as him now that she was pregnant, so why was he forcing him to go to Ruwashi's room? Mo Chuntao snorted lightly. "I know my son best. Every time he lies, his eyes dart around. Saying that Ruwashi is pregnant and it's inconvenient is just a way to fool us." Wang Dekang didn't believe his wife's words and felt that she was making a big deal out of nothing. Mo Chuntao, on the other hand, trusted her intuition. The young couple were so sweet that they couldn't bear to be apart. If they weren't busy with something, how could they possibly sleep in separate rooms? Being pregnant was no excuse. But she was too lazy to argue with her husband. She gave Wang Dekang a dirty look and turned to go to the bathroom to take a shower. Over here, Mu Ruwashi had just finished showering. She was wearing silky white silk pajamas, which outlined her perfect body curves. Her long hair was tied into a fluffy bun, but a few unruly strands had escaped and fell over her smooth, pale neck, which was still wet from the shower. It looked pure and tempting, full of lust. Wang Dong unconsciously swallowed. This scene made him hot. Why was Wang Dong in his own room? Mu Ruwashi was surprised. She walked over and asked softly, "Wang Dong, why are you here?" The soft voice brushed past Wang Dong's ear, blowing away his heat. Wang Dong was embarrassed. He had told her about his mother. After listening, Mu Ruwashi's face flushed. It was strange, thinking about the two of them sleeping in the same bed, an inexplicable expectation welled up in her heart. Afraid that Mu Ruwashi would think too much, Wang Dong hurriedly explained, "Don't think too much, my mother didn't mean anything, she was just worried that it wasn't safe for you to sleep alone." After saying this, he pointed at the sofa and said, "Go to sleep, I'll make do on the sofa for one night." He was inwardly complaining. He pondered whether or not to wait until his parents fell asleep, then sneak back into the room. Sneak back in the morning. Do it without anyone noticing. No. This plot is so similar to cheating on your wife. Just then, Wang Dong's wandering thoughts were brought back to reality by Mu Ruwashi. It was my thoughtless consideration. Couples should really sleep together. Before he could finish speaking, Mu Ruwashi's ears had already turned a rosy red. Wang Dong was afraid that Mu Ruwashi was only saying this to be considerate. "Hurry up and say it, you don't have to feel obliged. I'm a big guy, I can sleep anywhere." Mu Ruwashi felt bad when she saw that Wang Dong had declined even though she had finally mustered the courage to say it. "So are you going to sleep or not?" Wang Dong subconsciously replied, "Yes. That's more like it." When he came out of the shower, Mu Ruwashi was already in bed. She was probably tired from the day and pregnant. Mu Ruwashi was so sleepy that she couldn't keep her eyes open. Wang Dong lifted the quilt and carefully got into bed. The fragrance of the shower gel lingered in his nostrils, and he could see Mu Ruwashi's fair, soft skin just by turning his head. Facing such a sexy and enticing sight, he could only look, but not eat. Wang Dong's back molars were grinding. "Come on." He is a normal man full of vigor and vitality. Ah! At this moment, Wang Dong regretted it in his heart. If I had known, I would have just stayed on the sofa all night. Next to him, Mu Ruoshi, who was sleeping soundly, unconsciously draped her arms and legs over Wang Dong when she felt his hot body temperature. She stuck to him like an octopus. She fell asleep completely. Chapter 14, Go get your certificates today. No sleep all night. Early morning. While Mu Ruoshi was turning over and changing positions, Wang Dong quickly went to the bathroom and took a cold shower. This lowered the temperature in his body. Only then did he gradually feel sleepy. However, before he could sleep for long, a loud phone ringing sounded in their ears. Mu Ruoshi woke up dazedly. When she felt Wang Dong's hard chest, she suddenly opened her eyes. Wang Dong was so sleepy that he lifted his hand to silence the alarm and rolled over to hug Mu Ruoshi in his arms. She felt Wang Dong's body temperature and the sound of his breathing close by. Mu Ruoshi's hand slowly covered Wang Dong's arm, and she tilted her head slightly. Wang Dong's perfect face was displayed before Mu Ruoshi without hesitation, breathing evenly and rhythmically. The pajamas on her body had been untied at some point, revealing a large area of fair skin. Mu Ruoshi's face flushed, but she couldn't help the corners of her mouth from rising. A sense of sweetness welled up within her. Is this what it feels like to be with the other half? The two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. When Wang Dong woke up again, it was already 9 a.m. Mu Ruoshi in his arms felt the movement and slowly opened her eyes. Their eyes met. They were so close again. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. But the next second, the damn phone rang suddenly, breaking the mood. Mu Ruoshi coughed a few times, and your phone is ringing. Wang Dong picked up his phone and glanced at it. It was a bunch of random numbers. It was obviously a scam. He directly pressed reject and blocked the number. At this time, Mu Ruoshi next to him was already gone, and all he could hear was the sound of water splashing in the bathroom. Wang Dong lay on the bed, and the image of Mu Ruoshi in his mind lingered. His body became inexplicably restless. He lifted the quilt and went back to his room with dark circles under his eyes. As soon as he stepped out the door, he ran into his mother, Mo Chuntao. Mom, you're up. Wang Dong called out weakly, continuing on to his room. Wang Dong. Mo Chuntao pulled Wang Dong to a stop. Didn't you sleep well last night? Wang Dong nodded. You have a beautiful woman in your arms. Not only did he not sleep well, he didn't sleep at all. Unexpectedly, Mo Chuntao knew that he hadn't slept well all night. Instead of caring or feeling sorry for him, she scolded him instead. Mo Chuntao gave Wang Dong a hard squeeze and spoke very quietly. Ruoshi is still pregnant, and you two are being irresponsible with the baby. Wang Dong looked confused. He hadn't slept well, not the baby's mother. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Wang Dong was helpless. Mom, it's not what you think. Mo Chuntao gave him a glare. No matter what happened last night, in the future, you must control yourself and not do anything bad to Mu Ruoshi. Wang Dong kept nodding, and Mo Chuntao let him off. When they came out of the bathroom, their parents and Mu Ruoshi were already having breakfast. Seeing Wang Dong, Mu Ruoshi couldn't help but think of the scene this morning. With an unnatural expression, she said, I've made you a bowl of congee, cooked by your aunt. Ruoshi, eat it, don't mind him. Mo Chuntao didn't give Wang Dong a good look. Misunderstood by his mother for no reason. Wang Dong felt aggrieved. Although he thought this in his heart, his body was still very honest, and he sat down next to Mu Ruoshi. Wang Dekang suddenly spoke up, Xiaodong, after we finish eating, your mother and I will go back. Wang Dong was taken aback. He said to his parents, it's rare for you to come here, so stay for a few more days before going back. Mu Ruoshi also spoke up to persuade them, yes, stay for a few more days. Wang Dong and I will show you around. Mo Chuntao smiled and shook her head. The family keeps quite a few chickens, ducks and geese, and we've asked the neighbors to help feed them for the past 2 days, but we can't trouble them for too long. And seeing how well you two get along, we feel at ease, so we'll go back first. Wang Dong knew that his parents were concerned about their hometown, so he didn't insist. Okay, Mom and Dad, I'll take you to the bus station in a bit. Mo Chuntao nodded, and suddenly thought of something. She looked at Wang Dong and Mu Ruoshi, and said, you two haven't gotten your marriage licenses yet, have you? Hearing the words get a marriage license, the two of them unconsciously flinched. Neither side had not thought about this issue, they just could never find the right opportunity to bring it up. Mu Ruoshi shook her head, we haven't yet. Mo Chuntao suggested, now that both sides of the families have met and the marriage has been decided, why don't we get the license first? Wang Dong turned his head to seek Mu Ruoshi's opinion. Mu Ruoshi lowered her head and didn't say anything, which was considered a tacit agreement. With a marriage license, it will be convenient for both going to prenatal checkups and registering the child later. In the past, she didn't mention it because she felt that the woman should be reserved. Moreover, at that time, her mother didn't know about her and Wang Dong's relationship, and she had never met Wang Dong's parents, so she didn't know how they were like and whether they would accept her and the baby in her belly. Now everything has come to a natural conclusion. It's also time to get the certificate. So after dropping off Wang Dong's parents at the station, the two went straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw many couples, like glue, holding numbers and sitting in the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau, waiting to get their certificates. As soon as the two entered, they caused a sensation. Getting a certificate is a big deal. Before coming, Mu Ruoshi specially put on light makeup and wore a white shirt with a black split skirt, which perfectly brought out her curvy figure. Together with her enchanting, delicate face, she was unforgettable at first glance. Wang Dong was wearing a gorgeous black suit, which perfectly accentuated his slender figure. His smooth, fair face exuded a cool, angular charm, and he was even more handsome than the stars on TV. What was even more mesmerizing was his arrogant temperament, and the tenderness in his eyes when he looked at Mu Ruoshi and when he spoke to her. I'm so jealous of that girl. Her husband is so handsome, and he's still all eyes for her. She's so happy. I'm also full of you, but I don't see you moved. Because he is more handsome. When a man hears his girlfriend say something like this, he suddenly has nothing to say. After all, his appearance is indeed not comparable to Wang Dong. I want to have a boyfriend like this too. The single female staff members in the Civil Affairs Bureau also looked full of envy. They have worked here for so many years. They have seen tens of thousands of new couples. They have never seen such a high-value combination before. Not many new couples come to apply for marriage licenses, and it wasn't long before they were the only ones there. The staff checked the relevant documents and confirmed that it was the correct person before immediately handing them the forms to fill in. While doing so, the staff couldn't help but exclaim, "You two are so good-looking, the baby you have in the future will definitely be very pretty." Thank you. Mu Ruoshi replied with a smile, gently touching her stomach with her hand. The staff member immediately understood from this gesture that it seemed like the two of you were blessed with double happiness. How many months along are you? A little over 2 months. Mu Ruoshi answered with a smile she couldn't hide. The first few months are the most difficult, so you have to be careful. The staff member carefully reminded them, and then led them to the counter. This was Wang Dong's first time experiencing such a scene, so it was impossible for him to say that he wasn't nervous. But all that nervousness disappeared the moment the seal was pressed. The dust has settled. Chapter 15, The Proposal, with a surprising super bonus. The two held their marriage certificate in their hands and walked hand in hand out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Mu Ruoshi was in a daze. She couldn't believe it, she had married a super handsome guy. They were now a legal couple. The sun shone through the treetops, casting dappled shadows on the two of them. Looking ahead, there was a bright future ahead. At this moment, the long-lost system voice sounded in Wang Dong's head. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task of obtaining a marriage certificate with Bauma, and have been awarded a Mercedes-Benz SL63 AMG and a bonus of 500,000 yuan. My goodness! Hearing the system's reward, Wang Dong couldn't help but let out a cold breath. Mercedes-Benz. Mercedes-Benz SL63 AMG. In the past, he would never have dared to dream of owning one. But now, not only does he have a car, he also has money and a beautiful wife. Isn't this what a winner in life is? Seeing Wang Dong's strange expression, Mu Ruoshi suddenly became extremely nervous. Wang Dong, do you regret marrying me? Wang Dong took a deep breath and said softly, Wife, don't be silly. Marrying you is the greatest blessing in my life. Holding your hand and growing old with you, my dear, please advise me for the rest of my life. Feeling the deep affection in the words of the man next to her, Mu Ruoshi looked at the marriage certificate in her hands. Her heart was full of happiness. My dear, please advise me for the rest of my life. Wang Dong raised a bright smile. He put his arm around Muruoshi's waist and said mysteriously, "My dear, I'll take you somewhere." Muruoshi's heart was completely at ease when she heard Wang Dong call her wife over and over again. Curiously, she asked, "Hubby, where are you taking me?" When she called him hubby, Muruoshi's voice was soft, with a sense of shyness that a little girl would have. Wang Dong felt even happier. But he couldn't help teasing Muruoshi a little. "What did you just call me? I didn't hear you." Muruoshi naturally knew that Wang Dong was pretending to be dumb, but she still cooperated and called him husband again in a soft voice. "You're such a good wife." Wang Dong kissed her on the cheek. He succeeded in making Muruoshi blush again. He thought his wife was so easily embarrassed, it was so much fun. Then the two went to the mall. Muruoshi was puzzled, wondering what Wang Dong wanted to do in the mall. It wasn't until they walked into a jewelry store. She then realized that Wang Dong was going to buy her a ring. What was most touching was not the words "I love you." It was the fact that every action he did was saying "I love you." The salesperson was stunned when she saw the two of them walk in. What a handsome couple. If only I had a boyfriend like that. Seeing Wang Dong's face, the salesperson secretly cried in her heart. Adjusting her state of mind, she gave a signature smile and said, "You two really match. Are you here to buy a ring?" Wang Dong nodded. "Do you have any recommendations?" "Yes. Mom. A handsome guy is talking to me, I'm so happy." She couldn't wait to take a ring out from the counter. "This is a new product in our store, and, meaning only you for life. This ring is so beautiful." Muruoshi picked up the ring and looked at it carefully. The surface was carefully carved with exquisite patterns, and a bright diamond was set in the center. The price was also very beautiful. 399,999. The clerk said that not only is this ring beautiful, but the ring part is also designed with a comfortable arc to better fit the finger and improve wearing comfort. Looking at the other, Muruoshi was afraid that Wang Dong would be too much of a burden, so she silently put down the ring. At this time, Wang Dong suddenly picked up a ring and took Muruoshi's hand, kneeling down on one knee. "Miss Muruoshi, will you marry me?" Muruoshi covered her mouth and her whole body froze. Seeing this scene, everyone in the store gathered around and started to make a scene. "Marry him, marry him. This man is so handsome. Oh my god. Proposing directly in the store, so cool. I do." Muruoshi's tears of emotion were rolling in her eyes. Hearing Muruoshi say yes, Wang Dong smiled and put the ring on her finger. At this time, the crowd suddenly started to make a scene. "Give us a kiss. Kiss." The passers-by outside the shop saw the commotion inside and also rushed in, each one afraid that the two would not be embarrassed enough. They shouted even louder and in unison. "Kiss. Kiss." But everyone, Wang Dong slowly approached Muruoshi and kissed her lightly like a dragonfly touching water. "Great. I wish you a son soon." Everyone congratulated the two. Wang Dong smiled and responded to everyone, thanking them for their blessings. Muruoshi on the side felt sweet and exciting. The ring fit Muruoshi's hand perfectly, and without even asking the price, Wang Dong took out his bank card and handed it to the teller. Muruoshi felt bad for Wang Dong, who had worked hard to earn his money, and persuaded him, saying, "This is too expensive, let's get another one." "No matter how expensive it is, my wife is worth it." Hearing Wang Dong's words, the teller couldn't help but envy. "I really envy you, your husband is handsome and willing to spend money on you. He really is very good." Muruoshi snuggled up to Wang Dong, beaming with happiness. At that moment, the system sent another reward. "Congratulations, host, you have completed the task of buying a diamond ring for the expectant mother, and you are rewarded with a shop in Wanjia Square." Wang Dong suddenly gasped. Wanjia Square is the busiest area in the city. You can't buy the shops there even if you have money. Now, he has a whole set. Wang Dong laughed in his heart. With this shop, he can either rent it out or start his own business and make a profit. The influx of pedestrians did not subside. Bearing in mind that they had come all this way, everyone picked up jewelry. This made the shop's counter staff very happy. On the other side, a brand new silver sports car was parked outside the gold shop. Some people with sharp eyes immediately recognized it as a Mercedes-Benz SL63 AMG. A sports car worth 2 million yuan. Hearing the price, the crowd went wild. "Oh my god. I've never seen such an expensive car in my life. This car is so cool. Damn the car dealer, I can tell at a glance that it's my car. Dad misses you so much that he only eats 4 meals a day. Outside the shop, all you could hear was envy. At the same time, everyone was very puzzled as to who the owner of this car was. Wang Dong and Mu Ruoxi in the shop also heard the commotion outside. The two happened to be buying rings. They saw the Mercedes-Benz SL63 AMG. Mu Ruoxi tilted her head and said to Wang Dong, "That car is quite nice." Her intention was to ask Wang Dong if he liked it. If he liked it, she would buy him one. However, the middle-aged man in a suit who had delivered the car walked straight up to Wang Dong. He bowed to him and showed great respect. "Mr. Wang, this is the Mercedes-Benz SL63 AMG you purchased." This scene made everyone around them drop their jaws. Mu Ruoxi was also unsettled. Could it be that Wang Dong bought this car? The next second, the middle-aged man's words gave everyone the answer. This car was bought by Wang Dong. My goodness. My God, did her wife save the galaxy in her past life? She has a handsome and rich second-generation husband who is also so good to her. The overbearing CEO has entered reality. Ah, I really want to possess his wife. Wang Dong then remembered that the system had rewarded him with a car. He took the car keys from the man in the suit, took Mu Ruoxi's hand, and got into the Mercedes-Benz in full view of the crowd. Who? The sound of the sports car's engine was as low and powerful as a beast, shocking everyone at the scene. This sound is expensive just by listening to it. The sports car roared away, leaving only tears of envy from the crowd. Chapter 16, It hurts so much to see him doing so well. It's like a thorn in my back. Some people are happy, while others are sad. In the crowd, a woman dressed up to the nines looked in the direction Wang Dong had left. Her eyes were full of disbelief. She couldn't believe her eyes. Was that rich kid just now really Wang Dong? At this moment, a woman with equally exquisite makeup stood next to her. The woman was Xia Hiyu. She was Wang Dong's ex-girlfriend. The woman who had previously run off with an old man and trampled on his dignity. At the moment, Xia Hiyue's face was ashen. She recognized Wang Dong's handsome back even if he were turned to ash. He had actually bought a car, and it was so expensive. She recognized that car, it was nearly 2 million. How did he buy a car? How could he buy a car? Seeing that Wang Dong was doing well, it was even more difficult for her than being killed. Seeing this scene, Xia Hiyue trembled with anger. She never would have imagined that Wang Dong was actually a hidden rich second generation. If she had known, she would never have broken up with him. Seeing Xia Hiyue's ugly face, the little follower quickly comforted her. "Hiyue, don't be angry, maybe Wang Dong is being supported. Everyone at school knows that Mu Ruoxi is a rich woman, and when she gets tired of him, she will definitely kick him away. After all, being good-looking is useless, you will definitely get tired of it after using it for a long time." Xiaogang is lucky not to have mentioned Mu Ruoxi. But once Xiaogang mentioned her, Xia Hiyu's face turned even more pale. The other woman is better looking, has a better temperament, and is richer than her. She is superior in every way. Now that Wang Dong is with a woman who is better than her, she feels even worse. But Xiaogang is right, too. After all, she was with Wang Dong, and she knows his financial situation best. How could the other woman afford such an expensive car? She must be being supported. Do you think Wang Dong is really being supported? Of course, Yue, you've been with him for so long, you know whether he's rich or not. I'm sure it won't be long before Mu Ruoxi dumps him and takes back the car. Hearing what the young lady said, Xia Hiyue immediately felt much better. Could it really be like that? Believe me, it definitely will be. Seeing the young lady's confident tone, Xia Hiyue no longer felt as bad, even though she was still upset. Let's go, that old man is still waiting for me. This time I'll try to get him to buy me a car, I can't lose to Wang Dong. Let's go, it's so hot, I didn't even put on sunscreen today. On the other side of the street, Wang Dong and Mu Ruoxi returned home. To celebrate getting their license, Wang Dong personally cooked a table of sumptuous dishes, and the two of them were very satisfied. That night, when it was time to sleep, Wang Dong moved directly into Mu Ruoxi's room and slept with her. The two of them slept in each other's arms and had a good night's sleep. The next day, when Wang Dong woke up, Mu Ruoxi was no longer by his side. On the nightstand was a note handwritten by Mu Ruoxi. "Honey, I'm off to work. I've heated up your breakfast in the kitchen. Mu Ruashi's handwriting was as beautiful as she was, and Wang Dong read the note over and over again, beaming from ear to ear. At that moment, he felt the concrete manifestation of marital bliss. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind to make a career and give Mu Ruashi and the baby in her belly a better life. Thinking that he would be busy with his career in the future, he definitely wouldn't have any free time. Wang Dong felt like moving today. After breakfast, he immediately drove to the mall to buy the furniture needed for his new home. Worried that he wouldn't be able to finish moving at all, Wang Dong called for help. The two agreed to meet in front of the mall. After parking the car, they arrived at the agreed place. There was already a familiar figure standing there. He was tall and strong, wearing sunglasses, a flowery shirt and baggy trousers, as if he had just returned from a seaside holiday. But on closer inspection, the shirt had several tears and the trousers were washed white, looking as if he had worn them for years. This person was Potato Head, Wang Dong's university classmate. He was his best buddy. Brother Dong. Potato Head. As soon as they met, they made a three-point shot motion at each other, which looked especially comical in the lively shopping mall. It attracted a lot of attention for a while. Especially the girls who were shopping together, covering their mouths and laughing while discussing with their girlfriends. That guy in the white t-shirt is so handsome. I wonder if they have girlfriends. How could he not have a girlfriend with such a handsome face? Hearing someone praise himself, Wang Dong couldn't help but smile brightly. And instantly charmed another group of people. Potato Head was very depressed. He was clearly a tall guy at 1.8 meters, with a fair complexion, not bad at all. But what could he do against the demon that was Wang Dong? He was just too handsome. Every time he stood next to him, he was reduced to a background wall. But true brothers never care about these things. Potato Head would complain a little, but never took it to heart. Donga, why did you call me out? It's been a long time, so I called you out to hang out and do some shopping. Right after graduating, Potato Head was full of fighting spirit and sent his resume to various companies, wanting to make a career, make a lot of money, and then bring his parents to the city to enjoy the good life. But he had underestimated the big city, and after sending out hundreds of resumes and interviewing with countless companies, he went from being full of fighting spirit to now being disheartened. He has been unemployed for 3 months. If he can't find a job this month, he won't be able to pay the rent. At that point, he only had the option of returning to his hometown. But he didn't tell Wang Dong, knowing that it wasn't easy for him either. The two men chatted about their current situations while shopping in the mall. Wang Dong looked at the list on his phone and bought a lot of furniture. The large items were delivered to their doorstep, so they didn't have to carry them. Each of them carried a bed sheet and some small items to the garage. The new car was too conspicuous, so Wang Dong drove his used car that he bought after graduation. In the car, Potato Head hesitated for a while, but finally spoke up, Brother Dong, why don't you find an easier job? Running errands, helping to buy a washing machine and a quilt, is harder than delivering packages. No, I bought it for myself. What? Potato Head swallowed hard. The pile of stuff you just bought, at least 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. You say you bought it for yourself? That's 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. If I had that kind of money, I'd have started my own business. By the way, has Brother Dong become rich recently? Chapter 17. Moving into the new home, a sudden scene. When it comes to starting a business, Wang Dong is thinking about it. However, he can't do it alone and needs a helper. And Potato Head is the perfect candidate. With his help, the future will definitely be much easier. So, he told Potato Head about the idea of starting a business. Potato Head was suddenly shocked. Starting a business requires a lot of money. Are you sure you want to do business, Donga? He took a deep breath. Donga, but I don't have that much money. Wang Dong waved his hand and smiled, I have the money. As long as you are willing to cooperate, you don't need to worry about money. Seeing Wang Dong so confident, Potato Head silently looked down at the pair of pants Wang Dong was wearing. He had given them to the other person when they were at school. He had bought them online before, but when he got them home, he found they didn't fit him, so he gave them to Wang Dong. Brother Dong, you haven't thrown these pants away even though you've had them for years, so don't joke about this. Wang Dong. Even though I have money now, I don't pursue luxury goods. Clothes are meant to be worn, so as long as they are comfortable, it doesn't matter if they are new or old. Seeing Potato Head's disbelief, Wang Dong threw his phone at him. Potato Head took the phone and his eyes widened even wider than a copper bell. 1, 10, 100, 10 million. Oh my god. He has seen so much money in his life. Holy cow. So much money, Brother Dong, where did you get so much money? Did you rob a bank? Wang Dong. The system must never be revealed. Wang Dong only said that the source of the money was absolutely safe and legal, and he did not tell Potato Head where it came from. It is said that no matter how much hardship a brother endures, what matters is that he does not drive a Range Rover. But Potato Head is different. Seeing that Wang Dong is doing well, he is very happy. Potato Head thought that Wang Dong's strength had come to an end. But what he did not expect was that this was only the beginning. When he and Wang Dong arrived at the quiet villa carrying their new purchases, his heart was once again shocked. Brother Dong had actually bought a house. He had bought a house in the quiet villa, which is the wealthy district of the city. It is notoriously expensive. He heard that even the wealthy cannot always buy it. Not only is the house surrounded by rivers on 3 sides, it is also built on the outskirts of a 5-level scenic spot, so the environment is as good as it can get. He never dared to dream of such a luxurious house. Potato Head couldn't help but take out his phone and record a few videos, planning to send them to Taro and Riceball Head when he had time. Although Potato Head hadn't found a job, he had found a part-time job. He couldn't start a business with Wang Dong for a short time. Therefore, the two agreed that they would finish their current jobs this month and start their business next month. After feeling the comfort of the luxury house, an hour later, Potato Head reluctantly left. Wang Dong continued to organize his new home. In the evening, Muruwashi returned from work to Yayuju. But she found the house empty. Looking at the empty living room, which gave no sign of warmth, she realized that she had become accustomed to having Wang Dong around. She could no longer live without him. Normally, she would know whether Wang Dong was at home or not. But today, he had just said that he was going out to meet up with friends. What friends? Meeting up for a whole day. Pregnant women always get carried away with their imaginations, and Muruwashi suddenly felt sad. All kinds of possibilities came to mind. She took out her phone and called Wang Dong. Honey, where are you? It suddenly occurred to Wang Dong that he had not yet told Muruwashi that he was decorating their new home. Honey, you're off work? I didn't deliver any packages. I'm just tidying up the house in Qingyu Villa. I'll be home soon after I'm done. Hearing the voice on the other end of the line, Muruwashi's heart relaxed. She became incredibly happy. You don't need to come home. I'll come to you. That night, neither of them returned to Yuyaju, and they stayed there directly. In the following few days, Wang Dong moved his things over one after the other. The two officially moved into their new home. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Both of them had adapted to life in their new home and living in one bedroom. That night, Wang Dong was randomly killing people in King's Canyon when suddenly his internet connection dropped, and his 5 kills instantly disappeared. He quickly ran to his room, but as soon as he entered the room, he was dumbfounded. He saw that at that moment Muruwashi was naked, wearing only sexy underwear. And her shirt was soaked in water and clinging to her fair skin, like a lotus flower emerging from the water. Looking down, he saw her slender waist. And her perky buttocks. Her long, slender legs. Wang Dong's eyes went straight. His arm followed suit, his veins bulging, a surge of arrogance surging through his body. Ah! Muruwashi let out a scream. She hastily covered herself with her pajamas and fled, before Wang Dong could say a word. Soon, the sound of rushing water came from the bathroom. Although the bathroom door was not transparent, it could still vaguely outline Muruwashi's perfect figure. For a man with raging blood, this was simply torture. Wang Dong no longer had the heart to play games. He went directly to the next bathroom and took a cold shower. This slowly calmed him down. After all this commotion, the two of them were very embarrassed that night. In the room, Muruwashi lay on the bed, and the thought of what had just happened made her blush like a fried egg. Wang Dong, outside the door, was also conflicted. Although he and Muruwashi had been intimate, they had both drunk a lot that night. And it was dark, so they couldn't see anything. But now, was afraid that he might lose control and hurt the baby. Wang Dong played video games in the living room for half the night before tiptoeing back to his room. Muruwashi was used to sleeping with Wang Dong. Suddenly, she was alone, and she didn't sleep very well. So as soon as she heard a noise next to her, she turned around in a daze. She wrapped herself around Wang Dong like an octopus. Wang Dong couldn't help but swallow, and his heart was full of bitterness. What a suffering! The next day, the two of them tacitly agreed not to mention last night's incident. It was Saturday. The two of them planned to go out shopping. But before they finished breakfast, their secretary Li Zi called to say that there was an urgent meeting at the company. There was nothing they could do, so the outing had to be postponed for the time being. After Mu Ruoshi left, Wang Dong was thinking about starting a business. Before long, the phone rang. It was Potato Head calling. "Brother Dong, open the door, I'm at your front door." Wang Dong was taken aback. He went to the door first. He is really a good friend. He was just about to call Potato Head and ask him to come over to discuss starting a business together. Potato Head brought some wine and snacks, and the two men had a drink and a chat. When men chat, apart from all kinds of bragging, there is nothing left but sighs and women. It had been half a month since he last came over, and it felt much more homely than before. But Potato Head always felt that something was wrong, and sensed traces of a woman living there. "Brother Dong, you better fess up. You didn't get back together with that woman Xia Huyue, did you?" "No way. Xia Huyue is a thing of the past for him. There's no way he'd have anything to do with her." Hearing Wang Dong's words, Potato Head was happy. In the past, he and the other two roommates didn't have a particularly good impression of Xia Huyue, and they didn't think she was good enough for Brother Dong. Now that they've broken up, they can't wait to celebrate with firecrackers. Time just passed by. Seeing that it was almost time to go home, Wang Dong urged Potato Head to leave first, and they could talk about the rest later. Potato Head raised an eyebrow. "Brother Dong, something's wrong with you. Have you got a new girlfriend? Introduce her to me, okay? Get lost, hurry up. Why are you asking so many questions?" Wang Dong expressed his helplessness at Potato Head's human-like gossipy nature. "Ha, so you have a new girlfriend. Who is she? Do I know her?" Potato's face is full of questions. "Show me a picture of your new girlfriend. Is she the schoolgirl who confessed her love for you? Or the one who studies dance? Stop guessing and get out of here." Wang Dong urges Potato to leave. "I don't have a girlfriend. But I do have a wife, a sweet and soft wife." Chapter 18 Brother Dong, you've got a secret beauty in your room. Potato Head walked to the door. Suddenly, he turned back. "Brother Dong has to go to the bathroom, so I'll go first." Wang Dong pointed his finger in the direction of the bathroom, and Potato Head sprinted there. He had just drunk too much wheat juice, and now he was desperate to pee. When Potato Head came out of the bathroom, he was shocked to find that there was an additional woman in the living room. An incredibly beautiful woman. With that figure and that aura, she's clearly a rich woman. Shocked, Potato Head suddenly came to his senses. No wonder Brother Dong was so eager to get rid of him. It turns out there's such a beauty hiding in the family. I see. But it's understandable. If he had such a beauty, he would also hide her away in a golden room. Wait. Potato Head froze for a moment. Isn't this Mu Ruoshi, the beautiful senior who was a year ahead of them? Mu Ruoshi was once the talk of the school, the white moonlight in the hearts of many men. The guys who chased her could go around the school 3 times. But she had a high and cold temperament and never accepted any of the boys' good intentions. Moreover, her family was prominent and she was exceptionally talented, starting her own business while in college. Now she is the female president of a listed company. Brother Dong is really amazing. He even got a cold goddess like Mu Ruoshi. Since they had already met, Wang Dong had no choice but to take the lead and introduce the two of them. "Wife, this is my college classmate, Potato Head. Potato Head, this is my wife, Mu Ruoshi." Upon hearing Wang Dong's introduction, Potato Head was shocked for a million years. Wife? That's how Brother Dong introduced Sister Mu. Calling her wife? Could it be that these two were already married? It took him a long time to come back to his senses, but he still couldn't digest the news. He just couldn't believe it. It was so sudden. The school hunk from their school had secretly married the previous school beauty. Seeing that Potato Head had slightly come back to his senses, Mu Ruoshi smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Mu Ruoshi." "Hello, sister-in-law, I am Brother Dong's brother, Potato Head." Even though Potato Head usually talks a lot and is flirtatious, he blushes and stutters whenever he sees a pretty girl. The whole person seems nervous and at a loss. Wang Dong is well aware of Potato Head's strange quirks, so after a brief introduction, he sent him away. In the evening, Shangwan Wanqing came to Qingyu Villa to find Mu Ruoxi and see how she was getting on. Seeing her daughter's face full of happiness, and knowing that the two had already gotten married, Shangwan Wanqing was very happy for her daughter. At the same time, she also approved of Wang Dong even more. She knew that he wasn't just all talk and no action, that he was really fighting for and planning for their happiness and that of Ruoxi. Thinking that she should give the couple more time alone, Shangwan Wanqing left after dinner. After the mother-in-law left, Wang Dong and Mu Ruoxi snuggled up on the sofa and watched TV. Since sleeping in the same room, their relationship had progressed rapidly. They had also become more intimate with each other. At that moment, the male and female protagonists on TV kissed each other after successfully confessing their love. Wang Dong suddenly leaned over and kissed Mu Ruoxi, too. "Honey, we've been living in our new home for a while now. Do you have any wishes?" Mu Ruoxi leaned on Wang Dong's shoulder and thought about his question for a moment. She cupped his face in her hands and shyly kissed his cheek. "My wish is to be with you forever, my dear." Wang Dong couldn't help but freeze for a moment, before breaking into a big smile. This was the first time Mu Ruoxi had taken the initiative to kiss him. It means that their relationship has come a step closer, and Wang Dong couldn't be happier. "This is not just a wish, because we will always be together." As Wang Dong said this, he held Mu Ruoxi's hand tightly, and his gaze was fixed on her. Mu Ruoxi knew that this was Wang Dong's promise to her. "Then I'll think about it." Mu Ruoxi leaned her head against Wang Dong's shoulder and said, "Well, I hope that the baby in my belly will be healthy and happy for the rest of its life." It's inevitable for parents to worry about their children, even though the baby hasn't been born yet. Seeing Mu Ruoxi say this, Wang Dong stroked her belly, which was not yet bulging. "Baby, mommy's only wish is for you to be safe, so be good in your tummy and don't make mommy work too hard. If you're naughty, don't blame daddy for hitting you." Seeing Wang Dong warn the baby so seriously, Mu Ruoxi couldn't help but laugh out loud. The baby is only 3 months old and can't understand. However, Wang Dong looked serious, and he said, "The baby we're going to have will definitely be intelligent." These words are nothing to the baby. Mu Ruoxi couldn't help laughing and crying at the same time. Although it is said online that prenatal education is helpful for the development of the baby, parents should often talk to the baby so that the fetus can become familiar with the parents' voices. Pregnant mothers can also choose to listen to some relaxing and pleasant music, which will help develop the fetus's auditory ability and promote its intellectual development. But that's something that happens after 4 or 5 months. It's still early. "Husband, do you prefer a boy or a girl?" "I like them both," Wang Dong answered without hesitation. Many people on the internet prefer boys or girls. But in Wang Dong's heart, both a son and a daughter are his treasures and are equally important. There is no difference between the two. He doesn't have the mentality of preferring boys to girls, nor does he prefer girls to boys. "I also like it whether it's a boy or a girl." Mu Ruoxi smiled happily. "Honey, I want to wait until after the baby is born to take wedding photos, and take the baby with us then." This is what Mu Ruoxi thinks. Now she is in the early stages of pregnancy, and strenuous exercise is not advisable, but when the fetus is stable and her belly has grown, there are people who take wedding photos with their bellies out, but Mu Ruoxi doesn't want this. She wants to show Wang Dong her best side. "Okay, I'll do whatever my wife wants." Wedding photos involve a whole day of running around, and Wang Dong is naturally unwilling to make Mu Ruoxi run around so much, as he feels bad for her because she is pregnant. But if Mu Ruoxi insists on taking the photos now, he won't stop her. As long as his wife is happy. Even if they have to go to the moon and catch a turtle in the ocean, he is willing to do it. After the two finished chatting, it was already late at night. Mu Ruoxi, who was snuggled on Wang Dong's shoulder, felt sleepy. "Wife, let's go to bed." Wang Dong affectionately called Mu Ruoxi, picked her up from the sofa, and walked steadily towards the bedroom. Mu Ruoxi was very light, and it was not tiring to hold her. He knew that some girls wanted to maintain a good figure, and they could go without eating or drinking in order to lose weight. But being too thin was also not good, as it was easy to become malnourished. Wang Dong secretly made up his mind that he would urge Mu Ruoxi to eat more and put on some weight in the future. Mu Ruoxi, lying in Wang Dong's arms, had her eyes closed but was not at all sleepy. This was the first time she had been so attached to Wang Dong's embrace. It turned out that being held by someone you like is such a happy thing. Wang Dong carefully placed Mu Ruoshi on the bed, covered her up, and then lay down himself. His hand unconsciously embraced Mu Ruoshi in his arms. Chapter 19, Social Death. The female CEO was caught kissing her husband in secret. She felt Wang Dong's warm body temperature and his strong heartbeat. Mu Ruoshi's face flushed, and her heart pounded. This action gave Mu Ruoshi a great sense of security, even though the lights were off and they couldn't see each other's expressions. But according to Wang Dong's understanding of Mu Ruoshi, she was definitely not asleep now. Her face was red from embarrassment. Mu Ruoshi's hand moved a little, slowly approaching Wang Dong's hand. She thought her movements were very light, but she didn't know that she was testing Wang Dong's patience. "Stop it, go to sleep." Wang Dong's voice was hoarse. He pressed Mu Ruoshi under him, and their fingers interlocked under the bedding. With the help of the faint night light by the bed, the two looked into each other's eyes, their reflections in each other's eyes. She saw Wang Dong's handsome face, his increasingly rapid breathing, and the deep emotions in his eyes. Mu Ruoshi blushed, and turned her face away from Wang Dong. Wang Dong didn't tease her, and continued to hold Mu Ruoshi in his arms as they slept. This time, they were facing each other, so they could see each other's faces whenever they opened their eyes. Mu Ruoshi finally closed her eyes and fell asleep slowly. Wang Dong kept his eyes open, looking at Mu Ruoshi's delicate little face, with long eyelashes covering her eyelids, and the steady, rhythmic sound of her breathing. Every scene made his heart flutter. "My wife is just so cute." Embracing the beauty, gradually, Wang Dong closed his eyes. The next day, Mu Ruoshi woke up and found her hand resting on Wang Dong's firm chest, and her long legs were also draped over his lap. Her face was very close to Wang Dong's, and with a slight tilt of her head, she could kiss him. With such a handsome guy in front of her, there was no reason not to kiss. After a moment of hesitation and shyness, Mu Ruoshi slightly raised her head, and her lips touched Wang Dong's. Afraid of waking Wang Dong, she only dared to lightly touch his lips, then retracted her head. After getting her way, she smiled sweetly, blushing like a persimmon. However, at this moment, Wang Dong, who was originally asleep, suddenly got up, but once again pressed her under his body and kissed her. Mu Ruoshi's face, which was already red, completely turned ripe. After enough kissing, Wang Dong let go of Mu Ruoshi. "You were pretending to sleep." Mu Ruoshi reacted only after she realized what had happened. "No, I just woke up." Wang Dong smiled playfully at the corner of his mouth and refused to admit it. He really was pretending to sleep, and with his half-closed eyes, he saw the whole thing. He saw Mu Ruoshi blushing and hesitating, but still secretly kissing him. Wang Dong's heart was filled with joy. He never imagined that Mu Ruoshi, who was always aloof, had such a cute side to her in private. At the same time, he was also happy that Mu Ruoshi was really accepting of him. Bullying someone right after getting together. Mu Ruoshi turned her head and pretended to be angry, but the corner of her mouth couldn't help but rise. There was nothing she could do about it. "My wife is just too beautiful, and I can't help but want to kiss her whenever I see her." Hearing Wang Dong say this, Mu Ruoshi's face turned red again, and the smile at the corner of her mouth could no longer be concealed. The two leaned against each other on the bed. Pulling back the curtains, the sunlight shone through the window onto the two of them. Time flew, and half a month had passed. On this day, Mu Ruoshi went to work at the company as usual. Wang Dong had quit his job as a delivery man half a month ago and had been planning a business with Potato Head for half a month. The two planned to go to the site to take measurements. Before leaving, Wang Dong sent the address of the shopping mall where the store was located to Potato Head. Potato Head used the navigation to find that the place was about half an hour away from where he lived by bus. Seeing that it was on his way, Wang Dong asked Potato Head to wait for him at home while he drove over. Soon, Wang Dong arrived at the building where Potato Head lived. It was an old residential area in the old town, and the monthly rent for a single room was 500 yuan. The building was old and had stairways, but it was cheap, and the bus stop was less than 100 meters away. Wang Dong parked his brand new Mercedes-Benz in the residential area, which was out of place among the surrounding buildings. It immediately attracted the attention of the people around him. Most of the people living in the old town are elderly people, who are on a pension and have nothing to do all day, so they just sit around chatting in front of their houses. Don't let their age fool you, they know their cars. They immediately recognized Wang Dong's car. "Oh, this is a beautiful car, I'll ask my son to buy me one too. This car is expensive, at least 2 million yuan. "What? 2 million? My goodness, this person is really rich to buy such an expensive car. Several uncles and aunts gathered around the car, discussing it and even trying to touch it. Wang Dong got out of the car to buy some water. When the aunt saw him, her eyes lit up and she looked at him. This young man is really handsome. Young man, do you have a girlfriend? The aunt happens to have a daughter. You should be about the same age, so why don't you add each other on WeChat and get to know each other? Your daughter is still in high school, what's the rush? Young man, I just graduated this year, from a prestigious school. I'm 1.65 meters tall and weigh. Young man, don't listen to them, my daughter is fair-skinned, beautiful and has long legs, she's definitely your type. A few uncles and aunties almost got into a fight, introducing Wang Dong to their daughters. If he can afford such an expensive car, he must be a rich second generation. Wang Dong is handsome, has such a good temperament. And such a great body. If he marries his daughter, he will definitely improve the genes of the next generation. Handsome, rich, and good genes. This is the perfect candidate for a golden turtle son-in-law. No one wants to give up such a hot prospect. Wang Dong hurriedly said that there was no need for an introduction, and he went back to the car as soon as he finished buying the water. Some aunties did not give up and pried at the car window. Wang Dong had no choice. His appearance and the killing power of this car were too great. He had to go somewhere with fewer people. After a while, the phone rang. Brother Wang, I'm outside by the curb. Where are you? I don't see your car. Holy cow, Brother Wang, I actually saw a Mercedes-Benz SL63 AMG, worth $2 million. So cool. Potato Head was shocked and immediately opened the camera, planning to take a picture of the car and post it online to brag about it. After all, seeing is owning. However, just as he was taking a 360 photo of the luxury car, Wang Dong's figure suddenly appeared in the lens. It's not unusual for his figure to appear. What's unusual is that Wang Dong got out of the driver's seat of this Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG. With his 1.8 meter plus height, his handsome face, and the luxury car, he instantly charmed a large group of passers-by. The younger girls screamed in shock. Oh my god, did I see a celebrity? He's so handsome. Ah. He's literally my soulmate. Chapter 20, shocked to find out that the shop belongs to Brother Dong. Potato Head's eyes are wide with disbelief. He thought that buying a luxury Riverview apartment was already the limit of Brother Dong. At this moment, he knows for sure. Brother Dong has no limits. Get in the car. Okay. Potato Head immediately climbs into the passenger seat. He looks left and right. And touches this and that. Like a tourist in a foreign land. This is the most expensive car he has ever ridden in. Who would have thought? Before getting in, he was just a poor slob who could only afford to rent a 500 yuan apartment. Now he is riding in a luxury car worth millions. Potato Head is so excited that his blood is boiling. The two quickly arrive at Wanjia Square. Wanjia Square is located in the bustling downtown area, and there is a lot of foot traffic both day and night. After parking the car, they start to scope out the area. Wang Dong and Potato Head deliberately chose a place with lots of snacks, and the street was full of all kinds of snack shops. All kinds of tempting smells were in the air. They tasted their way down the street, and the flavors were all okay, but mostly the same. It was either grilled squid or bamboo milk tea with the name of the city printed on it. The midday sun was so hot that it made their scalps tingle. After walking around for a while, they found a shady spot to rest. Wang Dong asked Potato Head, after looking around for so long, what do you think? Potato Head took a bite of the kebab and spoke his mind. The footfall here is really good, so there's no need to worry about making money. But the rent for a shop in the city center is sky high, and with the initial investment costs, can we really afford it? Wang Dong understood Potato Head's concerns. But now they have one less expense than everyone else. They don't have to pay sky-high rent. After doing the math, Wang Dong felt that he could afford the initial store expenses. I'll buy the store, so you don't have to worry about the rent. What do you think? What? What did you say, Dong? Buy it? At this moment, Potato Head had only 4 words in his mind. Buy it? Buy a store in the city center? This is the city center. It sounded like a fairy tale to Potato Head. But the fact was, Wang Dong had no need to lie to him. Wang Dong just nodded affirmatively and then led Potato Head to a shop in Wanjia Square. This shop was out of place with the beautifully decorated shops around it. As soon as Potato Head saw the shop, he froze. He had previously checked the prices of shops in the city center and they were 50,000 to 60,000 yuan per ping. This shop was over 100 pings, so it must be. Potato Head roughly estimated the cost of the shop in his mind, which was a huge sum of money. He had never had this much money even when he played the game of Fight the Landlord. Potato Head froze. Brother Dong, I'll follow you for the rest of my life. I'll be your junior for the rest of my life. Okay, but I have to take care of my family, so I won't have much energy to manage the shop. You'll have to manage it for me in the future. This is a big responsibility. Potato Head patted his chest. Thank you, Brother Dong, for trusting me. Brother Dong, don't worry, I'll do my best. Wang Dong nodded. I'm relieved to hear that. When we make money, we'll split it 40-60. No way. Potato Head shook his head and refused without even thinking about it. This is what he was thinking. Brother Dong is not only paying the money but also coming up with the ideas, so it's nothing for him to contribute a little. At most, he's just picking up the slack. How can he expect a share of the profits right away? Brother Dong, I haven't done much to help, so don't give me a share of the profits. Just pay me a salary. Seeing that Potato Head didn't want it, Wang Dong thought that he was afraid to take it because he thought it was too much. He then said 70-30. In the end, Potato Head still shook his head and refused. Brother Dong, no matter how much the bonus is, I don't want it. You take such good care of me now, and I'm especially touched. Brother Dong, you can just pay me a little salary. He knows that Brother Dong is only looking out for him. He wants to help him gain a foothold in the big city. But he knows that Brother Dong's money didn't come from thin air, not to mention that he also has a family to support. Even if they are sworn brothers, he can't take advantage of people like this. Seeing that Potato Head was adamant about not taking a bonus, Wang Dong had to give up, thinking that he could just raise his salary later. After today's site visit, Wang Dong had a definite idea in mind for opening a restaurant. He planned to open a restaurant. Potato was not surprised when Wang Dong said he wanted to open a restaurant. There were many office buildings around that shop, and as long as the food was delicious and the sign was well publicized, there would be no shortage of customers. But in that case, they would need a very good chef. Brother Dong, in that case, we need to recruit a very good chef. Wang Dong shook his head, and he already had someone in mind for the chef position. After saying that, he took Potato Head back to the quiet villa. Potato Head had no idea what Brother Dong was up to. But he trusted Brother Dong. After all, Brother Dong's strength had no upper limit. When he got home, Wang Dong immediately went into the kitchen and started preparing the food. Hearing the noise coming from the kitchen, Potato Head finally reacted. It turns out that Brother Dong is going to cook himself. Out of curiosity, Potato Head went over to take a look and was shocked by what he saw. In the kitchen, Wang Dong skillfully finished off the fish's innards, and then cut the fish into flower-shaped slices like cutting tofu. After coating it in flour and frying it in oil, the oil splattered in the pan, and the kitchen was filled with steam and a tempting fragrance. Potato Head knew that Wang Dong could cook, but he never imagined that he could cook so well. Just now, it was like watching an acrobatic performance. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a chef from a 5-star hotel. Soon, Wang Dong had finished preparing 3 dishes and a soup. Brother Dong, you are amazing. Looking at the dishes on the table, Potato Head was so hungry that he began to drool, and quickly picked up a piece of fish. The fish was soft and tender, and melted in his mouth. It immediately made Potato Head lose his mind. He didn't even have time to talk, just kept shoveling food into his mouth. Although he had never eaten food made by a 5-star chef, nor had he been to an upscale restaurant, Potato Head was sure of it. The dishes Wang Dong made were definitely not inferior to those of a 5-star chef. They were even better than those made by them. Brother Dong, if our restaurant has you as the chef, we won't have to worry about making money. Potato Head was full of praise and had already finished half of the dishes. At the same time, he was full of confidence in their restaurant. He could already imagine how popular it would be once it opened. There would definitely be so many people that they wouldn't be able to fit everyone in, and they would have to take reservations. Once the restaurant is up and running, it will definitely be very busy, and I will still have to take care of my family. I can't be the only one in the kitchen, I need to find someone else I can trust who can also help out. Chapter 21, The Parents-to-be decorate the baby's room. He is thinking long-term. After all, Muruashi is pregnant now, and his focus is on the family, so he can't be in the restaurant cooking all the time. Hearing Donga's concerns, Potato Head is slow to realize the problem. It was him who had thought the problem too simple. Potato Head thinks for a moment, and says to Donga, "Why don't we hire a chef from a job website?" Wang Dong has not ruled out Potato Head's suggestion. But people recruited online don't know his past, and they don't know the person's character. If you happen to meet someone with an evil heart, they will just run away after learning everything. Then his secrets and exclusive recipes will be revealed. Those are the secrets that only he knows because he has the system. Wang Dong can't let someone take advantage of his cooking for free. Therefore, he must find someone he can trust. Speaking of trustworthy, someone who is interested in cooking and has talent. Wang Dong and Potato Head both thought of the same person, Riceball Head. Potato Head exclaimed, "Brother Dong, we can ask Riceball Head to do it." They were thinking the same thing. Wang Dong nodded. Riceball Head is the most suitable candidate at the moment. They were university classmates and knew each other well. Moreover, Riceball Head is a righteous person and very reliable. Seeing that Wang Dong agreed, Potato Head beamed. He was very happy that he would be able to work with his roommate again. Potato Head patted his chest and assured Wang Dong that he would take care of the matter of asking Riceball Head to be the chef. He would definitely get the job done beautifully. Wang Dong nodded in agreement. He also handed over the task of renovating the shop to Potato Head. You don't doubt people you trust, and you don't trust people you doubt. Since he had chosen to start a business with Potato Head, he naturally trusted his character. He also believed that he could get the job done. And store decoration is a big deal. From deciding on the style of decoration in the early stages, to choosing the materials for the decoration in the middle stages, and to following up on the decoration in the later stages, someone needs to keep an eye on the whole process. Although Potato Head talks a lot and is a show-off, he is very steady in his work and has a good eye. If you leave it to him, Wang Dong won't have any worries. Potato Head was so excited that he stood up from his seat when he was entrusted with such an important task. Brother Dong, this shows how much he trusts him, entrusting him with such an important matter as decoration. Brother Dong. Don't worry, I won't let you down. After dinner, Potato Head left the quiet villa. He went straight to find Riceball Head. Time passed by. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. Muruashi's belly gradually grew bigger, and she found it more and more difficult to move around. However, because Wang Dong was there, taking good care of her, Muruashi didn't feel tired. On the contrary, she felt very happy. During this time, Shangguan Wanqing visited her daughter several times and saw that she was well taken care of by Wang Dong and was very happy. She was very happy and also looked forward to the baby's birth. She looked forward to the day when she would become a grandmother. In order to let her daughter rest and take it easy, Shangguan Wanqing temporarily took over Muruashi's company. She no longer has to worry about anything. The two of them spend most of their time at home, enjoying each other's company. One day, Wang Dong prepares lunch, but can't find Muruashi anywhere. Suddenly, he sees the door to the children's room wide open. He goes over to have a look and sees Muruashi staring out the window. "What are you looking at, honey?" Wang Dong says softly, putting his arm around her from behind. Muruashi came back to her senses. "Husband, I want to decorate the children's room. After it's decorated, I'll hang it up for a few months, and when the baby is born, it will be ready for them to move in." "Okay." Wang Dong also looked up. There were no curtains, and the large windows let in the sunlight. The green mountains and forests in the distance were clearly visible, and even the birdsong could be faintly heard. "I'll make an appointment with the decoration company later to have them decorated in the forest animal style you mentioned before." Muruashi was both surprised and happy to hear Wang Dong's words. At first, she had casually mentioned decorating the children's room in the style of forest animals. She had forgotten about it herself. But Wang Dong remembered. Suddenly, Muruashi also thought that she still didn't know the gender of the baby in her belly. If it was decorated in the style of forest animals, what if it was a girl and she didn't like it? After all, girls prefer pink. Hearing Muruashi's concerns, Wang Dong briefly surveyed the room. Although it was a children's room, it was large overall and could easily be divided into 2 rooms. Wang Dong told Muruashi what he had in mind. "Honey, how about this? We'll decorate one half of the room in the style of forest animals, and the other half in pink as a princess room. Then, when the baby grows up, it can play in whichever room it likes." That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Muruashi was happy for a moment, but then suddenly she lowered her eyes, stroked her stomach and muttered, "It's true that you become stupid after having a baby." Wang Dong kissed Muruashi directly, not allowing her to speak of him in this way. "My wife is the smartest in the world. You're just being sweet." Muruashi pouted slightly, with a sweet curve at the corner of her mouth. Wang Dong could always easily detect when she was unhappy and make her happy again in no time. With Wang Dong around, she felt especially at ease. "Husband, it's so good to have you here." Muruashi turned around and took the initiative to hug Wang Dong, burying her head in his chest. Wang Dong hugged Muruashi tightly. "My dear, me too." The two of them cuddled for a while before going to eat. After dinner, Wang Dong drove Muruashi to the mall to choose accessories, toys and a crib. It wasn't the weekend. It wasn't the end of the workday either. The mall wasn't crowded. Wang Dong pushed the shopping cart while Muruashi held his arm. The two of them happily selected things. Suddenly, they saw a cute teddy bear doll, and Muruashi excitedly picked it up. The cute appearance and soft feel of the bear made her unable to let go. "Honey, this bear is so cute." Wang Dong looked at the shopping cart full of stuffed animals and helplessly nodded with a smile. "Let's just get this one, okay? If we buy any more, there won't be enough room in the car." Wang Dong wasn't really interested in the stuffed animals. But buying a stuffed animal would make his wife happy for the rest of the day. Why wouldn't he do it? Okay. Muruashi happily placed the doll in the shopping cart. She had always remembered how good and spoiled Wang Dong had been to her. She also enjoyed the good things Wang Dong did for her. Of course, she was not someone who only enjoyed without giving anything in return. The two walked past the menswear section. Even though Wang Dong had said firmly that he would not buy it, Muruashi still bought him several new suits. Wang Dong said that it was a waste of money, but deep down, he was still very happy. Chapter 22, Choosing a Name for the Baby. After a long walk, the two finally found the baby products section. The salesperson couldn't help but be dazzled when she saw the two of them. The man was young and handsome, and the woman was fair-skinned and beautiful. They were so well matched. The salesperson was amazed and greeted the two of them. "Welcome. Hello, do you sell baby cribs here?" Wang Dong asked with a smile. His magnetic voice and handsome face made the salesperson blush. "Yes, we do." The salesperson led the two to the shelf with baby cribs. "May I ask, how old is your baby?" "Almost 5 months. Although the baby hasn't been born yet, we want to get everything ready so that when the baby is born in the future, we won't be so flustered," Muruashi said sweetly, touching her tummy. Just admiring the two's appearance, the salesperson noticed Muruashi's slightly bulging tummy. "Oh my god. The baby born to two people with such high appearance values. How good looking it will be. Oh. Is it not too late to reincarnate as a baby?" The salesperson picked out several of the most popular cribs for the two of them. There were pink, blue, and white ones. The salesperson patiently explained the features of each crib, combined with the current popular styles, and in the end the two of them chose the pink one. Not only is it good looking, but it can also be spread out. It's fine for 3 adults to sleep in it. In addition to the crib, the two also selected some toys and baby products. There were so many things, they filled up 2 shopping carts. Fortunately, the mall now offers home delivery services, otherwise I don't know how to carry all this back. As the two were just leaving the mall, a long-lost voice from the system came to Wang Dong's mind. "Ding, congratulations, host, you have completed the task of accompanying the expectant mother shopping and purchasing daily necessities for the baby, and have been rewarded with a bottle of expectant mother health supplement. Taking the expectant mother health supplement will not only boost immunity, but also promote the growth and development of the fetus in the womb." As the system's voice faded, a white, transparent glass bottle appeared in Wang Dong's pocket. Wang Dong was overjoyed. The system's products were always the best. The value of this bottle of health supplement was beyond compare. That night, during dinner, Wang Dong mixed the health supplement into the milk and made Muruashi drink it. The health supplement was colorless and tasteless, so Muruashi didn't notice it. After drinking the milk, the two leaned against the floor-to-ceiling windows and admired the city's dazzling night view. The river flowed around the city, and all kinds of cars and people shuttled to every corner of the city. Muruashi's eyes and heart were full of contentment. Because she knows that among the thousands of lights in front of her, one is lit up by Wang Dong for her. Wang Dong is also feeling emotional. If this were in the past, he would never have dared to hope for this. But now he has a wife and everything. He has. Compared to passionate vows, he prefers the simple happiness of the present. Wife, let's pick a name for the baby. Hearing that they need to pick a name for the baby, Mu Ruoshi jumps up excitedly, her mouth curling up slightly. Wang Dong quickly held her up, telling her to be careful not to fall, as she was pregnant. I'm sorry, baby, mommy was just so excited. Mu Ruoshi stroked her stomach, feeling apologetic, and slowly sat down with Wang Dong's support. The upward corners of her mouth and the curved expression of her eyebrows and eyes revealed her joy. I've wanted to name the baby for a long time. For this reason, she has looked up a lot of information. After all, a name follows a child for the rest of their life, so it must be chosen carefully. It must not be too difficult for a child who is just learning to read, and it must not have an unlucky meaning. Words that are too difficult for a child who is just learning to read. Although no science can prove it, names with unlucky meanings will not be good for children. But children are the hope of their parents, and who can afford to leave such a hidden danger for them? So after all kinds of hesitation, she has still not been able to choose a nice name. Husband, do you have any ideas for the baby? Yes. Tell me what you think, and I'll see if it's suitable. If it's a girl, she could be called Qingyi or Qingmeng. I think both names are very nice. Mu Ruoshi nodded. These two names are indeed good, not only do they sound nice, but they also have good meanings. What if it's a boy? For a boy, I was thinking of Qingli, Qingyan, or Qingyan. They're all pretty good, and you can tell they're boy names just by hearing them. Mu Ruoshi was surprised. Some guys are really sloppy when it comes to naming their children. Someone on the internet once named their child after a video game character because they liked playing video games. That's not only irresponsible, but it's also not being a good father. But Wang Dong's names are all very nice. You can tell that he's done his research and thought hard about his baby's name. He's not one of those irresponsible dads. But Mu Ruoshi still had her doubts. Why are all the names green? Wang Dong explained, in our family, we name children according to the character of the generation. My father's generation is Di, my generation is Dong, and the baby's generation will be Qing. Upon hearing his words, Mu Ruoshi understood. The generation of the name is a custom of naming families in traditional culture. Almost every family has it. The character Ruo in her name is the name of their generation. Wang Dong's hand covered Mu Ruoshi's bulging belly, his tone and eyes full of tenderness. Baby, Daddy will be responsible for thinking of a name, but as for which one to choose, it's all up to you and your mother. If you have a favorite, remember to tell your mother. The baby still doesn't understand. Mu Ruoshi smiled helplessly. She felt that the man in front of her was sometimes silly and cute. At the same time, she was also pondering in her heart which name to choose for the baby. But it wasn't necessary to choose now, after all, the baby would not be born for another 5 months. And she had already thought of one, so it wouldn't be difficult to choose. When the baby is born in the future. Once we know the gender, we can choose a name. At this moment, the bulging belly suddenly moved slightly. Wang Dong was startled, quickly took his hand away, and stared straight at Mu Ruoshi's belly. Seeing Wang Dong so serious, Mu Ruoshi put away her smile and asked, Honey, what's wrong? Shoo. Honey, the baby just moved. Wang Dong was so excited, but he still lowered his voice and answered in a low voice. He was afraid of startling the baby in Mu Ruoshi's belly. The baby is already 5 months old, so it should definitely be moving. You can hear it more clearly if you lean closer to the baby. After listening to Mu Ruoshi's words, Wang Dong gently placed his ear close to his stomach, and the sound of the baby moving became more obvious. He could even faintly hear the sound of the baby sucking and swallowing amniotic fluid. This was an amazing experience for a novice father. At this moment, Wang Dong's excitement and joy were stronger than ever. This child with his blood was no longer a boring ultrasound sheet, but a breathing, living being. The distance between them was only separated by a belly. Chapter 23, Grand Opening, Handsome and Delicious. In the blink of an eye, Mu Ruoshi was already 6 months pregnant. The baby in her belly was very healthy and active, often kicking and playing around. In contrast to the baby, Mu Ruoshi's movements became more and more sluggish, and she had to stop and rest after just a few steps. But she didn't feel tired. Instead, she felt very happy and sweet. Especially when she felt the baby moving in her belly, she always gently stroked her stomach with a gentle face, and her whole body exuded motherly love. Wang Dong felt sorry for Mu Ruoshi and became more and more attentive to her. He insisted on giving her a massage every day to relieve her fatigue in the second half of pregnancy. He rubbed olive oil on her body to reduce stretch marks. 2 months ago, Fan Tupio agreed to start a business with Wang Dong and the others. Wang Dong taught him a lot of exclusive recipes he learned from the system. Fan Tupio practiced every day. Although he only learned the basics, the food he cooked was already very tasty. On the other hand, the renovation of the store was coming to an end. Potato Head goes to furniture stores every day just to compare prices and buy furniture with good value for money. Potato Head is very efficient. On this day, after arranging the furniture, Potato Head immediately sends a video to Wang Dong. "Brother Dong, look, is this table and chair okay?" Wang Dong looks carefully. The style of the table and chair is consistent with the style of the shop, and he can't find anything wrong with it. He can always trust Potato Head to get things done. The camera pans around, and the wall looks a bit monotonous with nothing on it. Wang Dong mused for a moment, then instructed Potato Head, "This wall looks a bit bare. Go online and buy some landscape paintings to hang up." Potato Head looked back at the wall and indeed it was quite bare. Brother Dong is right, he noticed the problem at once. "Okay, Brother Dong, I'll place the order in a moment." Wang Dong was not able to come over. Potato Head then held up his phone and wandered around the store. First, he wanted Wang Dong to see the renovated restaurant, and second, he wanted him to point out any problems. Wang Dong looked around while thinking about the opening of the restaurant. At that moment, Mu Ruoshi came out of the room. "Honey, what are you doing?" "The restaurant is renovated, and I'm discussing the opening of the restaurant with Potato Head." Wang Dong helped Mu Ruoshi sit down and handed her the phone to look at. As soon as he saw Mu Ruoshi's delicate face, Potato Head was so shy that he couldn't speak. "Hello, sister-in-law." He quickly switched the screen. Mu Ruoshi also greeted Potato Head, "Hello." Previously, Wang Dong had told her. He, Potato Head, and Riceball Head were starting a restaurant together. Mu Ruoshi was very supportive of Wang Dong's entrepreneurial venture. She even gave Wang Dong a card, telling him not to feel pressured, and that it was okay if it didn't work out in the end. But at that time, Wang Dong didn't want it. Mu Ruoshi briefly looked it over and was very satisfied with the restaurant's decor. She also offered some of her own ideas. "You can buy a few children's chairs to keep on hand, so that parents who bring their babies to eat can put their babies in the chairs and not have to hold them the whole time. Prepare some hair ties for girls and put them in the drawer of each table, because it's very inconvenient for girls to eat with their hair down. They say that girls are more meticulous, and that's true." Mu Ruoshi's suggestion was something they had never thought of. A good restaurant not only needs fresh ingredients and good service, but also attention to detail. Potato Head nodded repeatedly, saying, "Sister-in-law, I'll go do the shopping right away." Soon it was the day of the opening. Wang Dong was worried about Mu Ruoshi's big belly and the hardship of running back and forth, and didn't want her to go. But he couldn't dissuade her, so he had to agree. The reason Mu Ruoshi was so determined to go was because this was Wang Dong's first business venture. As his wife, she should accompany him through thick and thin and witness it with him. After breakfast, Wang Dong drove Mu Ruoshi to Wanjia Square. It was the weekend, and the roads were jammed with traffic, and the square was jammed with people. Everywhere was a bustling and lively scene. After being stuck in traffic for half an hour, the two finally arrived in front of the restaurant. The restaurant entrance was covered in red carpet, decorated with wreaths, and balloons were hung up, making it very lively. The waiters on recruitment stood at the door handing out flyers to passers-by. It's the first day of business. All dishes are 20% off, and 30 yuan off when you spend 300 yuan. Join the fan group and get a free appetizer. Seeing a newly opened restaurant with such a nice decor and inexpensive dishes, everyone took the flyers. They'll go in and try the food when it officially opens. Mu Ruoshi got off the bus and looked at the surrounding skyscrapers. Wanjia Square is the city's most prosperous commercial district, where shop rents are sky high, and you can't even rent one if you have the money. But Wang Dong has managed to buy a shop front here on his own. I don't know where he got all that money from. Mu Ruoshi always feels that sometimes she can't read Wang Dong. But soon, she shook her head again. It's fine for Wang Dong to be good to himself, and he'll naturally tell her the rest when he wants to. Seeing the two of them, Potato Head and Riceball Head immediately came out to greet them. Brother Dong, sister-in-law, you're here. Hello, sister-in-law. Although Potato Head and Riceball Head knew that Muruashi was pregnant, they were still surprised to see her in person. Despite being heavily pregnant, Muruashi was still very beautiful and had a slender figure. If she wasn't so pregnant, no one would have guessed that she was a pregnant woman. It was the dog days of summer, and the heat waves came one after the other, coupled with the reflection of the heat from the concrete floor. It was so stuffy that it was hard to breathe. Brother Dong, it's too hot outside. I'll go park the car, you and your wife go inside and rest for a while. Okay, thank you. Wang Dong handed the car keys to Potato Head and helped Muruashi into the restaurant. At this time, there was a lot of noise outside the restaurant door. More and more passers-by gathered, everyone discussing the appearance of the two. Ah! That boy is so handsome, he's practically my dream husband. His wife is also very beautiful. The combination of handsome man and beautiful woman is killing me. They must be the owners. They must be, or at least shareholders. How else could they afford a $2 million Mercedes? They're so lucky, with good looks and money. I'm so jealous. Me too. All the chatter helped to build the mood, and everyone gathered outside the restaurant waiting for the opening time to arrive. More and more people were arriving. It was hot outside, and everyone was sweating as they waited. After a brief discussion, the owner decided to open the restaurant early. As the red cloth was pulled off, the sound of firecrackers went off along with the cheers of the crowd. The celebratory atmosphere filled the air, with the sound of gongs and drums. It was as lively as the Chinese New Year. The food was fragrant, and everyone rushed in to order food, so that there was no space left in the restaurant. Those who wanted to eat later had to take a number and wait in line. Even though there were many guests, everyone was busy in an orderly manner, not neglecting any diner, so that the diners had the best experience. Both the dishes and the service were very good. People spontaneously promoted the restaurant online, attracting even more people. Of course, it wasn't just the delicious food that attracted people to the restaurant. It was also the extremely good looks of the owner and his wife. After all, good looks are delicious. And so is being handsome. Seeing how busy the restaurant was, Muruashi couldn't help but feel happy for Wang Dong. To thank everyone for their support, Wang Dong and Muruashi stood at the entrance, giving away small gifts that they had urgently purchased to each departing customer. They also asked the crowd about their satisfaction with the dishes and what could be improved. However, everyone's attention was focused on the appearance of the two. Some people even gossiped about their relationship. When she thought about how they first met, Muruashi suddenly blushed. Chapter 24, The Restaurant is a Hit. I want to eat. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. Inside the restaurant, the customers were still coming in an endless stream, and the restaurant was incredibly popular. All the ingredients that had been prepared in advance had already been sold out. Wang Dong quickly contacted the suppliers to have them deliver new ingredients. Potato Head ran back and forth between the front room and the kitchen, sweating from the effort. Everyone was tired, but seeing that the restaurant was doing so well, everyone's faces were unusually excited. Especially Riceball Head. While frying the food with great enthusiasm, he suppressed his inner excitement. At the moment, all his cells were excited and aroused. Riceball Head didn't expect that on the first day of opening, business would be so good. If business stays this good, he won't have to worry about making money. What's more, Brother Dong is now paying him a guaranteed monthly salary of 15,000 yuan. The more the restaurant makes, the higher the commission. This is many times higher than his previous salary as a slave. It's true. You can get rich by following Brother Dong. Seeing that there were more and more diners, and worried that Riceball Head might not be able to handle the workload, Wang Dong settled Muruashi and went to the kitchen to help. Muruashi stayed in the office for a while, but she couldn't stay idle and came out to help again. Meanwhile, a few workers with dusty clothes arrived at the entrance of the restaurant. They didn't go in, but just stood under the eaves to hide from the sun. The door was open, and the cool air conditioning was blowing on them, which was very comfortable. A few big men gathered at the entrance. To a certain extent, it would affect the restaurant's business. The waiter hesitated whether to ask them to leave or not. Muruashi quickly stopped him, then walked to the door with her big belly sticking out. Seeing this scene, the customers in the restaurant couldn't help but look at her. They were curious, what would Muruashi do next? Sure enough, she is beautiful and kind. They saw Muruoshi warmly greet them. "Gentlemen, it's hot at the door, come inside and have a seat." Several workers turned their heads and looked. "Wow! So pretty, she must be a fairy. My goodness, her figure and temperament are so much better than those of a movie star. And her words and actions show that she is the boss of this place." Such a pretty boss came out to greet them in person. They were all flattered. They couldn't help but start looking around the restaurant, smelling the tempting aroma of food wafting in, and subconsciously swallowing. It's true that the food in this restaurant is surprisingly delicious. I just don't know what the prices are like. Muruoshi said with a kind smile, "My dear brothers, today is the first day our restaurant is open, and we are offering a 20% discount on the whole menu. We have rice, dishes, beer and drinks, and even if you don't want to eat, you can come in and have a seat. There's free mung bean soup in the shop." Seeing Muruoshi so enthusiastic, the workers nodded happily. "The food smells so good, and the proprietress is so warm and friendly. We have to go in and try it. Do you have any beer here, proprietress?" After ordering all the restaurant's signature dishes, one of the workers spoke up. On such a hot day, eating with a bottle of ice-cold beer would be so refreshing. "Yes, sir. How many bottles would you like?" The waiter quickly came forward to ask. Then, he arranged for the dishes to be served as quickly as possible. "The food in this restaurant is really good." "Yes, it's much better than the previous restaurant, and it's cheaper too. I wonder if we can order from it on a certain group buying website, so that we can order takeaway in the future when we don't have time to come here." Several people praised the restaurant's food while eating, raving about it. Muruoshi paid attention to how they felt while eating the whole time, smiling and replying, "Yes, our family has already joined a certain group, and there is a special coupon for ordering takeaway." Hearing that you can order this restaurant's food on a certain group, and there is a coupon, other customers pulled out their phones to redeem the coupon, and expressed that they would order it next time as well. Although Wang Dong was in the kitchen, his attention was always on Muruoshi. Seeing Muruoshi supporting him by helping to attract customers while pregnant, it would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. Inside the kitchen, the rice ball chef's wok was about to burst into flames. Time passed quietly as it slipped through their fingers. Seeing that the rush hour was over, there were only a few tables of guests left in the restaurant. Wang Dong instructed the rice ball chef to make the remaining dishes, while he went to the cold storage to select some fresh fish and shrimp to prepare a sumptuous lunch for Muruoshi. 10 minutes later, Wang Dong came out with the steaming food, looked around, and then took the seat by the window around the corner. He saw Muruoshi sitting and resting. "Wife, dinner is ready." Wang Dong's doting and gentle voice brought Muruoshi back to reality. "Husband, are you done?" Seeing Wang Dong sitting down with the meal, Muruoshi quickly took out the chopsticks and spoon from the drawer. Due to the time constraints, Wang Dong only made 2 dishes and 1 soup. Braised prawns and crushing carp and tofu soup. It smells so good. Muruoshi couldn't help but swallow, and couldn't wait to scoop up a spoonful of soup and drink it. Fresh crushing carp, soft tofu, and Wang Dong's superb cooking skills. It's absolutely amazing. Take your time and enjoy. Wang Dong peeled several shrimp for Muruoshi and placed them on the rice she had prepared. Perhaps it was because she had been busy all morning, or because Wang Dong had cooked such a delicious meal. Muruoshi ate with particular relish and was very satisfied. Passers-by who saw the owner of this restaurant looked handsome and charming, and the proprietress was fair-skinned and beautiful, with a high-value appearance. And they saw that the customers in the restaurant were still eating so happily. They decided to give it a try and go into the restaurant to try it. The result was that the taste was unexpectedly delicious. The food was so delicious, and the owner was so handsome, it was simply a dream meal. Absolutely amazing. After eating, Wang Dong went to the kitchen to give the head chef a few words of advice, and then took Muruoshi back to the quiet villa. It was close to 9 p.m. The restaurant closed, and Potato Head calculated today's turnover. It was unbelievable. He immediately called Wang Dong, his hands trembling with excitement. "Holy shit! Brother Dong, do you know how much we made today?" At this moment, Wang Dong was enjoying the night view of the city with Muruoshi in front of the French windows. Muruoshi vaguely heard Potato Head's excited voice and tilted her head in confusion. So Wang Dong switched on the speakerphone. "How much?" "Brother Dong, we made 200,000 yuan today. We're rich, Brother Dong, I've never seen so much money in my life." Hearing this figure, Wang Dong was also shocked. "That much?" "Yes, after deducting the costs, we still made 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. Potato Head couldn't contain his excitement. Muruwashi was also very happy to hear that Wang Dong's restaurant had made a profit. She couldn't help but praise him, saying, "Husband, you're amazing." Wang Dong was even happier to have made money than she was to have made money herself. Since the other person's business was just getting started, this was a very good start. At the moment, Wang Dong was also very happy in his heart. He didn't expect business to be so good on the first day of opening. However, he knew that there was a reason for the high turnover today. The discounts on the first day of opening were very generous, which was the key to attracting customers. Chapter 25, I'm so nervous. Then he told Potato Head, although we've had a good start, we need to keep the customers coming in the following period. Only by retaining our customers can we keep the restaurant running steadily. I know, Brother Dong. Potato Head replied, controlling his excitement. The two then talked about the restaurant's business the following day. Dong had not had time to go over there, so he told Potato Head in advance what to pay attention to. The other party listened very carefully. At the same time, he was very grateful to Wang Dong in his heart. Because Wang Dong not only gave him a good job, but also taught him how to manage step by step. After chatting with Wang Dong, Potato Head couldn't wait to share the news with Riceball Head. He learned that there was no loss and the net profit was 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. Thinking about this, Riceball Head couldn't sleep with excitement. He made up his mind in his heart to work hard in the future. Follow Brother Dong to make a lot of money. Reach the pinnacle of life and marry a beautiful rich woman. Become the most promising and most handsome boy in the village. In the following days, business at the restaurant was as usual. With the help of Potato Head and Riceball Head, the restaurant gradually got back on track. Time flew by. The due date for Muruwashi was drawing near. This was the first time Wang Dong had experienced anything like this, and he was extremely anxious. He immediately noticed the slightest movement from Muruwashi. By chance, he happened to catch Muruwashi suddenly feeling unwell, and took her to the hospital immediately. The doctor went up to examine her. He found that Muruwashi had already gone into labor and that the contractions were becoming more and more frequent. This indicated that she was ready to give birth. Upon hearing the news, Shangwan Wanqing rushed to the hospital that night. Although her son-in-law Wang Dong could take care of her, there were many things that he, being a man, was not comfortable doing. Moreover, Muruwashi was her daughter. She wanted to take care of her personally and feel at ease. On this side, Mo Chuntao and Wang Dekang were so excited by the news that their daughter-in-law was about to give birth that they didn't sleep all night. As soon as it was light, they hurried from their hometown to the hospital. But to their surprise, Muruwashi had not given birth. The weak contractions had almost disappeared. The doctor said this was normal. However, for the safety of the mother and the fetus, it was recommended that she be admitted to the hospital for observation. In the ward, Muruwashi was seen stroking her belly. She was originally very nervous, but after going through this, she had instead relaxed. On the contrary, Wang Dong was on edge and dared not relax for a moment. Muruwashi looked at Wang Dong tenderly and comforted him, "Honey, don't be so nervous." Wang Dong also wanted to relax, but as soon as he saw Muruwashi's bulging belly, coupled with the false alarm last night, he just couldn't relax. But he still put on a smile and comforted Muruwashi, "Honey, I'm not nervous, so don't be nervous either. Don't be afraid, I'll always be with you." Seeing Wang Dong being so heartwarming, Muruwashi's eyes filled with tears. Wang Dong thought she was having another contraction, so he held Muruwashi's hand while shouting for the nurse. Muruwashi hurriedly stopped him, saying, "I'm fine. I just feel lucky and happy to have you by my side. Honey, when we have the baby, will you still treat me as well as you do now?" Wang Dong's hand brushed Muruwashi's nose. His tone was firm as he said, "My dear, I will always treat you well because you are my wife, and it has nothing to do with whether we have a baby. Even if we don't have a baby, I will still treat you well." Muruwashi finally broke into a happy smile upon hearing Wang Dong's promise. She believed that Wang Dong was speaking from the heart, because in the past few months, Wang Dong had been almost meticulous in taking care of her. Except for the inability to have children, Wang Dong had never let her worry about anything else. Moreover, he had a calm personality, a good temper, 8-pack abs, and was so handsome. What a perfect husband! How lucky she was to have him. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Mo Chuntao and Wang Dekang arrived at the hospital, exhausted from their journey. Worried that her daughter-in-law might not be getting enough nutrition, Mo Chuntao had specially made chicken soup and brought it with her. It was in an insulated container, so it was still hot when they arrived at the hospital. When she opened it, it was steaming hot, as if it had just been cooked. The homemade soup made with a hen that had been raised by the family was very tasty, and Mu Ruoshi drank 2 big bowls of it, still not satisfied. Shangwan Wanqing had a panoramic view of the scene, watching Wang Dong's family busy themselves with their daughter. She was full of relief. After all, getting married is not just a matter for 2 people. It's a matter for 2 families. She was very happy for her precious daughter to marry into such a family that truly treated her well. Mu Ruoshi stayed in the hospital for 2 days. But there were no signs of labor. Wang Dong was worried and went to ask the doctor. Contractions and the opening of the fingers are all normal phenomena. As long as the due date is not exceeded, there is no need to worry too much. During this period, all the family members can do is to let the mother eat well, drink well, and relax. After hearing the doctor say this, everyone let go of their worries. The VLP ward where Mu Ruoshi stayed had only 1 bed in a room. It was fully equipped with a sofa and kitchen. Wang Dong simply cooked a few dishes, and the family accompanied Mu Ruoshi in the ward to eat. Mu Ruoshi was unable to walk with her big belly, so Wang Dong let her rest assured in bed and fed her personally, bite by bite. The little nurse who came in to take the blood pressure couldn't help but envy them when she saw how affectionate they were, saying, "You're so happy, I really envy you. Your husband treats you well. He's now our model husband in the maternity department." Really? Mu Ruoshi wore a smile on her face when she heard the little nurse's words. Of course. The nurse glanced outside the ward and lowered her voice. There is an older woman in labor in the next room. Her husband is really not a human being. He is unwilling to go downstairs to buy food, and he is unwilling to comfort the baby when it cries. The woman in labor has no milk, so he was told to buy formula, but he just lost his temper and scolded her. The words he used were as harsh as they could be. Your blood pressure is normal and everything else is fine. Now we just have to wait for the baby to be born. After taking her blood pressure, the nurse pushed the treatment card away. Mu Ruoshi was still looking sad. It is not easy for a woman to give birth, let alone an older mother. It is almost like walking through the gates of hell. After finally giving birth, she was treated like this. It's really heartbreaking. Realizing that Mu Ruoshi's emotions were not right, Wang Dong softly comforted her. Honey, don't think about it too much. I'm here. Thank goodness you're here. After going through this, she lost her appetite to continue eating. Mu Ruoshi rested her head on Wang Dong's chest, closed her eyes and rested, her mind filled with a myriad of thoughts. When Mu Ruoshi fell asleep, Wang Dong gently laid her back on the hospital bed. Then he tidied up the food on the table. Chapter 26, Quintuplets, the good news from the delivery room. He had just turned around. Behind him came the painful voice of Mu Ruoshi. Hubby, it hurts. Wang Dong turned his head and found that Mu Ruoshi suddenly covered her stomach, and the bed sheets were wet. He reacted, Wife, hang in there, I'll go get the doctor right away. Wang Dong calmed Mu Ruoshi while tremblingly pressing the call button. Soon, Mu Ruoshi was wheeled into the delivery room. The nurse stopped Wang Dong, who wanted to go in with her, and asked, Are you the family member of the woman in labor? Yes, I'm her husband. Please sign here. The nurse handed Wang Dong a pen and showed him where to sign. Wang Dong's hands were shaking with nervousness, and his handwriting was so unsteady that it took him a long time to sign the 2 words. Is my wife in danger? No, the indicators of the woman in labor are very stable. After saying this, the nurse hurriedly entered the delivery room with the sheet. The door to the delivery room was closed. Wang Dong was left anxiously waiting outside the door. Even though he had read up on childbirth in advance, when it came down to it, all that knowledge was forgotten. He was left with only nervousness and excitement. Nervousness, fearing for her safety. Excitement, as a first-time father, he was eager to meet his unborn child. He was going to be a father. He was going to be a father. Wanting to give the couple some time alone, the parents of both families went out together to buy clothes for the baby. They received a message from Wang Dong and hurried back. As soon as they arrived, before they could catch their breath, Mo Chuntao excitedly grabbed Wang Dong's hand and asked, Son, has Ruoshi given birth yet? Is it a boy or a girl? No, she just went into the operating room a while ago. Wang Dong's voice trembled with nervousness. Mo Chuntao was worried about her son and quickly tried to comfort him. Don't worry, Ruoshi is a blessed child, she and the baby will be fine. Wang Dong nodded slightly, but didn't say anything. When they left in the morning, Xiaoxi was fine. Now she's suddenly in labor. Shangguan Wanqing anxiously watched the lights in the operating room, her heart full of worry and pain. At this moment, the one suffering in the delivery room was her daughter, who had been pregnant for 10 months. Compared to the joy of becoming a grandmother, she was more worried about her daughter's safety. Time slowly passed in a tense atmosphere, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The lights in the operating room still showed no signs of dimming. Shangguan Wanqing's heart was in a knot. She kept praying to the heavens to bless her daughter Mu Ruoxi and the baby. As a parent herself, Mo Chuntao understood Shangguan Wanqing's feelings. She was also worried about her daughter-in-law Mu Ruoxi's safety. She took Shangguan Wanqing's hand and said, "Ruoxi is such a good girl, she will definitely be safe." With the reassurance of her mother-in-law, Shangguan Wanqing felt slightly relieved. I don't know how long it took. The door to the delivery room opened. The female doctor took off her mask as she walked out of the operating room, asking the people present, who is Mu Ruoxi's family member. I am. Wang Dong rushed forward excitedly, anxiously asking, "Doctor, how is my wife?" "Congratulations. Both mother and child are safe. The mother needs to be observed, and the baby will come out soon." Hearing the word safe, Wang Dong's taut heart relaxed. Shangguan Wanqing also let out a sigh of relief and asked the doctor, "How long until my daughter is released?" "About an hour." At this, Wang Dong suddenly had a shock. Mother and child. Could it be that Ruoxi had given birth to twins? He hadn't even had time to ask when the doctor spoke. The mother is very strong, giving birth to quintuplets. This is the first case in our maternity department. As he spoke, the doctor looked at Wang Dong and asked, "Has there been a precedent for twins in the family before?" "No." Wang Dong shook his head blankly. The only thing in his mind was the 3 words, quintuplets. He has children. Quintuplets. He has 5 children at once. In the future, 5 children will call him daddy. If there is no family inheritance, the chance of multiple births is very rare. You are very lucky. Before the doctor finished speaking, the nurse pushed 5 babies out. It is said that newborns are wrinkled and ugly. But these ones in front of him have pink skin and are surprisingly cute. However, because they were multiple births, the 5 babies did not weigh equally. The first and second babies weighed quite well. The third and fourth babies' weights were beginning to plummet. The 5th baby, who was the last to be born, was not only the youngest, but also the lightest. She was so thin and small that she was very cute and endearing. The first, second, third, and fourth babies were all fast asleep. The 5th baby's eyes were wide open, and she wasn't crying either. She kept waving her hands in the air. Seeing such a cute scene, Wang Dong couldn't help reaching out to touch her little hand. The moment he touched it, Wu Bao suddenly opened her eyes and gently held Wang Dong's hand. Her hand was so small that it had almost no strength, but Wang Dong still felt it. He smiled foolishly to himself. He didn't know how to describe the happiness of this moment. Mo Chuntao and Wang Dekhang, who were standing nearby, were already beyond excited. Becoming grandparents was already enough to make them happy, but they never expected that their beloved daughter-in-law had given birth to 5. 5. Now they not only have a grandson, but also a granddaughter. The Wang family is complete. Shangguan Wanqing is also very excited. She has been promoted to the position of grandmother of quintuplets. She is truly amazing and awesome, just like her daughter. She has given birth to quintuplets. But beyond the excitement, there is also more worry and concern. Giving birth to 1 child is hard enough, let alone 5. She anxiously looks towards the operating room. She feels the excitement of everyone. The nurse waited patiently for their emotions to subside and gave them careful instructions. Wang Dong was worried about Mu Ruoxi and handed the children over to the 3 parents. He went downstairs to pay the fees and stopped by the pharmacy outside to buy medical pads for the mother to expel the lochia. An hour was enough for him to go back and forth. When he returned, his wife was almost out. On the other side, Shangguan Wanqing looked at the 5 little babies and liked them more and more. Especially the 2nd and 5th babies. Their little appearances were exactly the same as when Xiaoxi was born. "Mom, I'll come over after I pay the fees and buy the things." With the babies born, Wang Dong had a lot of things to do. Shangguan Wanqing nodded, taking her time, and she was still here. Wang Dong was a new father and still just a young man in his 20s. It was already beyond her expectations that he could arrange things so methodically. On the other side, Wang Dong quickly went to the payment window to pay the fees. The moment the bank card was debited, a system voice came from Wang Dong's head. "Congratulations, host. All 5 babies were born successfully, the mother's vital signs are stable, and she has successfully become a father. You have been awarded 5 bottles of baby growth solution, 1 bottle of maternal tonic, and a bonus of 1 million yuan." Hearing the system's rewards, Wang Dong was very happy. Now is the time when his wife is the weakest, and with this maternal tonic, he can replenish her blood and energy. As for the baby growth solution, with it, he won't have to worry about the baby's poor resistance. Chapter 27. The babies are so different, how cute. After paying the fees and buying the medical pads, Wang Dong hurried back to the maternity ward without stopping. Wang Dekang and Mo Chuntao had already taken the babies back to the ward. Now only Wang Dong and Shangguan Wanqing were left. Both of them kept their eyes fixed on the maternity ward door. Not knowing what was going on inside with their daughter, Shangguan Wanqing's heart was racing and she dared not let go of her grip. Wang Dong was relatively less worried because he had been told by the system that the mother's vital signs were stable. I don't know how long it took. The door to the delivery room opened again. Mu Ruoshi was pushed out of the delivery room by a nurse. At this moment, Mu Ruoshi's hair was wet with sweat and her face was pale. At this moment, Wang Dong felt extremely distressed. Giving birth is like going through the gates of hell. Wang Dong went up to hold her hand and said, "Ruoshi, you have worked hard." Hearing Wang Dong's voice, Mu Ruoshi opened her eyes and weakly replied, "Husband, I'm fine." "How are the babies?" "They're all healthy. I've brought them back to you." Wang Dong wiped the sweat from her forehead. "I'll take care of the babies. You've just given birth, so the most important thing is to rest and get better." Next to her, Shangguan Wanqing's tears were welling up in her eyes. Wang Dong was right. The most important thing for you now is to rest well. For the rest, I'm here for you. Today is a double celebration, so what's the point of crying yourself? Soon she wiped away her tears and gently stroked her daughter's forehead. Knowing that her babies were healthy, Mu Ruoshi had nothing to worry about. She slowly closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. In the other room, in the hospital room, the 5 little ones were crying, each louder than the next. Wang Dekang and Mo Chuntao were holding one and comforting 2. For others, comforting children is a tiring task. But the 2 of them enjoyed it. Since the babies were born, Wang Dongchang and Mo Chuantao's smiles have never faded. It's strange. The babies, who were crying, suddenly quieted down when Wang Dong pushed Mu Ruoshi back to the ward. They blinked their big eyes and looked in the direction of the 2 of them. At this moment, the babies' eyes were already open. Normally, newborn babies don't open their eyes until 2 to 7 days old. Wang Dong found that his babies were very different. They opened their eyes not long after birth. I wonder if it's because of the parenting products that the system rewarded me with earlier. He was very happy that his baby's eyes opened faster than other babies. He sensed 5 soft, plump gazes. Wang Dong gave a gentle smile. "Babies, do you miss your daddy?" Hearing this, Mo Chuntao picked up the rosy-cheeked Debao and handed him to Wang Dong. Holding his child for the first time, Wang Dong was at a loss and didn't know where to start. Fortunately, Mo Chuntao was there to guide him. Holding the soft and fragrant baby in his arms, Wang Dong felt an unprecedented sense of peace. The little one instinctively waved his little hands, looking very comfortable. That little expression seemed to say, "Barbie's arms are so warm." Newborn babies have limited energy and sleep most of the time except when they eat. As soon as the baby and his younger siblings started crying, they fell asleep quickly after feeling the warmth of their father. He looked cute when he fell asleep. When the eldest son fell asleep, Wang Dong carefully put him back in the crib. Then, he picked up the other 4 little babies one by one. The little ones were just as sweet as their brother, and they were especially good-looking, delicate like porcelain dolls. Holding them, Wang Dong felt like the happiest man in the world. Seeing his son interacting happily with his grandchildren, Mo Chuntao went up to Shangguan Wanqing and said, "Look, in-laws, the babies' noses look just like Dong's, and their eyelashes are as long as their mother's. They've perfectly inherited their good looks and will be very handsome when they grow up." Mo Chuantao's face was beaming. Shangguan Wanqing laughed, "Yes, those little arms and legs are really cute." Wubo has dimples on her face, and Xiaoxi also has dimples on her face, inheriting her mother's dimples and being so charming from a young age. My little darlings. The more I look at them, the cuter they get. Looking at the babies, who are sleeping soundly. Shengguan Wanqing feels as if she has gone back in time 20 years ago, when her daughter was just born, and her heart softens unconsciously. Her gaze falls on the hospital bed. Looking at her sleeping daughter. She has indescribable feelings in her heart. Giving birth is not easy, let alone Muruwashi giving birth to quintuplets. Although it is a process that every woman has to go through, how can a mother not feel pain for her children? But fortunately, the worst is over. On the other side, Muruwashi's lips are very dry. Wang Dong uses a cotton swab to dip in the tonic and carefully wipes it on her lips. He moves gently so as not to wake the other person. After finishing, Wang Dong looks at the crib. The parents and mother-in-law are sitting next to the babies, observing their every move. Wang Dong got up and walked over. The 5 little angels were different from the newborn babies he had seen online. They were not wrinkled at all, but rather delicate and exquisite. Their plump little faces and rosy lips made people want to kiss them. These were their own children. They had the blood of him and Muruwashi flowing through their veins. At this moment, Wang Dong's heart softened. Looking at the baby's contented expressions, his heart softened. All the fatigue and tension were soothed away in that moment. Wang Dong made up his mind in his heart that he must take good care of Muruwashi and the babies. Time passed quickly in joy. Muruwashi opened her tired eyes. Perhaps it was the tonic that had made her face look a little more rosy and her complexion a lot better. Shengguan Wanqing helped her daughter up and slowly lean against the bed. Wang Dong was the first to hold the awake baby and pass her over. The potential of maternal love is always unlimited. Muruwashi, who used to be afraid of children, is full of love in her eyes when she faces the little Wubao. She has almost no trouble learning how to hold a baby. Be a good boy, mommy's here. She cradles Wubao in her arms, murmuring tenderly as her cheeks lightly rest against his head. Feeling the familiar scent, Wubao instinctively reaches out to grab his mother's face. He is so happy to be snuggled up against her. Having just given birth, Wang Dong was worried that she would tire from holding the baby. As soon as Wubao fell asleep, he carried her back to the crib. However, as soon as he had her in his arms, before he could turn around, the little one immediately sensed it and immediately started to cry and scream. It's okay, I'll hold her. Her heart ached as her daughter cried like this. Wubao, who had returned to Muruwashi's arms, stopped crying and instead smiled at her. Seeing her daughter like this, Wang Dong couldn't help but laugh and cry. Thinking that Muruwashi hadn't seen any other babies, Wang Dong directly pushed the crib over. He had made the right choice buying the crib. Not only was it beautiful, it was also large, and most importantly, it had wheels. It could be used as a crib and also as a bed. Because it was a VIP ward, the bed was also much larger than a normal hospital bed, and it was completely large enough for Muruwashi and the 5 babies to lie on it. Wife, this is the eldest child, a boy this is the second child, a girl the 2 behind are the 3rd and 4th children, both boys the 5th child in your arms is a girl. Wang Dong introduced the babies to Muruwashi. Muruwashi reached out to touch the babies' heads, and she was overjoyed. Chapter 28, Naming the Human Pups. Although the babies cannot express themselves, they have lived in Muruwashi's belly for 10 months and are very familiar with their mother's scent. When they saw their mother reach out, they all reached out to grab her hand. Although they are newborns, they were all born at term. During her pregnancy, Muruwashi also ate reasonably. She fed her babies well, and they are much stronger than normal children. Babies, I am your father. You are all handsome, and I love you all the most. Wang Dong joined in. The parents of both families were filled with joy at this heartwarming scene. After Wang Dong and Muruwashi had interacted with the babies for a while, Shengguan Wanqing asked, have you thought of the names for the children yet? If not, since everyone is here today, we can discuss it. After all, the name follows the child for the rest of their lives, so it cannot be taken lightly. When it came to names, Muruwashi suddenly remembered that Wang Dong had come up with 5 names in one go. 2 of them were girl names and 3 were boy names. At the time, Wang Dong said that he would come up with more names and let her choose. Unexpectedly, she didn't have to choose. She had just given birth to 3 boys and 2 girls. Wang Dong felt incredible that he had accidentally come up with the names for all the babies. They fit perfectly, and there was not one missing. So the two of them told the parents of both families the names they had previously chosen. Upon hearing the names, Shangwan Wanqing nodded with satisfaction. The names Wang Dong had given the children were all very common characters, which they had all seen before and knew had good meanings. Most importantly, the combination of the characters sounded nice. Just from the names, you could tell that the parents had put a lot of thought into choosing them. Mo Chuntao and Wang Dekang couldn't stop smiling. Mo Chuntao touched the baby's little hands and could hardly contain her joy. Babies, can you hear? Mummy and Daddy have given you names. Dabao, can you hear? Your name is Wang Qingli. Daddy gave you that name. Do you like it? Bao, your name is Wang Qingming. Daddy gave you that name too. Isn't it a nice name? San Bao, Daddy gave you the name Wang Qing'an. How about that? Do you like it, baby? Fourth treasure, your name is Wang Qingyan. Do you like it? Daddy also gave you this name. Fifth treasure, your name is Wang Qingyi. Isn't it a nice name? Daddy gave it to you. The babies couldn't speak yet and couldn't express their emotions, but they couldn't resist the joy of their elders. They all babbled and shouted, kicking their legs and arms in the air, interacting with their grandparents and grandmothers. The daily nicknames are not yet available, so Wang Dekang thinks about it for a while and proposes to give the babies nicknames. The father gave the children their first names, so naturally the mother should give them nicknames. Mu Ruoshi suddenly has a blank mind when she has to think of so many nicknames. For a while, what is suitable? Seeing this, Wang Dong comforts her, wife, don't worry, take your time. Okay. Suddenly, Mu Ruoshi has a flash of inspiration. Why not use the last character of the children's names as their nicknames? For example, if the eldest child's name is Wang Qingli, his nickname could be Lily. Wang Dong's expression changed. I think that's fine. The three elders nodded in agreement. Using the last character of the name is convenient and sounds good. At this point, the children's first and last names were all decided. The babies were lying in bed, cooing. Their big, watery eyes and cute, chubby appearance. The three elders can't get enough of them. Before they know it, it's nighttime. Wang Dong stays behind to take care of Mu Ruoshi and the babies, while the three parents go home for the night and come back in the morning to check on them. Before they leave, Mo Chuntao repeatedly tells Wang Dong to take good care of Mu Ruoshi and the babies at night. She tells him that babies are different from adults and need to be fed every few hours. If he gets stuck, he should remember to call them. On the other side, Shangwan Wanqing was also telling Mu Ruoshi not to sleep too much at night, in case Wang Dong was too busy to take care of the children. Now that she is the mother of 5 children, she can't be as willful and lose her temper as she used to. The most important thing is to always be on the lookout for bad people and not let the babies be stolen. The two novice parents nodded like chickens pecking at rice. They took to heart all the parental advice. The three elders then felt relieved and went home. However, they had not left for long when the babies started crying. This time, no matter what they did, they could not calm the babies down. Wang Dong guessed that the babies were hungry and wanted milk. He read online that breast milk contains immune factors that are beneficial to the development of the baby's immune system. So, Wang Dong took the baby who was crying the loudest and most likely to be hungry, San Bao, and gave him to Mu Ruoshi. Honey, the nurse said breast milk is best for the baby. Mu Ruoshi took San Bao and looked at Wang Dong with a confused face. I know breast milk is best for the baby, but how do I feed it? This question stumped Wang Dong. Both of them were new parents. Seeing San Bao crying more and more fiercely, Wang Dong had no choice but to take him back. Take her out of the ward to find the nurse. It's better to be lucky than good. As soon as Wang Dong walked out of the ward, he saw the nurse coming out of the opposite ward. Hello, nurse, my baby has been crying. He might be hungry. How do I feed him? Has the new mother produced milk yet? The nurse followed Wang Dong into the room. Wang Dong and Mu Ruoshi looked at each other in confusion, not knowing anything about breastfeeding. It's not a big deal. If the new mother has milk, just let the baby drink it directly. After examining the baby, the nurse took him from Wang Dong's arms and placed him in Mu Ruoshi's arms, teaching her how to breastfeed the baby. The baby was held in the right position, but Wu Bao just couldn't find the right spot. The nurse had to ask Wang Dong to come over and help her put the baby's food in its mouth. Wang Dong listened to the nurse and reached for Mu Ruoshi's chest. She blushed immediately and turned her head away. Seeing this, the nurse couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. They were already parents-to-be, but they were still shy. Hearing the nurse's teasing, Muruwashi felt even more embarrassed. After a lot of fuss, the baby finally got to drink milk. The little one pouted his little mouth and sucked with all his strength. That look was really cute. Seeing the baby eating happily, the nurse looked at the other babies in the crib. Sanbao and Siba were still sleeping, but Debeo and Erbo were already showing signs of waking up. It was unrealistic for such young children to take turns drinking milk in a queue. You have a lot of babies in your family, I'll teach you another way that allows two babies to drink milk at the same time. Afterwards, the nurse brought Erbo to Wang Dong and showed him how to do it. He held the baby's body with one hand and brought her head close so that she could drink. Wang Dong followed the instructions carefully. Finally, Erbo was able to drink too. The little one was having a good time and kept kicking her chubby little legs. Chapter 29, Super Bonus, Changing the Baby's Diapers. Seeing their babies happily drinking, Wang Dong and Muruwashi both smiled with relief. Newborn babies have very small stomachs, and they get full after just a few sips. But they can't express themselves yet, so they can only express to their parents that they're full by moving around. The baby formula gets everywhere all at once. The little rascal looks at the baby formula that's leaking out, and Muruwashi feels both distressed and helpless. At this moment, Erbo also finishes eating. Wang Dong put them back in the crib and picked up the remaining 3 little ones to nurse. After settling the 5 babies, an hour had passed. He was too tired to wipe the milk stains off Muruwashi's body with a towel dipped in warm water. "Honey, you've worked hard." Muruwashi lay on the bed with a sweet expression. Today, 5 little ones were born, and she went into the delivery room, so a lot happened. Wang Dong was busy running around, and now he was still taking care of the babies in the middle of the night. She can feel her husband's love for the babies and his meticulous care for her. This man in front of her is so warm. Wang Dong smiles tenderly, "I'm not tired, my wife is the one who is working hard." At this moment, a system voice rings in Wang Dong's mind. "Congratulations, host, you have completed the first task of breastfeeding your baby. You will be rewarded with a luxury mansion fragment. Collect all 5 fragments and you will unlock a luxury mansion worth 50 million. Wang Dong is shocked. He had obtained another fragment. Together with the previous one, he now had 2 luxury home fragments. A luxury home was within reach. Once he had collected all 5 fragments, he would be able to provide Muruwashi and the babies with a better living environment. Thinking about this, the tiredness in Wang Dong's body was instantly swept away. He was left with nothing but a fighting spirit. Time slowly crept towards midnight. Wang Dong pushed the baby cot next to the hospital bed, and then stuck the bed he slept in next to the outside, so that he could easily take care of Muruwashi at night and keep an eye on the babies at all times. After doing all this, Wang Dong lay down to rest. He lay on his side, his gaze fixed on the 5 children. The little ones were sleeping soundly, their soft little faces making him want to give them a kiss, and they still smelled of milk. Wang Dong's heart softened at the sight. He reached out and touched the little hand of the baby closest to him, Sibao. Sibao subconsciously grabbed his finger and held it tightly. Ouch! He's small but has quite a lot of strength. After playing with the baby for a while, Wang Dong gradually felt sleepy. He pulled his finger out of Sibao's hand, rested his hand on the crib, and before he knew it, he fell asleep in a daze. Since he had slept so much during the day, Muruwashi didn't feel sleepy at all. She looked sideways at the babies and Wang Dong. The babies were sleeping soundly, each in a different position, some with their fists curled, some on their stomachs, some on their backs, with their little mouths moving from time to time. Muruwashi thought the babies were about to wake up, but after a little mouth movement, they continued to sleep. Wang Dong kept his position lying on his side, and every time the babies moved, his hand subconsciously went to comfort them. Although he was comforting the same one every time. But watching this heartwarming scene, Muruwashi couldn't help but smile at the corner of her mouth. Slowly, she also felt drowsy. In the end, unable to withstand the drowsiness, she fell asleep in a daze. I don't know how long it took. Wang Dong vaguely heard the baby crying and someone talking. The baby pooped, and he needed a diaper change. Hearing the word baby, Wang Dong was so startled that he jumped up from the bed directly. The nurse couldn't help but praise him for waking up. Although this is a VIP ward, it is not 100% perfect. Parents also need to be vigilant at all times. Wang Dong placed his bed next to the baby's cot, so that he could rest and protect the baby at the same time. It can be said to have achieved two goals at once. The baby is not crying, Daddy is here. Wang Dong picked up his crying baby. Apart from the smell of milk, there was also a distinctive smell. He then remembered that he had heard the nurse say in a daze that the baby had pooped. He quickly asked the nurse, "Excuse me, how do I change the baby's diaper?" He was a young man in his 20s. It was normal for him not to know how to change a baby's diaper. The nurse patiently and kindly showed him how to do it, first putting the baby on the bed, and then stopping suddenly in the middle of talking. "Have you bought the diapers?" Many new parents only worry about preparing beautiful clothes and strollers for their babies, and wait to buy things that they don't need right away. They don't buy the things they need urgently, like diapers, formula and bottles. They do buy them. Wang Dong opens the cupboard and looks for diapers. The cupboard is crammed full. There are bottles, diapers, clothes and toys of every description. It's like a mini supermarket. The nurse can't help envying Mu Ruoshi, who is sleeping. Did she save the galaxy in a previous life? This life, she's found a tall, handsome, and considerate husband. This cabinet of baby products is even more complete than the supermarket downstairs in the hospital building. And everything is the right thing to buy. It's all useful. How much homework did it take to collect them all? In contrast, look at the man in your own home. Hey! The more the nurse thought, the more she felt. Her man is just a big pig's trotter. After Wang Dong found the diapers, the nurse began to understand how he changed them. Yes, just hold the baby here. Don't be afraid, the baby is not as fragile as you think. First, take out the wet dirty diaper, wipe the baby with a wet paper towel, and then change it for a new one. Wang Dong followed the nurse's words and took action step by step. His back was wet from the strain. Even though the nurse said that the baby was not fragile, he didn't dare to use force. He carefully pulled open the baby's diaper, which was full of green stinky stuff. The normal stinky stuff of people is yellow in color. Wang Dong had never seen anything like this before and panicked. What should the nurse do? The baby's poop is green, could it be that the baby is sick? At this moment, Mu Ruoshi also woke up. Hearing Wang Dong say that the baby's poop is green, she was afraid that something was wrong with the baby, and her heart suddenly tightened. "Nurse, what's wrong with my baby? Are they going to be okay?" Seeing that the two were so nervous, the nurse hurriedly explained, "Don't be nervous, this is the baby's meconium. After drinking milk normally, the poop will turn to its normal color." Hearing the nurse say this, the two of them finally let go of their worries. They were afraid to think about it. If something really did happen to the baby, what would they do? Next, the nurse helped to get a half basin of warm water from the toilet, and they had to wipe the baby's bottom clean before they could change the new diaper. Okay. Wang Dong wiped Di Bao's bottom clean and continued to follow the nurse's instructions, and finally changed Di Bao's diaper. However, after finishing with one, there were still 4 lying in the crib, and all the little ones needed to be changed. Chapter 30 San Bao, bullying your father since birth? The other babies need to be checked too, and if they have pooped, they need to be changed. After giving Wang Dong some instructions, the nurse went off to attend to other matters. Wang Dong changed the basin of warm water and then checked each baby one by one to see if they had pooped. After a while, Er Bao, Si Bao, and Wu Bao had all pooped, but San Bao had only peed a little. But Wang Dong was worried about the baby. Was afraid that the diaper would make him uncomfortable if he peed, so he changed him into a new one. However, as soon as he wrapped the new diaper around him, the little guy frowned, held it in, and not only pooped, but also peed. Wang Dong smiled helplessly, picked up Si Bao, who was now lying comfortably, and pressed his cheek against his baby's face. Si Bao, did you do that on purpose? Mu Ruoshi, who was lying down resting, heard Wang Dong's words and opened her eyes to ask what had happened. Seeing the situation in front of her, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. While she was laughing, she looked at the culprit, Si Bao, and said, "Si Bao, how can you bully your father?" Si Bao looked innocent, with his little hands grasping Wang Dong's cheeks. After Wang Dong had changed all 5 of the baby's diapers and finished feeding them, the night grew deeper. He was so sleepy that he kept yawning, and his eyes were about to close, but he still gently coaxed the babies to sleep. Mu Ruoshi, who had lain down, did not fall asleep, and she was still recalling this night in her mind. She had slept too much during the day and had no sleepiness at night, but Wang Dong had been busy with her and the baby all day. At night, she could not sleep well, either changing diapers or carrying the baby over to feed it. But even though he had not slept for a day and a night, Wang Dong still had a gentle face, and he was not impatient with her or the baby in the slightest. Such a good man cannot be found even with a lantern. Now she has actually met him. But more than being happy and blessed, Muruwashi felt even more for Wang Dong. He was just a young man who had just graduated. He was about to shoulder such a heavy responsibility for her and the baby. He was forced to become a man who stood upright and became the pillar of the family. How hard it was, I'm afraid only Wang Dong himself knows. It is said that women are sentimental, and women who have just given birth are even more sentimental. Thinking about this, Muruwashi could no longer hold back, her eyes had already been filled with tears. Just as she was letting her emotions run wild, Wang Dong had already coaxed the babies to sleep. He was now standing next to her bed with a cotton swab, gently moistening her lips. Seeing Muruwashi open her eyes, Wang Dong thought he had used too much force and quickly coaxed her to go back to sleep. Muruwashi took Wang Dong's arm and said, "Honey, are you being burdened by me and the baby?" Wang Dong went to the same school as Muruwashi and was very capable. I believe that delivering packages was just a transitional stage for him. Once we get through this stage, he will definitely be able to do something great in the future. If it weren't for me and the baby, his life would have been even more promising. What nonsense is that? Wang Dong gently patted Muruwashi's head. You and the babies are my most precious treasures and the driving force behind my struggle. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I'd still be lost. Before meeting Muruwashi, Wang Dong was indeed very lost. It was as if he were standing in an endless fog, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. But now it's different. Now he not only has a wife, but also 5 adorable babies. He will fight for them and give Muruwashi and the babies a better life. Wang Dong's words soothed Muruwashi's emotions. Honey, I feel so happy. Wife, me too. The two looked at each other and smiled happily. Before going to bed, Wang Dong asked Muruwashi to drink the tonic before going to sleep. Muruwashi tasted a small sip, colorless and tasteless, like plain water. She asked, "What is it?" Since he couldn't tell her about the system, Wang Dong just said it was a gift from a friend. It's a tonic, and it's good for your health. Hearing that it was good for the body, Muruwashi drank the rest of the half bottle in one gulp. After that, the two of them went to bed. The next day came quickly. Mo Chuntao and Wang Dekang came to the hospital early to see their grandchildren. They were worried about their son, who had stayed up late taking care of his daughter-in-law and the babies, so they didn't want to wake him. They passed him and picked up the babies in their cribs. Perhaps it was because blood is thicker than water. The 5 babies were held up by the 2 of them, and not one of them cried. The little one's skin was much paler than yesterday's, and they were chubby and very cute. Oh, my darlings, I'm your grandma. I'm your grandpa. That's your mom. It wasn't easy for her to give birth to you, she's worked hard. The one sleeping is your dad. He took care of you and your mom last night, and it was hard work too. Be good, babies, and don't make your mom and dad noisy. Muruwashi leaned back against the pillow, sipping on the chicken soup that had been simmering for 2 hours while she watched her babies get along with their grandparents. It really is true that people from different generations are close. The love the elderly couple have for their babies is overflowing. At this time, the doctor and nurse came in to check on the mother and babies. Muruwashi could talk about her own condition. But the baby has been taken care of by Wang Dong, and he knows better than she does. Mo Chuntao quickly woke Wang Dong up. Hearing his mother's voice, Wang Dong opened his dazed eyes. He looked at Muruwashi first, and when he saw that she was fine, he looked at the crib. Ha! There was no baby in the crib. His heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his hair stood on end. He came to his senses. Perhaps the babies sensed their father's anxiety, because they all started crying. Wang Dong looked in the direction of the crying and saw 5 little treasures lying neatly on the sofa. They hadn't been lost. Wang Dong let out a sigh of relief. Seeing that he was still frozen, Mo Chuntao patted her son and reminded him again that the doctor was coming to check on the babies. The doctor said out loud, "No rush, take a break first. This young man is honest, she likes him from the bottom of her heart. She has been working in the obstetrics and gynecology department for almost 20 years. She has never seen such a good-looking young father before. Coupled with the mother's appearance, when these 5 little ones grow up, I wonder how many people they will charm. Moreover, let's not just say he is handsome. He is also so attentive and responsible." During Muruwashi's 1-week stay in the hospital, no matter what the matter was, it was Wang Dong who took care of it all by himself. Even so, he still found time to insist on rubbing olive oil on the pregnant woman and giving her massages. He even cooked the meals himself for the expectant mother. It can be said that apart from not being able to give birth for the expectant mother, he did everything else perfectly. Who wouldn't like such a handsome and steady young man? I'm fine, doctor. Has the baby defecated? Has it drunk milk? Is there anything uncomfortable? The doctor asked a series of questions, and Wang Dong answered them all. He even answered methodically about the color of the baby's poop and how much milk the baby had drunk. The doctor nodded his head and was even more satisfied. If he had met this young man a few years earlier, he would have introduced his daughter to Wang Dong. Such a perfect son-in-law. The doctor turned to the trainee nurses behind him and said, "You heard it all. In the future, when you look for a boyfriend, you have to find someone like this, handsome and down to earth." Chapter 31, New Parents. Could it be that the babies are geniuses? The trainee nurses had just graduated and had not experienced such a scene. They were very shy and, upon hearing the doctor's words, all lowered their heads. They did not dare to look at Wang Dong. Wang Dong was a celebrity in the maternity department. Not only because he treated his wife with the utmost care, but also because he was handsome. His face was completely irresistible, like a young celebrity. Even doctors and nurses from other departments come to see just how handsome Wang Dong is, under the pretext of delivering materials. Before seeing him, they all said that it was an exaggeration. How could an ordinary person be more handsome than a celebrity built up with money? Now, they are all speechless upon seeing him. They are so taken by his good looks. On the other side, after the doctor and Wang Dong have learned about the general situation of the baby, they personally examine them. She really likes this set of quintuplets. It's rare to have quintuplets, let alone 5 adorable little ones. Anyone who sees them can't help but be moved. The doctor lifts the baby's arms, turns them over, looks at their fingers and toes. And Wang Dong's heart trembles at the sight. But he knows that the doctor is a professional and is doing this to check the baby's various functions. It's strange. Usually, when they just change a diaper or hold them up for a while to have a look, the babies cry louder and louder. This time, the doctor tossed and turned in every way, but the little ones not only didn't cry, but looked like they were enjoying it. The doctor examined each one and, after confirming that the babies were in good health, he carefully instructed Wang Dong about various postpartum recovery and maintenance precautions based on Mu Ruoxi's wound recovery and condition. He also gave advice on postpartum nutrition to ensure adequate milk production. Wang Dong took it all to heart. After the doctor and nurses left, Mu Ruoxi had just finished breakfast. The couple began to nurse their babies. Wang Dekhang was after all the father-in-law, and his daughter-in-law was nursing, so it was not appropriate for her to stay in the ward. Mo Chuntao could not help for the time being. The two of them went downstairs for a stroll. In the ward, Mu Ruoxi skillfully pulled up her shirt to nurse. The little one had not drunk milk since he woke up, but he was eating very happily now, sucking at a rapid pace. Mu Ruoxi patted An's bottom and said lovingly, "Drink slowly, no one is competing with you." The method the nurse taught last night is very convenient. Seeing that Wang Dong had not brought any other babies over, Mu Ruoxi looked up doubtfully and found him rummaging through the cabinet. Wang Dong was looking for the baby bottle. He plans to feed the babies some baby culture fluid. The system rewards you with things that are definitely useful for the babies, so now is the perfect time to try them out. Mu Ruoxi thinks about it. Last night, Wang Dong gave her a tonic to drink, and she looks great in the morning. She was sore and weak, but now she's full of energy. If it weren't for the doctor's warning about not doing strenuous exercise for fear of rupturing her wound, she would have jumped out of bed already. This stuff is really good. Wang Dong washed the bottle and Sanbo had just finished drinking. So he gave the baby bag to Mu Ruoxi and held the full bottle to feed Sanbo with baby formula. It wasn't much, and he finished it in 2 mouthfuls. The little one was still sucking on the nipple with relish. Wang Dong tried to pull the nipple out, and as soon as he made a move, Sanbo started crying. Sanbo wants more? To Wang Dong's surprise, Sanbo gave a cute nod. He immediately told Mu Ruoxi, his wife, the good news, honey, Sanbo not only understands what I say, he also nods. Really, Sanbo is so smart. Wu Bao, who was in Mu Ruoxi's arms, heard that his brother was being praised, but he wasn't. He also started to make a fuss. It was a coincidence once, but it can't be twice. The couple couldn't help but be stunned, seeing that Wu Bao was getting more and more unruly. Mu Ruwashi quickly came back to her senses and comforted her. Wu Bo was also smart, and you are both smart, you are both mommy and daddy's heart's treasure. After saying that, Wang Dong and Mu Ruwashi both stared at Wu Bao without taking their eyes off her. They wanted to know her reaction. They were not disappointed. When Wu Bao heard that she was being praised, she immediately stopped crying and stopped fussing, and continued to drink her milk. Apart from the health of their child, the happiest thing for parents is that their child is smart. They both smiled with relief. After feeding the baby, Wang Dekang and Mo Chuntao happened to come back. Wang Dong suddenly remembered that the doctor had just said that they should take the babies for a bath. Parents, the doctor said that we should take the babies for a bath. I'm worried about Ruwashi. Can you take them later? Mo Chuntao couldn't stop smiling when she heard this. Not to mention taking the babies for a bath. If the babies wanted the sun in the sky, she would be willing to do it. These are her precious babies. The nurse happened to be passing by, and the two of them pushed the baby cot out the door. Mu Ruwashi was gratified to see that her in-laws were treating the babies so well. Auntie and uncle, you've worked hard. It's too formal to say these things as a family. Get some rest, we'll be going now. Mo Chuntao waved her hand, and then disappeared happily into the corridor with the babies. The hospital they were staying in was the best municipal hospital in the city. Many families with a full budget chose to give birth in this municipal hospital. It was morning, and there were so many children waiting to bathe. Mo Chuntao and Wang Dekang appeared with their 5 super cute quintuplets, quickly attracting everyone's attention. Oh my god, quintuplets! This was the first time I'd seen quintuplets. Who says it's not possible? The babies are so cute, all chubby and rosy, unlike my own, who's so skinny and pale, like a little monkey. To give birth to quintuplets, the mother is truly amazing. They are so blessed. 5 babies, 3 boys and 2 girls. This is something you never dream of. Everyone is amazed and envious when they see the 5 little ones in the crib. Are you the grandparents? Mo Chuntao beams with pride as she introduces herself, patting her chest. I'm the grandmother of 5 babies, and he is the grandfather of 5 babies. Your family has great genes. Not only were you able to give birth to quintuplets, but your babies are also so beautiful. Not at all. It's your daughter-in-law who's amazing, adding 5 little treasures to our Wang family. She's just a young girl, but she's endured so much pain. It's all her credit that the babies are so cute. When Mu Ruwashi was mentioned, Mo Chuantao's heart ached and her eyes filled with tears. She was a veteran, and knew how hard and difficult pregnancy was. Next to Mo Chuntao was a middle-aged woman holding a baby girl. Hearing her say this, she felt a surge of envy, envying Mu Ruwashi for having such a wonderful mother-in-law. The baby in her arms was her granddaughter. When her daughter and the man met through a matchmaker, everything was fine before the wedding. But when they learned that their daughter had given birth to a baby girl, the man's family's faces suddenly turned sour. First, they threw a fit at the door of the delivery room, saying that they had been given the wrong baby. After the mother and daughter came out of the delivery room, the family was unusually cold. The middle-aged woman became more and more angry as she thought about it. This family is really not human. Chapter 32, The Babies Say No to Needles. On the other side, Mo Chuntao took the 5 little ones to the bathing area. The baby bathtub is similar to the kitchen sink. The nurse rolled up her sleeves and washed the radishes. The nurse's strength was great, and her hands kept rubbing the second treasure in the sink. This scene made Mo Chuntao tremble with fear. She wanted to speak up to warn her, but when she saw the second treasure in the sink, not only did it not cry, but it looked like it was enjoying it. She could only swallow her words back. The nurse washed quickly, and in the blink of an eye had already washed 3 babies. Mo Chuntao hurried over to take a look. The little ones had had their baths, and were lightly and refreshingly clean. They weren't crying or making a fuss, just playing with the air by themselves. Seeing that the babies didn't have any injuries, Mo Chuntao let out a sigh of relief. After all 5 little ones had finished their baths, the nurse reminded them to remember to take the babies for their vaccinations in half an hour. Newborn babies are the continuation of a family. That's why many grandparents like to take their babies out and about. They show them off to everyone. As a result, when the nurse tells the family that the babies need to go for their vaccinations, they can never be found. Mo Chuntao and Wang Dekang nod their heads in agreement. Afterwards, the two of them happily take the babies back to their room. On the way back, they once again become the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone's envy of Mo Chuntao reaches a peak. Look! What a life they lead. Their 5 grandchildren are so well behaved and cute, like little angels. I want grandchildren like that too. In the hospital room, the new parents are planning for their baby's future. Wang Dong wants his children to have a happy childhood. Mu Ruoxi, however, thinks that children should not lose out at the starting line and wants to sign them up for several interest classes. Although the two have different plans for their children, they don't argue about it and instead have a good chat. After all, their starting point is the same: they want the children to do well. They see their parents bringing the babies back from the bath. Wang Dong quickly gets up to help and pushes the children to the bed. They've had a bath and feel better, haven't they? Now they're fragrant little babies. Mu Ruoxi reaches out to tease the 5 little ones. The little ones lift their hands to grab her, having a great time. The little ones are happiest when they're with their mother. It's almost noon and they're running out of time. Lunch is still not ready. Mo Chuntao and Wang Dekeng decide to go back and cook for Mu Ruoxi. Not only is takeaway expensive, it's also unhealthy. A new mother who has just given birth is weak from loss of blood, so she can't eat takeaway. The two then ask Mu Ruoxi what she wants to eat. Mu Ruoxi thinks for a moment and replies, "Uncle and Auntie, I want fish soup." "Okay, Auntie will go to the market and buy some fish. Xiaodong, take care of Ruoxi and the babies." The two tell their son what to do and leave. But they hadn't gone for more than a few minutes when they suddenly turned back. Wang Dong looked puzzled and asked, "What's wrong, Mom and Dad?" Mo Chuntao slapped her thigh and said, "Oh, look at my brain, I just forgot to say that the babies need to go for their vaccinations in half an hour. Your father and I don't know anything about this, so, Dong, you take the babies in a bit." "Okay, then you go back first, I'll take the babies in a bit." As soon as the two of them had left, the nurse came in. "Have the babies come back from the bath?" "They've gone for their vaccinations." "Nurse, we're back." Mu Ruoxi spoke in the child's tone of voice, speaking for the little ones. Wang Dong was instantly amused by Mu Ruoxi's cute appearance. "My wife is so cute. The little ones have come back from the bath." The nurses are unable to tear themselves away from these adorable and well-behaved babies every time they see them. They walked over to the cribs and teased them for a while before arranging to have their vaccinations. It was nearing noon. The infant vaccination room was not very busy, and it didn't take long before Wang Dong's turn came. The doctor in charge of vaccinating the babies was an elderly man wearing thick glasses. He was taken aback when he saw Wang Dong pushing the quintuplets in. As a doctor for decades, he had never seen quintuplets before. The elderly doctor got up and walked over to the cribs. The 5 little ones were plump and adorable. But these 5 are full of energy, and they look just as healthy as any singleton. 5 babies? Congratulations, the little ones are all very healthy. Thank you, doctor. Wang Dong smiled and responded to the doctor, and picked up the eldest baby to prepare for the vaccination. After recording the identification information of all 5 children, the doctor began to prepare the medicine. Not many children came for vaccinations at noon, so there was only one doctor to go around. But Wang Dong brought 5. The old doctor was overwhelmed and had to call another doctor over to help. The nurse came in and saw the quintuplets, and her reaction was exactly the same as the old doctor's. She asked Wang Dong a lot of questions. Like what, whether there is a genetic predisposition for multiple births, and she asked every doctor she saw these past few days. She was almost stereotypical from asking so many questions. After the doctor finished dispensing the medicine, Wang Dong exposed the little one's arms. The soft, plump children looked like they had no bones, and holding them made him feel a little scared. He was afraid that if he held him too tightly, he might hurt the baby. Especially when the needle pierced the baby's arm, Wang Dong was more nervous than the baby, and his hands couldn't help trembling. The baby was slow to react, and didn't feel any pain until both injections were finished. Wang Dong cooed softly, "Lily, be a good boy, it doesn't hurt." After he had coaxed the baby to calm down, Wang Dong put him back in the crib. Then he picked up the second baby. Before the injection was even given, the little one started crying, flailing her arms and legs around in an attempt to prevent the doctor from giving her the injection. Since birth, the baby had never cried so hard. Wang Dong felt so much pain. But despite his pain, the vaccine had to be given. "Meng Meng, be good, don't cry, it'll only hurt for a little while, Daddy's here." Wang Dong coaxed the second child gently, while the doctor took the opportunity to give the little one an injection. Knowing that he had been tricked, the second child wailed louder and louder, his little face full of grievances. The doctor was so moved that he joined in coaxing the second child. "It doesn't hurt at all, baby, be brave. Be a good baby, it'll be over soon." However, the doctor's actions did not slacken. One touch, one jab, one pull, and it was done. This is the complete opposite of the first and second child. Sanba didn't cry at all. After the injection was finished, he buried his head in Wang Dong's arms and fell asleep. His lack of crying made people worry. The doctor held the baby and placed him in the medical crib. "This baby will be observed for half an hour." Obeying the doctor's words, Wang Dong suddenly became nervous. "What's wrong with the baby?" "The baby is fine, but after the injection he fell asleep. It is possible that he is allergic to the vaccine medicine. For the sake of the baby's health, it is better to stay and observe him." Wang Dong looked at San Bao, his eyes full of worry. After that, when he gave Si Bao and Wu Bao their vaccines, he was a little distracted. Si Bao and Wu Bao seemed to sense their father's worry, and didn't make too much noise by crying and screaming. They just cried a little while the shots were being given. Chapter 33, Young people should be moderate in their desires. Time passed amidst Wang Dong's anxiety. In the blink of an eye, 30 minutes had passed. Sanbao's various signs were very stable, and he was just sleeping normally. Wang Dong then revealed a smile again. Next, the doctor handed Wang Dong the baby's vaccination books and instructed him to keep them safe, as the babies would need them when they went to school in the future. He then instructed him to bring the babies for vaccinations on time, as well as the precautions to take for the next 24 hours after the babies had received the vaccinations. After the vaccination, Wang Dong took the children back to the ward. At this time, Shangwan Wanqing was in the ward with Muruwashi. Seeing Wang Dong bring the children back, she got up to help push the little ones in. "Babies, I'm your grandma." "Oh, my little darlings are so cute." Shangwan Wanqing couldn't get enough of her 5 little grandchildren. After a while of fun, the little ones got sleepy again and yawned cutely. Thinking that they hadn't drunk milk yet, Wang Dong quickly carried them over to feed them. After feeding the babies, Mu Ruoshi hummed a nursery rhyme to lull the children to sleep. In their mother's arms, the 5 little ones felt very warm and secure, and soon fell asleep. After making sure that the babies were asleep, Wang Dong carried them back to their cribs. Seeing how well the young couple took care of the children, Shangwan Wanqing was completely at ease. She had planned to have her daughter find a postpartum care worker to take care of her and the babies during this trip. Although Wang Dong is meticulous, after all, it is the first time he has taken care of a child and a new mother, so he cannot do a better job than a professional postpartum care provider. But now that she has seen for herself, she can see that Wang Dong is doing a very good job. She has no reason to be worried anymore. Shangwan Wanqing gave the two a few words of advice before reluctantly leaving. Her words were sensitive, and she said that she knows that young people nowadays like to seek excitement, but they cannot neglect their health. Right now, their bodies have not yet recovered. They must not do anything reckless. Wang Dong and Muruwashi both blushed, and they both felt shy. After Shangwan Wanqing left, the atmosphere in the ward suddenly became very awkward. Muruwashi's face was as red as a persimmon, and she wished she could dig a hole and crawl into it. In order to make the atmosphere less awkward, Wang Dong spoke up and changed the subject. "Wife, can you tell the babies apart?" Hearing Wang Dong's question, Muruwashi looked at the babies in the crib. "Yes. Although the 5 babies look the same, they are different when you look closely. Dabeo Lily is the biggest and drinks the most milk. Erbo Meng Meng is a girl who drinks milk in a particularly graceful manner and likes to hold her hands. Sanbao Anan is usually aloof and doesn't cry much, but when it comes to drinking milk, she makes a lot of noise and has to arch her back twice before she drinks. Sibo Yen Yen drinks milk even more vigorously than Dabeo and bites her every time." Hearing Muruwashi say that Sibao always bites her when she drinks milk, Wang Dong nudges her head lightly. "Wubo is the lightest and the clingiest. The little one has dimples on her face just like her. Little rascal, how can you bite your mother?" Muruwashi laughs and explains for Sibao, "It's not really biting, it's just that she has a lot of strength and it looks like she's biting." Among the 5 little ones, only Dabeo and Sibao drink milk with the greatest force, and their little faces turn red every time they suck. In contrast to them, Wubao doesn't like to drink milk. When he's not very hungry, he likes to suck and spit it out every time, making Muruwashi's body covered in milk stains. The more the two talked, the more the atmosphere returned to normal. At this point, Mo Chuntao brought the meal. After dinner, Mo Chuntao wanted to buy gifts for the babies, so she excitedly ran to the nearby children's mall. After she left, Wang Dong locked the door to the ward. Mu Ruoshi was puzzled. Honey, what's wrong? The doctor said that you can't take a bath yet, but I know you must be uncomfortable, so I'll use a towel to wipe you down. Wang Dong poured warm water from the toilet, soaked the towel, wrung it out, and let it half dry. He wiped Mu Ruoshi's hands, feet, and back. Just a simple wipe, and Mu Ruoshi felt refreshed and comfortable. He wiped to the baby's mouth. The two were tactically quiet for a moment. Cough, cough. We are already husband and wife, all of this is expected. Mu Ruoshi took the initiative to pull up her clothes, blushing, her voice even quieter than a mosquito. Remember to tell me if it hurts. Wang Dong carefully wiped the baby's ration with a hot towel, his eyes and movements very serious, without a single other thought. After wiping the body, Wang Dong changed Mu Ruoshi's clothes again. Even the underwear was changed, and Mu Ruoshi blushed the whole time, but she was very happy in her heart. Husband, you're so good. While changing clothes, Mu Ruoshi happily kissed Wang Dong's cheek. Wang Dong's mouth corners were stretched to the back of his head when he was kissed by Mu Ruoshi. But her face was full of concern. Mu Ruoshi told her not to move around, or the wound would break open. Okay. Mu Ruoshi stopped moving around and let Wang Dong change her clothes. After eating and drinking and getting changed, she felt fresh and clean. Mu Ruoshi suddenly felt sleepy. Wang Dong poured a glass of warm water for Mu Ruoshi and told her to drink it before going to sleep. He then went to the bathroom to wash Mu Ruoshi's clothes. Mu Ruoshi finished drinking the water and was about to close her eyes when Wu Bao suddenly started to grunt. The baby cot was next to the hospital bed. Mu Ruoshi carefully shifted her body so that her hand could just reach Wu Bao. She patted Wu Bao softly, her voice as gentle as water. Be a good girl, don't cry, mommy is here. Wu Bao felt her mother's breath and arched her body, her hand grasping randomly in the air. The whimpering noise got louder. Until she grabbed Mu Ruoshi's hand, Wu Bao felt like she had found a sense of belonging, and she stopped whimpering. She grabbed her mother's hand and fell asleep. Feeling the warmth of her daughter's chubby hand, Mu Ruoshi closed her eyes with peace of mind. Wang Dong came out after finishing the laundry and saw this heartwarming scene. Mu Ruoshi's hand was resting on the 5 little ones, sleeping peacefully, and the little ones were also sleeping sweetly. He couldn't help but take out his phone and take a picture of the scene. The more he looked at the picture, the more he couldn't put it down. Wang Dong directly set the picture as his phone's screensaver. Afternoon. Wang Dong, who had been busy all day, was taking a stroll in the corridor. He noticed that there was a new mother in the next ward. And next to her was a middle-aged woman with short hair, dressed extravagantly, and looking very shrewd. In contrast to the middle-aged woman, the mother looked carefree and young, and was now sitting on the bed with her big belly out, eating something. After finishing her meal, the woman noticed an extremely handsome man standing outside the corridor. She guessed that he must be the family member of the patient in the next room. The woman was naturally active, so she clapped her hands, got up, and went to the patient's room with her big belly to visit. As soon as she entered the room, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. She saw a woman who was even more beautiful than a fairy, who was gently playing with 5 babies who looked exactly the same. Chapter 34, The Contrast Between the Mother-in-Law and Daughter-in-Law. The little ones are plump and full of energy. They are all raising their little hands to interact with their mother. Wow, Quintuplets, you are so blessed. The woman couldn't help but walk over to the crib. My goodness, they are so cute. If only the baby in my belly was this beautiful. The woman stroked her own big belly, looking yearningly. Mu Ruoshi smiled and said to the woman, you look good, so the baby in your belly must also be good looking. The woman was very sociable and gave a very kind feeling. Words immediately gushed out like a spring. Your husband is really handsome. You are also very beautiful, like a fairy from heaven. As soon as I was admitted to the hospital, I heard the nurses say how considerate your husband is. Oh my, I really envy you. How did you and your husband meet? Mu Ruoshi was very happy to have someone to talk to. The two of them chatted for nearly half an hour before the woman went back contentedly. Come and drink some water to soothe your throat. Wang Dong handed Mu Ruoshi a glass of warm water, pulled over a chair, and sat by the crib to entertain the little ones. Thank you, honey. As soon as Mu Ruoshi finished drinking, she noticed a few nurses rushing into the next room. In no time at all, they pushed away the woman who had just come to visit. Behind them came a middle-aged woman and a young man with glasses. The man was carrying baby supplies. This must be the birth. Mu Ruoxi and Wang Dong looked at each other, thinking that it should take some time for the other person to give birth. After all, Mu Ruoxi had used several hours and still hadn't given birth, and in the end she had to have an emergency cesarean section. However, only half an hour had passed. The woman was pushed back to the ward by the nurse. When she returned, she looked pale but was in high spirits. She even greeted them as she passed by the door to the ward. A young man wearing glasses followed her, holding a baby who was crying loudly. She gave birth? In half an hour? Mu Ruoxi and Wang Dong couldn't believe their eyes. This was just too magical. Mu Ruoxi was shocked and envious at the same time. The difference in their physical conditions was too great. She had gone through a lot of hardship and almost lost her life giving birth. But when she went to the other woman's house, she had no trouble at all. What shocked her even more was what happened next. Not long after the other woman returned, she was able to get out of bed and walk without anyone's help. She even came over to visit, carrying her baby in her arms. You gave birth really quickly, didn't you? Mu Ruoxi couldn't help but exclaim, looking at the baby in the woman's arms. The little one was healthy and chubby. Its skin was red like most newborn babies, and it was a little wrinkly, looking a bit like a little monkey. Usually, after a week or two, when the babies gradually start to open up, their skin gradually turns white. But there are exceptions. For example, Mu Ruoxi's 5 babies were born looking good, with fair skin, and opened their eyes less than an hour after birth. The baby the woman gave birth to, however, hadn't opened its eyes yet, was clutching its tiny hands, and was sound asleep in its mother's warm embrace. It's not fast. The woman laughed and waved her hand, saying, My mother gave birth to me in less than 10 minutes. Auntie is amazing. That's nothing. There are people who give birth in the fields and continue working right next to their babies. Mu Ruoxi couldn't help but swallow, unable to imagine such a scene. At that moment, the sleeping Wu Bao suddenly grunted. Mu Ruoxi quickly picked her up and cooed at her, Wake up, mommy's here. Wu Bao pouted her little mouth twice and suddenly reached out to grab the baby's quilt. She likes her brother. Mu Ruoxi couldn't be happier. Wu Bao is the weakest and most insecure of the 5, and is usually very clingy. But she's never done anything like this before. The woman is overjoyed, and brings the baby closer to Wu Bao. Wow, baby, look at how pretty your brothers and sisters are. Baby, grow up well, and in the future, mommy will take you to play with your brothers and sisters. The sleeping baby seems to sense this, kicking its little legs a few times under the quilt. Seeing the 2 little ones getting along so well, the mothers are both very happy. At this point, the woman's mother-in-law also comes over to visit. As soon as she enters the door, she sees 4 little ones sound asleep in the crib and Wu Ruoxi holding the 5th baby in her arms. 5 babies? Twins are already hard to come by. Their family has the good fortune to have given birth to quintuplets. And the couple's looks are so high. The middle-aged woman is suddenly full of envy. Without comparison, there is no harm. The middle-aged woman looked at her daughter-in-law, who had average looks, and a hint of dissatisfaction was hidden in her gaze. Mom, why did you come over? The child is still so young, why do you keep taking him around? What if he catches a cold? You're both mothers, can't you be more careful? You don't even know how to take care of a child, so I don't know why you're here. Feeling her mother-in-law's cold words, the woman's face changed, and her gaze turned to her husband standing behind her mother-in-law. However, her husband didn't even look at her, and the whole time he was just playing with his phone and playing games. Jia Xiang heard his wife shouting at him, and the man looked up with a face full of impatience. What are you complaining about? Hasn't my mother been good to you? Day after day, she's just looking for trouble. Seeing that her son didn't pay any attention to his daughter-in-law, the middle-aged woman expressed her satisfaction. Hurry up and take the baby back. The woman didn't want to, but when she saw the newborn in her arms, she finally took a deep breath and smiled again, saying to Mu Ruoxi, I'll go first, and I'll come back sometimes. From the conversation between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, Mu Ruoxi keenly sensed that their relationship was not harmonious. The woman's husband should be a mama's boy with no say in the matter. In a family like this, the woman who married in will only be bullied. But this is after all someone else's family matter, and it's not good for an outsider like her to meddle. Mu Ruoxi smiled and responded to the woman, Okay, go back and rest well. The woman nodded to Muruashi with a smile, and then went back with the baby in her arms, not giving her mother-in-law a smile the whole time. Chapter 35. Fortunately, the conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law did not happen. It was evening in no time. Mo Chuntao brought dinner to the hospital. At the moment, Muruashi was feeding the babies. Wang Dong was not there, as he had been called to the doctor's office. Mo Chuntao felt sorry for her daughter-in-law, so she went up to feed her personally. Muruashi had been very independent since she was a child. After the age of 2, she had always eaten by herself and had never let anyone feed her. "Auntie, you can leave it, I'll eat it later. Auntie is just killing time, but you, on the other hand, have to feed 5 babies, how hard it must be. I'm happy to be able to help." Hearing Mo Chuntao's words, Muruashi nodded in appreciation. She ate the food that Mo Chuntao fed her bite by bite, feeling warm in her heart. On the other side, the doctor asked Wang Dong to go to the office to find out about Muruashi's recovery. Muruashi's recovery after childbirth was very good in all aspects, and she had already reached the state of being discharged from the hospital. It usually takes at least a week or 2 for a new mother to recover to her current state. Therefore, the doctor specially asked Wang Dong to come and ask for his opinion. Wang Dong knew that Muruashi's recovery was so fast because she had been drinking the tonic given by the system. However, he still insisted that Muruashi stay in the hospital for 7 days after discharge. Some money should be saved, but some money cannot be saved. Muruashi's health and safety are more important than anything else. The doctor heard Wang Dong's concerns and gave him a thumbs up. He really cares about people. After chatting with the doctor, he returned to the ward. His mother was feeding Muruashi, and the scene looked very harmonious. Since ancient times, the relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law has been a major problem. Many families have been torn apart because of conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. On the one hand, there is the mother who gave birth to him and raised him, and on the other hand, there is the wife he will spend the rest of his life with. Many men don't know what to do. Fortunately, Wang Dong has never encountered anything like this. His mother and wife get along very well. They understand and care for each other, and they appreciate the difficulties of the other. They are both reasonable people. Muruashi is full, and so are her 5 babies. They are all round and full, with the strength to keep kicking their little quilts. Seeing that Wang Dong is standing in the doorway looking at them for a long time without saying a word, Muruashi feels inexplicably nervous. "What did the doctor say, honey?" Mo Chuntao cast a worried glance at her. The doctor doesn't often talk to family members alone, and whenever he does, it's never good. "It's fine, don't worry, the doctor said you're recovering well, and asked if I wanted to check out." "It's good that everything's fine." Mo Chuntao immediately felt relieved. Muruashi asked, "So do we have to check out?" Although the ward had everything, it wasn't her home, and no matter how she lived there, she wouldn't be comfortable. She had longed to check out. But then Wang Dong's words came like a bucket of cold water. Her hopes of being discharged had just been dashed. Seeing Muruashi's disappointed face, Wang Dong explained that although she and the babies were both recovering well, it would be safer to stay for a few more days. In case anything happened, it would be easier to deal with it in the hospital. Muruashi thought that made sense. She had to think about the babies, not just herself. Seeing that the 2 of them didn't argue when they disagreed, but instead faced it together, they resolved their differences perfectly. Mo Chuntao was relieved. Couples who can communicate and think from each other's perspective will go far and grow old together. Nowadays, those young people are all impetuous and impatient, impulsively getting married and impulsively getting divorced. Mo Chuntao was worried before that the young couple would be like that too. Now it seems that her worries were unnecessary. The 2 of them truly love each other and cherish the idea of spending the rest of their lives together. Meanwhile, a young woman walks into their hospital room. She is wearing a camera around her neck and holding a stack of business cards in her hand. "Hello, I'm from the baby photo studio. I can take a free photo of your baby. Here's my card." Wang Dong takes the card the woman hands him. Muruashi's eyebrows twitch. "Honey, let's take a photo." This studio is very famous and specializes in children's photography. Many of her friends who have had babies go to them for their babies' 100-day photos and family portraits. Muruashi had thought about it before. When she had a baby in the future, she would take it to them for a photo shoot. Now her wish had suddenly come true. Seeing Muruashi's expression of interest, Wang Dong nodded, "Thank you." No problem, no problem. The woman held up the camera and pointed it at the babies lined up on the bed, unable to contain her amazement. You had quintuplets. That's wonderful. The babies are so pretty, each one of them is so chubby, they will definitely grow up to be handsome boys and pretty girls. The mother is also very pretty, and so is the father. My goodness, the appearance of your family of 7 is just incredible. The woman's string of flattery made Muruwashi feel embarrassed. At the moment Muruwashi was smiling the sweetest, the woman pressed the shutter. The woman opened the camera and showed Muruwashi the photo. In the small lens, Muruwashi's face is beaming, her hands resting on the babies' bodies. The 5 little ones are raising their tiny hands to interact with their mother, their eyes and hearts filled with love for her. Zoom in on the photo, and you can even see the reflection of their mother in the baby's clear pupils. This photo is so well taken. Not only is Muruwashi shocked, but the woman is also amazed by it. I've taken so many photos, but this one is the best. It's award-winning quality. Chapter 36. The first thing the babies did when they got home was to cheerfully hold up the camera. I'll take one more of you, a family photo. Wang Dong stood to the left of Muruwashi, and Mo Chuntao to the right. The babies' positions remained the same. The family smiled happily. 3, 2, 1, click. The moment the shutter clicked, the family's happiness was forever fixed in the photo. After the photo was taken, Muruwashi and the woman added each other on WeChat. The woman said some polite congratulations and blessings, and then went to the next ward to recommend a photography studio. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was time for the woman to be discharged from the hospital. Her mother-in-law and husband went together to complete the discharge procedures, leaving her alone in the ward to pack up and take care of the baby. The woman was quick and efficient, and finished packing in no time. It was her mother-in-law and husband who took nearly 3 hours to complete the discharge procedures. The family was busy from morning until noon before they were discharged. Before leaving, the woman waved the small hand of the child in her arms through the window. Saying goodbye to her aunt and her brother and sister, we are going home. I hope your family will be discharged from the hospital soon too. Muruwashi waved at the woman with a face full of envy, saying, take care on the road, my dear, and grow up well, so that your aunt can bring your brother and sister to visit you in the future. Although she said this, they were just casual acquaintances. This parting. I'm afraid I won't see them again in this life. But Muruwashi was not sad, but very happy, because everyone was heading for a new journey of happiness. Time flew and it was already the 7th day. Muruwashi was discharged from the hospital as she wished, and the whole family returned to the quiet villa, carrying big and small bags and hugging the 5 little ones. Babies, we're home. Mo Chuntao pushed the baby carriage into the door, and the little ones looked left and right. The more they looked, the more unfamiliar they became. The next second, they started to cry loudly. Ouch! Don't cry, don't cry. Because the babies were born in the hospital and have never been anywhere before, they are all scared and crying. No matter what Mo Chuntao does, they won't stop. Wang Dong and Muruwashi are walking behind them, and they can hear the babies crying from afar. Parents know their children best. The two of them immediately realize that the babies are crying because they are in a new environment. They don't feel safe and that's why they are crying. Don't cry, this is our home, the home of the babies, mommy and daddy. Look over there. That's your room. When you grow up and can sleep on your own, you can sleep there. They hear familiar voices. The little ones lift their arms and legs high and cry for their parents to pick them up. There's no choice but for Wang Dong and Muruwashi to pick them up and coax them while walking into the children's room. Babies, look. This is the children's room your parents have prepared for you. Do you like it? This side is decorated in the style of forest animals, and that side is decorated in the style of princesses. Look, there are even toys. In their parents' arms, the little ones feel very secure. They are not so scared anymore. They blink their big eyes and take a look at the children's room. The carefully decorated children's room is full of childlike innocence and very nice to look at. The little ones seem to be very satisfied, grunting and kicking their little legs against the quilt to express their approval. Except for the children's room. The two of them take the babies to explore every corner of the house, introducing the babies to the house and familiarizing them with their surroundings. With their parents by their side, the babies gradually became familiar with their home. Seeing that the babies were familiar with the home environment and the weather was good, Wang Dong suggested waiting until the babies woke up from their nap to give them a bath. Mu Ruoshi agreed, as the nurses had always bathed the babies when they were in the hospital. Now that they were home, it was their turn to do it themselves. They did just that. Mu Ruoshi was responsible for coaxing the babies to sleep. Wang Dong is responsible for preparing the baby shower gel, baby powder, new clothes, and ducks. And getting everything ready. Wang Dong first scalds the new baby bath with hot water and washes all the toys again before feeling relieved to use it on the babies. Bathing a baby is a big project. Mo Chuntao is worried and comes over to help, and also teaches Wang Dong some details to pay attention to. For example, as the babies are still young, they should be supported during the bath to prevent them from drowning. The fourth and fifth children are afraid of water and are the most restless during the bath. You can distract them with some toys. The eldest child, on the other hand, loves playing in the water. After the bath, the water is still warm, so he can soak for a while. The second and third children are very good during the bath, but they are afraid of having their hair washed. They cry every time the water touches their heads. Wang Dong has taken note of each child's little bathing habits. Now everything is ready, just waiting for the baby to wake up. Half an hour later, Sanbao wakes up with a pout. Wang Dong picks up the little one and says, "Anan, wake up, Daddy's going to wash you." Mo Chuntao helps fill the bathtub and checks the water temperature. Wang Dong is still undressing Sanbao. Even though the baby's clothes are made of cotton and won't scratch his skin, the little one is so soft that Wang Dong is afraid to use force. If he doesn't use force, the clothes won't come off. Mo Chuntao doesn't rush to help. After all, his son was already a father, and he had to learn to deal with such situations on his own. The clothes were all piled up around his neck, making him uncomfortable. Sanbao pursed his lips, preparing himself to cry. "Anan, Daddy's going to pull it off. You're a little man, hang in there." Wang Dong took a deep breath, steadied Sanbao, and pulled the clothes out with all his strength. He thought Sanbao would cry. But not only did the little guy not cry, he kicked his little legs happily. It seemed to be celebrating the first brave step his father had taken. "Anan, we're going to wash you up nice and clean." Wang Dong put the naked Sanbao in the water, and the little guy was so well behaved that he didn't cry or make a fuss. Sanbao wasn't afraid. On the contrary, Wang Dong was terrified. He was afraid that he might accidentally make the baby choke on the water, and his nerves were on high alert the whole time. It wasn't until the moment he wrapped a towel around the baby that he let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that bathing a baby wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. Wang Dong suddenly felt confident. Just as Wu Bao woke up, he picked her up and headed straight for the bathroom. At first, the little one thought Wang Dong was taking her for a playdate and was so happy she started flying. It wasn't until her clothes were off that she realized something was wrong and started crying her head off. Wang Dong was prepared for this and threw a little duck into the water. He watched the duck swimming. Wu Bao was instantly captivated. Seeing that Wu Bao had stopped crying, Wang Dong took her hand and gently touched the duck in the bathtub. He slowly lowered Wu Bao into the water. The duck bobbing in the water attracted Wu Bao's full attention. Wang Dong took the opportunity to bathe her. Seeing that her son had even got Wu Bao to cooperate, Mo Chuntao felt relieved and watched from the side. For Si Bao, who was also afraid of water, Wang Dong used the same method. After all, the method is not new, as long as it works. The harder the little one pedals, the bigger the splash, and the more the duckling wobbles. The more the duckling wobbles, the happier Si Bao is. The little one is very naughty and soon gets his father all wet. Wang Dong is not angry, but happy instead. A lively baby means a healthy baby. A lively baby. Smart. Yen Yen, the little rascal, come here, lift your feet, the feet must be fragrant. Chapter 37 Another magical reward, I can do it alone. Good boy. After washing, Wang Dong held Siba in his arms and laid him on a bath towel, gently wiping the water droplets off his body. The little guy was very cooperative here. When it came to getting dressed, he suddenly started crying and screaming again. Wang Dong didn't dare to use too much force, and it took a full 10 minutes to get dressed. He was so exhausted that he was out of breath. Yen Yen, little rascal. Wang Dong helplessly scratches Si Bao's little nose and carries him back to the crib. Next, it's Er Bao's turn. The little guy is very obedient and can be undressed and bathed no matter what. But as soon as it's time to wash his hair, he immediately starts a big fuss. He won't stop until he's crying on the floor. Wow, Meng Meng, look, you have a bubble crown on your head. Bao doesn't care at all. And cried even louder. Wang Dong had to try a different approach and used a duckling to attract Bao's attention. Meng Meng, look, the duckling is swimming. However, it still didn't work. What's more, the little one not only cried, but also tried to get Wang Dong to leave the bathroom with her by kicking her legs like crazy. Don't underestimate the strength of a little one. Wang Dong almost couldn't hold her after she gave such a kick. There was no choice. Wang Dong had to first wrap Bao in a towel and coax her. He also played a children's song for her. As soon as she heard the song, Bao immediately calmed down and kept reaching for her mobile phone. She was very interested in the song. Wang Dong put Bao back in the bathtub and quickly washed her hair. Although the little one was still afraid of the water, she was less emotional because she was attracted by the song. The last one was Bao. Big brother is not afraid of water or having his hair washed, so he is the easiest and most relaxed one to bathe. Lily is worthy of being the eldest brother, he is really good. Wang Dong quickly finished washing Lily and took advantage of the hot water to let the little one have a comfortable bath. In the warm water, Lily seemed to have returned to his mother's womb, smacking his lips and playing with his hands in the air. Wang Dong knew that this movement was a habit left over from when the baby played with the umbilical cord in his mother's womb. He doesn't stop him. He just holds him firmly so that he doesn't choke. Before the bath, Wang Dong sets an alarm for 5 minutes. After all, the baby has only just been born a week ago. If the baby stays in the bath for too long, he could catch a cold. As soon as the alarm goes off, he immediately lifts up the baby. The baby opens his mouth on time and cries loudly. His kicking is stronger than the other 4 little ones, and his crying is louder. Wang Dong took a bath towel and held up to Bao while walking, comforting him, saying, Lily, you're a good boy, you can't soak for so long, you'll catch a cold. You still want to take a bath? Next time, Daddy will take you for a bath, okay? Be a good little man and don't cry. After a while, Bao finally stopped crying, and Wang Dong took the opportunity to dress him. He carried him back to the room to feed Muruwashi. My husband has worked hard, go rest for a while. The room is not far from the bathroom, and Muruwashi can see how much trouble the little ones are in. If someone else were here, I'm afraid they would have already lost their temper. But Wang Dong is not angry, and he doesn't treat bathing the babies as a chore to be perfunctorily completed. Instead, he really takes his time bathing the babies, and he seems to be enjoying himself. Honey, you've worked hard too. Wang Dong leans down and kisses Muruwashi on the cheek. The two of them look into each other's eyes and smile with happiness. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task of bathing the baby and receiving a can of specially formulated nutritional milk powder. Note, specially formulated nutritional milk powder has the same nutritional value as breast milk. The baby will be happy to drink it, and the father will feel at ease. Although it is just a can of milk powder, Wang Dong is happier than if he had received 1,000,000 yuan. The milk powder rewarded by the system is different from ordinary milk powder. Not only is it highly nutritious, it also nourishes the baby's intestines and stomach, laying a good foundation for the baby's tummy. With it, in case of an emergency, you can just give it to the babies. It's nighttime. The couple work together, with one feeding the baby and the other soothing it to sleep. The babies have used up a lot of energy having a bath in the afternoon, and now that they've eaten and drunk, they're sleepy. They fall asleep almost without Wang Dong having to soothe them. After soothing the babies, Wang Dong looks back and sees that his wife has fallen asleep. Since the babies were born, Muruwashi has never had a full night's sleep. She has to get up every few hours to feed them. Wang Dong feels bad for her and is worried that she can't keep up with the demands on her body. He has mentioned to her the idea of feeding the babies formula milk. But Muruwashi disagrees, insisting on breastfeeding her babies. For one thing, babies who are breastfed have stronger immune systems. For another, formula milk is a big expense. Muruwashi doesn't want Wang Dong to feel too much pressure. Even if Muruwashi didn't say it, Wang Dong knows it all too well. My dear, get a good night's sleep tonight. Wang Dong placed a kiss on Muruwashi's cheek, then helped her pull the covers up. He left the room. At that moment, Mo Chuntao and Wang Dekhang were sitting in the living room watching TV. Seeing their son come out, Mo Chuntao asked, Dong, are you sure you don't need us to help you take care of the babies? Wang Dong had confidence in himself. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I can take care of the babies by myself, and you don't need to worry about Ruwashi either. About the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law living under the same roof. Emo Chuntao was afraid that her son had some concerns, and after hesitating for a while, she said, "Why don't your father and I hire a postpartum care provider for you in Ruoshi? In the city, hiring a good postpartum care provider costs about 12,000 yuan per month." She and Wang Dekang had some savings, so they could pay for their son to hire a postpartum care provider for a few months. Having a postpartum care provider help with the children would make life a lot easier for the adults. Wang Dong still shook his head and said that they didn't need to hire a postpartum care provider, that he could really manage. If he gets overwhelmed, he will tell them, even if they are not available at the time. Wang Dong also wants them to come over and help with the babies. Seeing their son so confident, and thinking that he has always been a careful and caring person, the old couple finally gave in. Then we can go back with peace of mind. Knowing that his parents cannot stay put in the city, Wang Dong did not persuade them to stay, but instead urged them to take care of their health when they returned. When the babies are older, he and Ruoshi will return to the village to visit them. Emo Chuntao nodded with a smile, "Don't worry about us, we'll take care of ourselves, as long as you, Ruoshi and the babies are well." After saying that, she slipped Wang Dong a bank card. "The babies have just been born, and there will be many places to spend money in the future, so you should take this for emergencies." "Mom and Dad, no, I have enough money." Wang Dong didn't take it. He had made a lot of money running the restaurant during this period of time, and with the money he had saved up before, there would be no problem supporting Mu Ruoshi and the children. Seeing that their son was adamant about not wanting it, the old couple had no choice but to keep the card. "If you run out of money, remember to tell us, we have it, don't try to hold out on your own. You're married now with kids, it's not like the old days anymore." Wang Dong nodded, "Okay, I understand, Mom and Dad, it's late, you should get some rest." Chapter 38, Social Death, the Embarrassment of Being a Mother. On the other side of the room, Mu Ruoshi slept until dawn. She was afraid that the children were hungry. She hurriedly looked at the crib and found that the babies were still fast asleep. There was formula and a used bottle on the table, and she suddenly understood why she had been able to sleep all night. There was no sign of Wang Dong in the room. Mu Ruoshi finished washing up and walked out of the room to find Wang Dong busily working in the kitchen. She crept up to the kitchen and saw Wang Dong with one hand in his pocket and a spoon in the other, stirring the porridge in the pot. His handsome face and careless movements exuded charming manly charm. Even though the two were married and had a child, Mu Ruoshi's heart still couldn't help but pound when she saw this scene. She hugged Wang Dong from behind, poking her head forward and asking, "Honey, what are you cooking? It smells so good." Wang Dong had long since noticed Mu Ruoshi, but pretended not to see her, curious to see what she would cook. He was very happy to see her come over and hug him. His tone was full of indescribable affection. "Preserved egg and pork congee. The congee will be ready in a while, so go back to bed." Mu Ruoshi shook her head. "I slept well last night, I'm full of energy. I haven't had your cooking in a while, I really miss it." Wang Dong tilted his head. It was true that he hadn't cooked for a while. Since the babies were born, he had been busy taking care of them and Mu Ruoshi, and basically his mother had prepared and delivered the 3 meals a day to the hospital. "If there's anything you want to eat, I'll send my parents to the station in a while, and I'll stop by the market on my way back to buy it for you." Mu Ruoshi frowned. "Are you going back, uncle and aunt?" "Well, when the babies are older in a while, we'll go back to the village to see them." Hearing about going back to the village, Mu Ruoshi was happy like a child. She has always lived in the city, but she has always longed for the quiet and carefree life in the village. Unfortunately, she has been too busy at work to go exploring. Now that she has the chance, she naturally can't miss it. Mu Ruoshi's eyes sparkle with anticipation. "Is there a stream in the village?" "Yes, it's right behind the house. When I was little, I used to go with my friends to catch mountain crabs and fish." Wang Dong said all this, and Mu Ruoshi has never experienced any of it. She longs for it so much that she can't wait to pack her things and go to the countryside right now. Her childhood was spent either in interest classes or cram schools. It was as boring as it could get. Afterwards, the family had a simple breakfast. Soon it was time to say goodbye again. "Oh, Grandma's little darlings, so cute. Oh, old man, the babies are smiling at me. They don't want to leave their grandparents, do they? Oh, come on, Grandma will give you a kiss. I really don't want to let you go. Grandpa, give me a hug." The grandparents were reluctant to part with their grandchildren, and they hugged each of the 5 little ones before reluctantly getting into the car and leaving. Before going back, the two of them also recorded a lot of videos for the babies on their phones, which they would watch when they missed them at home. Back from the bus stop, Wang Dong went to the market to buy Mu Ruoshi's favorite food and prepare a rich lunch for her. When he got home, the babies were still fast asleep. Mu Ruoshi was lying on the sofa next to the crib reading a book. She is delighted to see Wang Dong return. "Honey, you're home. I stopped by a cake shop on the way to the market, so I bought you a small cake. Have a bite to tide you over while I cook." Wang Dong unwraps the cake and sticks a fork in it before handing it to Mu Ruoshi. "Thank you, honey. It's just a small gesture." But Mu Ruoshi feels very happy. After all, love starts with countless small things and heart moves. But love is never a one-sided thing. Mu Ruoshi's love for Wang Dong is also hidden in every insignificant detail. "Honey, you try a bite too." She held up the spoon and gave the first bite of cake to Wang Dong. Wang Dong opened his mouth to eat the cake, and the corners of his mouth did not fall. He mumbled, "Thank you, wife." The cake was in their mouths, and the sweetness was in their hearts. After a few bites, Wang Dong went to the kitchen to cook, and Mu Ruoshi stayed in the living room, watching the babies while eating the small cakes. Although she had recovered well, the wound still hurt when she went to the toilet. In the hospital, Mo Chuntao had helped her sit down slowly and get up slowly. Now she was back home. She was embarrassed to ask Wang Dong for help, so she had to rely on herself. Mu Ruoshi supported herself with the sofa and got up, covering the wound on her stomach. After a while, she slowly walked towards the toilet. On the other side of the room, although Wang Dong was busy in the kitchen, he had been keeping an eye on Mu Ruoshi's every move. Seeing that she had not returned from the toilet for a long time, Wang Dong was worried and extinguished the fire, heading straight for the toilet. Mu Ruoshi was afraid that no one would discover if she fell in the toilet, so she only half closed the toilet door. Wang Dong gave her a gentle push and saw her sitting on the toilet. She was leaning against the wall with one hand, covering the wound on her stomach with the other. Her brow was knitted in pain, and her face was full of pain. Wang Dong didn't say a word, and walked in directly, carefully helping Mu Ruoshi up. When she was discharged from the hospital, the doctor had specifically reminded her that although Mu Ruoshi's incision had recovered well, there was still a small amount of lochia remaining in her body. And it was summer, so she had to change her sanitary napkins frequently. Otherwise, it would be very easy to get an infection. If she got an infection, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wang Dong froze for a moment, and awkwardly asked, "Do you want to change it?" Mu Ruoshi naturally knew what Wang Dong meant. But even though they were husband and wife, the two people in the world who were closest to each other, she was embarrassed to let Wang Dong help change such a private thing. Moreover, it was all covered in. "Don't worry, I can do it myself, you go cook dinner." Mu Ruoshi blushed and refused. However, Wang Dong, who had always been obedient to her, did not listen to her at this time. "We are husband and wife, we are inseparable. How can you tell me how to change?" At this point, Mu Ruoshi had no choice but to blush as she taught Wang Dong. Following Mu Ruoshi's instructions, Wang Dong slowly pulled the bread out of the briefs, rolled it up and put it in the trash can. Then he took out a new piece of bread, tore open the packaging and carefully stuck it back on. The whole time, Mu Ruoshi didn't dare to look at Wang Dong, so embarrassed that her toes were curling up. Wang Dong was sweating all over. Not from tiredness, but from nervousness. After tidying up, Wang Dong helped Mu Ruoshi back to the sofa. Not being able to rest assured, he brought alcohol and cotton swabs to disinfect the wound. Although this was not the first time he had seen Mu Ruoshi's belly cut, when he saw such a shocking wound. "It's so hard to be a mother." Mu Ruoshi smiled and comforted, "The doctor who delivered my baby was very experienced. He made a very straight cut and stitched it up well. My friend had a C-section before, and the stitches looked like a caterpillar, which was really scary." Seeing that Wang Dong was silent, Mu Ruoshi glanced down at the scar. Many men dislike their wives' bodies after childbirth. They dislike the scars on their stomachs. Upon closer inspection, the wound is indeed hideous, and their fear is understandable. Chapter 39, Foodie Potential? Even such a young baby wants to eat meat? Mu Ruoshi's tone was tinged with sadness. "Do you think this wound is ugly?" "It's not." Wang Dong shook his head. "It is a symbol of your motherhood, the supreme honor. Wife, thank you for giving birth to 5 such cute little babies." Mu Ruoshi had imagined many possibilities, but she never expected Wang Dong to say that this was an honor. Yes. This is not a scar, it is her supreme honor. Her tears fell patteringly, not because she was sad, but because she was moved and happy. She had chosen the right person. Wang Dong, you are worth it. After disinfecting, Wang Dong looked up and saw Mu Ruoshi crying her eyes out. He thought she was crying because he had used too much force. Honey, I'm sorry, did I hurt you? Ouch. If you're in pain, just tell me. Wang Dong's flustered expression of helplessness made Mu Ruoshi laugh. You didn't hurt me, I just feel so happy and lucky to have met you. It's not pain that makes Wang Dong let go of his heart. Honey, I'm so lucky to have met you, even if I use up all my luck, I'm willing. The two of them snuggled for a while. Wang Dong went back to the kitchen to cook. The ingredients had already been prepared, so he just turned on the stove and started cooking. He used 2 pans at the same time, one for the soup and one for the stir-fry, and in less than half an hour, he had 3 dishes and a soup ready. He was afraid that the smell of the cooking would bother the babies in Mu Ruoshi, so he closed the kitchen door when he entered. In the kitchen, all that could be heard was the sound of the soup bubbling and the rising steam. Vaguely, it seems like I can hear the babies crying. Not sure, Wang Dong turns down the heat on the soup and goes out of the kitchen to check. It's not a hallucination. The babies are indeed crying. Mu Ruoshi is feeding one baby while comforting the other. Her hands are full and she is exhausted and sweating. Don't cry, Daddy is here. Wang Dong wipes his hands clean and comes over to comfort the baby. The little ones are hungry. Even if the 2 babies drink at the same time, it will take half an hour. The little ones at the end of the line are starving. Honey, we still have some formula, so why don't you go make some milk for the babies? Okay, I'll keep the babies company while you do it. How can a mother not feel bad when her children are crying so hard? Mu Ruoshi holds her older child, who is drinking milk, in one arm while comforting the babies in the crib with the other. Wang Dong rushes to make the formula. When he returned, the eldest child had just finished drinking and was happily smacking his lips and kicking his little legs. In contrast to the eldest child, the younger siblings were crying from hunger. My dear, you feed the 5th, 2nd, 3rd and 4th children, I'll feed the 5th, 2nd, 3rd and 4th children. When Wang Dong fed the babies formula milk in the middle of the night yesterday, the other 4 babies didn't resist and drank happily. Only Wu Bao didn't like it and Wang Dong had to coax him for a long time before he was willing to drink. He doesn't drink much breast milk and he doesn't like formula milk even less. Wang Dong was very worried about the little one. How can he gain weight and grow if he's such a picky eater? Wang Dong held one bottle in each hand and fed her Bao and Sanbao, while Mu Ruoshi sat on the sofa, supporting Wu Bao's bottom with one hand and helping to feed Si Bao with the other. With breast milk and formula milk, they finally fed all 5 little ones. They are full and happy. Mu Ruoshi sits by the baby bed, burping the 5 little ones and playing with them. Accompanied by their mother, the little ones are so happy that they coo and babble in baby talk. Wang Dong goes to the kitchen to bring the food into the living room. This way, he can keep the babies company and eat at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Si Bao is lying on the far left side of the baby bed, close to the coffee table. This made him very excited, and his little hands kept reaching for the coffee table, while his little legs kicked vigorously. Yen Yen also wants to eat? Wang Dong took a small bite of meat and moved it closer to Si Bao, intending to tease him. Unexpectedly, the little guy actually opened his mouth and wanted to eat. You're still too young to eat meat. Wang Dong gently touched Si Bao's little head and fed the meat to Mu Ruoshi. The meat in his mouth flew. Si Bao's mouth twitched, and he immediately burst into tears. Mu Ruoshi helplessly patted Wang Dong, picked up Si Bao and soothed him. Yen Yen, don't cry. Daddy is bad, we don't want to play with Daddy. After a while, Si Bao fell asleep. Mu Ruoshi put him back in the crib. While she was comforting Si Bao, the other little ones had already fallen asleep after being soothed by Wang Dong. The living room returned to peace, and the two welcomed a temporary moment for 2. After dinner, Wang Dong cleaned up the dishes and went to wash the dishes. Mu Ruoshi took a wet paper towel to wipe the coffee table, wanting to do something she could. She wanted to make Wang Dong's life easier. Wang Dong understood her intentions and did not stop her. At that moment, he received a call from his mother, Mo Chuntao. Dong, have you eaten? I just finished eating. Mom, have you and Dad arrived home yet? We're here. Your father is cooking. How are Ruoshi and the babies? They're all fine. The babies have finished their milk and are sleeping now, and Ruoshi is taking care of them. then your father and I will.
Mo Chuantao's words were interrupted by Qin Shang, who had come over from the next door to visit.
Xiaodong, I heard your mother say that you gave birth to quintuplets. Oh, that's wonderful, your Wang family has an heir.
When Shenzan has some free time, she'll go into the city with your mother to visit you.
She knows a girl who's still single, and she'll introduce her to Xia, who's still single too. Xia is Shenzan's son and Wang Dong's childhood friend. He went to university outside the province and stayed there after graduating. Shenzan is very good to Wang Dong.
When my parents were busy when he was little, he would go to Chen's aunt's house for dinner. The two of them chatted for 5 minutes before they finished.
Mo Chuantao's smile carried a hint of helplessness.
I was going to wait until the banquet for Ruoshi and you before telling the relatives, but as soon as your father got back, he couldn't stop telling everyone that he had grandchildren.
He was so happy. Yes, all 5 are my grandchildren. On the phone, you could faintly hear Wang Dechan's laughter.
Wang Dong laughed and said, "It's fine, as long as my father is happy, let him be."
Mo Chuantao nodded and said, "Okay, you go ahead, I won't bother you." The next second, she thought of something and said, "Mom went to the mall earlier and bought some diapers and toys for the babies. The toys have been washed and are in the cupboard in the children's room. When the diapers run out, go and get some from the cupboard, don't let them expire. It's hot now, so don't save the diapers, otherwise the babies won't be comfortable. And remember to bathe the babies more often, otherwise they'll be sticky and uncomfortable and they'll cry." Wang Dong nodded, "Okay, Mom, I got it." After hanging up the phone, Mo Chuantao sighed. This is what it means to be a parent.
Even though her child is already doing very well, she still subconsciously worries. Seeing this, Auntie Chen smiled and comforted, "Dong is a calm person, he will definitely be able to take care of the baby and the baby's mother, so don't worry too much. And now that technology is so advanced, raising a child is much more convenient than it used to be."
Chapter 40, Aftermath, Being Pregnant Makes You Stupid for 3 Years.
I saw on Douyin before that children no longer need to be coaxed to sleep, they use the magical sleep aid, an electric fish doll that pats the child's bottom, and the child sleeps soundly. After listening to Chen Shu, Mo Chuantao's furrowed brows eased a little. After chatting for a while, Chen Shu went home. Back at home, Chen Shu became more and more envious as she thought about it, those 5 little guys with their plump little faces.
When will she be able to hold a big, fat grandson?
Coincidentally, at this moment, her son Xia called back to ask after her well-being. Chen Shu found an outlet for her anger.
"You hurry up and have one too, I want to hold a big fat grandchild." "Mom, I don't even have a girlfriend, who am I going to have a baby with?" Xia was confused by Chen Shu. "If you don't have one, find one. Look at Xiaodong, he's already had a baby, and you don't even have a girlfriend, you want to make your mother angry to death?" "Mom, don't kid around, how could Xiaodong have a baby?" "Why not?
Your Uncle Wang and Aunt Mo just came back from the city after taking care of the baby. They took a lot of photos and videos, and the little ones are so cute." Upon hearing his mother's words, Xia was shocked. He knew that Wang Dong had a girlfriend, but he didn't expect that they would have a child so soon.
"What's going on?"
Auntie Chen interrupted her son, "Don't worry about what's going on, just hurry up and find a girlfriend."
"Mom, if you can't find one, don't come back for the new year." Auntie Chen gave her final notice.
Xia had no choice but to agree, okay, I'll find someone.
Chen Shu was satisfied. "Find someone good, Mom is waiting for good news."
Seeing that her mother's tone had eased up quite a bit, Xia asked, "Mom, how come Wang Dong suddenly has a child?" The two were neighbors and grew up together, so they had a very close relationship. Later, they didn't go to school or work in the same place. Although they didn't usually keep in touch, their relationship was still there. "I don't know the details, but you can call and ask.
By the way, ask if there's anyone suitable for Dong, and introduce him to you." "Okay, I'll send a WeChat message."
After the phone call with her mother, Xia immediately sent a message to Wang Dong. Here, Wang Dong came out of the kitchen after washing the dishes. The babies were lying in their cribs, occasionally smacking their lips, sleeping very soundly. Mu Ruoshi was also leaning against the sofa, fast asleep. He pulled a thin blanket over Mu Ruoshi, who was fast asleep. It was summer, and the weather was hot, but the air conditioning was on all the time at home, so she could easily catch a cold without a blanket. Mu Ruoshi was currently breastfeeding, so if she caught a cold, it would be hard for her, and it would also affect the baby's milk intake. Then Wang Dong pulled the curtains down and planned to take a nap as well. Suddenly, he saw a message from Xia.
My mom said you have a baby? What's going on?
Wang Dong didn't intend to tell him in detail about himself and Mu Ruoshi, because this guy had no filter in his mouth, and once he knew something, he couldn't wait to tell the world. The two chatted for a while. Xia Xia could tell that Wang Dong didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't ask about the baby again.
The next second, he sent a 500 yuan red envelope.
Brother, congratulations on your marriage.
Take the money and buy your baby some food.
Xia Xia is a few years older than Wang Dong and has been working for 2 or 3 years.
But in fact, he doesn't have much money.
The company doesn't provide food or accommodation, and after paying the 5 social insurances and housing fund every month, and deducting rent, utilities and daily expenses, there is basically very little money left. Wang Dong knows that this 500 yuan is already the utmost sincerity he can show. As long as you have this kind of heart as a brother, it doesn't matter how much money you have.
Life just went on like this.
The 5 little ones grew more and more adorable with each passing day under the careful care of Wang Dong and Mu Ruoshi. No one disliked the babies when they took them out for a stroll. Due to the incident in the bathroom last time, Wang Dong mixed the new system Reward, the tonic, into the milk for Mu Ruoshi to drink. With the tonic to repair her body, and Wang Dong cooking postpartum meals in different ways every day, Mu Ruoshi's body recovered more and more quickly. They say that pregnancy makes you stupid for 3 years.
Mu Ruoshi thinks this saying makes a lot of sense.
Since giving birth to her babies, she has noticed that her memory seems to have deteriorated.
She often has to look all over the house for her baby's bottles. In the blink of an eye, it was the 42nd day since the babies came home, and Mu Ruoshi finally left the confinement room. She couldn't wait to go out and take a walk and breathe some fresh air. She had moved to this neighborhood for so long, but this was the first time she had actually gone out and explored it. Worried that she might get lost, Wang Dong told her to bring her phone. I'm not that clueless.
Mu Ruoshi felt sure she wouldn't get lost. After all, she had had a good sense of direction since childhood. Knowing that her husband was only looking out for her best interests, Mu Ruoshi took the phone, kissed each of her babies on the cheek, and set off. After his wife left, Wang Dong stayed in the living room to play with the babies. Although the little ones were full of energy, they had just turned 1 month old and their bodily functions were still unstable, so they fell asleep in the blink of an eye.
Sleeping is the only way to grow tall. Wang Dong pats the backs of his children to coax the 5 little ones to sleep. After putting them to sleep, Wang Dong starts preparing dinner.
Tonight he plans to make chicken soup with chicken. He bought the chicken at the market in the morning, and the vendor helped to slaughter and prepare it. However, there are still some fine feathers left, which need to be dealt with. Wang Dong quickly washed and chopped up the whole chicken. Fresh free-range chickens do not need to be blanched additionally, and can be put directly into the casserole to stew. With the addition of old ginger, white wine, red dates, and some dried mushrooms, a pot of delicious, nutritious and unforgettable nutritious chicken soup can be made. In addition to the soup, Wang Dong also plans to make braised eggplant and minced meat steamed eggs. She has made braised eggplant a few times before, and Mu Ruoshi really likes the soft and sticky texture, so she often serves it with rice.
On the other side of the street,
Mu Ruoshi followed the directions on her navigation system to the supermarket near her home. She didn't really need to buy anything, but she just wanted to take a look around. She didn't want to buy anything at first, but once she entered the store, she couldn't resist. She bought some small toys for the babies, rattles that jingle when shaken, which are children's favorites. In addition to the toys, Mu Ruoshi also picked up some snacks she liked and yogurt for after-meal digestion.
She carried all the bags home. She confidently walked back, didn't even turn on the navigation, and walked for half an hour instead of the 10-minute journey.
Mu Ruoshi suddenly realized that she was lost. Looking around, the buildings all looked the same, as did the greenery in the community, and she simply couldn't tell which building was her home. Mu Ruoshi kept walking while trying to recall which building she lived in. However, her mind went blank, and various numbers popped up. For a moment, she wasn't sure which building she lived in.
Building 15? It seems to be 12? Wait, no, it's 13.
After racking her brain for 5 minutes, Mu Ruoshi finally remembered which building she lived in.
Building 11.
But when she looked around, there were buildings 13, 12, 10, but number 11. With no choice, she had to turn to the navigation system again.